But now much time had passed. Thanks to the celestial vats Diane had access to, Ri didn't have just one, but currently had 3 celestial Kuan Peng under her control. There was a reason the Sicharo clan was still ranked 3rd even with Diane spending an entire month on a first-tier planet. In fact, they were very close to overtaking 2nd. This was all to say that as Ri delved into the layers of comprehension hidden within her elven bloodline, Diane had learned to take advantage as well thanks to his newfound comprehension of his primordial yang. In the end, the results spoke for themselves. Shear's claws extended almost 30 meters from her paw, each coated with devilishly dancing blue flames. What once was a look of disdain on the vulture's face turned to horror. But it could do nothing as its mighty feather defense was sheared into 4 pieces, allowing a rain of green blood to fall to the ground. "Now, Bibi," Diane said without losing a beat. Bibi's beautiful slender figure rose, gorgeous white fur coating her body, only occasionally interrupted by swirls of golden fur. Her lips parted, causing an oppressive crystal intent to sweep through the red fields. At that moment, San crashed into the ground, but his lips were coated with a savage expression. The armored rat, who had always been proud of its defense, could only look on in shock as Sen's white fur glistened with the sheen of a crystalline royal blue diamond. It could tell in an instant that its defense was nothing compared to this ape's. "Many thanks, little sis," San laughed, looking on toward the bull and the armored rat. His arm punched forward, passing through Bibi's crystal formation in an instant. If one was ignorant, it would almost seem as though San had attacked one of his own. But the next change was too shocking to think of such foolish things. Lin's defense coated Sen's arm. Bibi's formation strengthened his punch. Shear's flames descended along with him. The bull and armored rat were shattered into a rain murky purple blood. They hardly had the time to call out in pain before the half-dead vulture collapsed from the skies atop of them. The 4 beast babies roared into the skies. No matter who it was in the Elder Tower, they could only watch on in silence. The Blood Phoenix Battalion slaughtered what remained of the beasts, the morale surging with every bloody stroke as though being reborn in blood. Even though Diane's battalion was ranked dead last in points, none of the elders had the heart to sneer at it. Diane had just swept through a planet ruled by celestials with nothing but saints. "Well done." Diane smiled lightly. The once massive destructive beasts instantly became adorable cubs in Diane's arms. Even Lin, who was fonder of being larger, didn't want to miss out and shrunk down. Over the past month, they had been worked hard. In fact, Diane didn't even give them any of the beloved pills they adored to eat so much. Saiyan in particular hardly went an hour without grasping his stomach and crying to the heavens about how cruel his master was. Still, in this month, they often led the vanguard, defeating all of the major celestial beasts of the planet despite having their cultivations restricted to the Saint Realm. Though this was classified as a first-tier planet, it wasn't so simple as there being just one lower celestial overseeing things. The reality was that this planet alone had several dozen lower celestials, each controlling a corner of the planet by their lonesome. And this instance of them banding together here hadn't been a first-time occurrence. Just 4 days ago, 5 lower celestial overlords came together to battle the Blood Phoenix Battalion. That challenge had been far more difficult, especially since it took place deep within the planet's waters. "All right, everyone." After showing the 4 celestial babies some affection, Diane turned toward the beaten and bloodied cardinal armies. Over this last month, though they had yet to evolve into battalion Diane envisioned, they had definitely improved. The constant suppression of their cultivation and wills forced them to greatly improve their fundamentals. Even the least talented of them had had at least a 10% overall increase in their base strength. "We've accomplished something great. Though we rank last amongst the battalions, we are the only ones who can say that we've conquered a planet ruled by celestials with nothing but the power of saints. Do you believe me now?" Many couldn't lie to themselves. Even after they accomplished the feat, they had still felt irritable. Though the Sicharo clan was still sitting pretty at 3rd place and had already accumulated enough total points to reclaim 2 universes in just a single month, many of their clans couldn't even afford to reclaim a single galaxy. However, when they heard Diane's words, the magnitude of their accomplishment finally set in. Had they really done something like that? They were all celestials with the exception of Saru. How could they not know the power disparity between celestials and saints? Back when they were saints, they couldn't imagine even looking at a celestial the wrong way for fear of not knowing how they died. But they had actually accomplished such a thing? Dian smiled. He had many theories for how to raise such an army, but they mostly boiled down to two things: confidence and one-mindedness. He tried to achieve one-mindedness by sealing their intents, forcing them to rely on the strength of one another to press forward. As for confidence, that could only come with time. This was the first step. That was when they suddenly remembered something else. That was right. Not only had their cultivations been repressed to the saint realm, their will comprehensions had been snatched from them as well. This made this accomplishment 100-fold more impressive. Dian grinned. We have another advantage those who are rushing so much down have. As the tired Blood Phoenix battalion looked toward Dian with tired expressions, Dian's grin only grew wider. No matter how weak this universe is, it still has resources. Other teams don't dare to slow down to excavate these places and only seek to move on as quickly as possible, but you all have two things they don't. The first is time. You all have done nothing but fight for a month, while I have done nothing. I will give you 3 days rest as well as several recuperation pills. In addition, name any pill below the comic grade that you'd like and I'll concoct it for you. Warriors will each receive one such request. Vice Squadron Leaders 2, Squadron Leaders 3, Corps Captains 4, and Cardinal Generals 5. Even as they were boiling with excitement, Dian continued with a smile. And the second thing they don't have is a leader willing to do the dirty work for you. You guys rest. Your army chief is about to go and plunder some resources. And plunder Dian did. Even though this was the 100th ranked quadrant, it had been untouched by humans for several million years. This had allowed several resources the time to grow untouched. Though there were beasts here, most of them were of the common and earth grade. In addition, even beasts of a higher grade don't use resources the same way humans do. Only transcendent and supreme grade beasts would. But this quadrant had none. This planet alone had 23 energy stone mining deposits, 17 of which had up to saint-grade energy stones and 6 of which had celestial-grade energy stones. In addition, there were 142 master-grade or mines, 46 grandmaster-grade or mines, and 12 comet-grade or mines. Using his strength, it hardly took Dian a day to strip the planet of everything valuable. He left behind just enough so that the beasts he hadn't slaughtered still have a path to live, but not much more than this. Then, under the cheering of his battalion, he distributed these resources evenly by rank. Even the weakest warriors still received several hundred celestial stones, a massive fortune for many here. Like this, the shamelessness of the true god-turned miner took hold of the Federation. The Blood Phoenix battalion began to travel from first-tier planet to first-tier planet, working toward conquering their first-tier territory. Though by now the top 5 ranked clans and sects were already well on their way toward clearing their first 4th-tier territories, Dian casually took the slow and methodical approach. It was during this time that Dian began to notice something weird about his soul, specifically his divine sense. For some odd reason, he couldn't seem to find the limit of it. Even when limited to his clone's abilities, he was capable of enshrouding an entire galaxy at once. On top of this, there didn't seem to be anything capable of hiding from his senses any longer. Before, top-tier treasures like planet-grade and star-grade spiritual herbs still had the ability to hide from Dian's divine sense. This was because treasures of this caliber had evolutionary protective mechanisms that allowed their species to survive for so long. Unless you happened to lay eyes on them personally, they were usually next to impossible to find. The truth was that the only reason sects of the Tower Quadrants were even capable of having such treasures in the first place was because of countless million years of accumulation. They simply didn't have the experts necessary to make use of these treasures, so they were often stockpiled over countless years and left to gather dust. Still, this change didn't make any sense to Dian. As of now, his clone could at most wield Comet Chi. This was an indisputable fact. In addition, because it was a 0.05% clone, it should only have 1/200th of his divine sense's range, but his true body couldn't stretch its divine sense so far, could it? That was when Dian made one of the most shocking discoveries of his lifetime. Not only could his divine sense stretch so far, it could stretch out further than he could even imagine. In an instant, the entirety of Star Universe was projected into his mind. Maybe the most shocking part was that despite being on Star Planet, no one and nothing detected his divine sense. The first time Dian noticed this oddity was because he was focused on his battalion. He was making use of his divine sense in an attempt to completely understand the warriors under him and how best to allow them to progress. Unfortunately, their improvement had reached a plateau after taking hold of the 10th first-tier planet. So, without much hesitation, Dian sealed them more fiercely, dropping their cultivation from the higher Saint Realm to the middle Saint Realm. During that time, he was watching with a keen eye, trying to pick up on every and any change. It was then he realized that the more he seemed to focus, the sharper his divine sense became. He was confused at first. He had never experienced such a thing. He didn't even know it was possible for his divine sense to become sharper. It had already been clearer than even his own eyesight. But the reality was right before him, so he decided to push his limit. The more he concentrated, the sharper the images became. Eventually, his senses became so finely tuned that even the invisible became visible. The moment that barrier was leapt over, Dian's clone shattered. Luckily, Dian's true body was on standby the moment the oddities began to occur and had already sent in a second clone. But what happened still shocked him beyond belief. He immediately consulted the Tao of Array Alchemy and began laughing uproariously. The elders around him believed he was laughing because his little cousin just so happened to have conquered yet another first-tier planet with nothing but middle saints. But Dian was laughing for something completely different. His divine sense was no longer divine sense. It was now immortal sense. He was a first-grade world seer. When Dian was in the celestial realm, his soul was already stronger than most higher existences. But he had now suddenly become an entity revered on even the immortal plane, and he hadn't even noticed. On the immortal plane, these individuals were known as spiritual sages. To be a first-grade world seer or a first-grade spiritual sage or sage was to be respected and admired. Dian didn't understand much about it now, but from conversations he had had with his grand teacher, the immortal plane didn't have universes and quadrants, and the laws of physics that governed it were vastly different. The best way to describe that plane would be akin to a bowl filled with bubbles. Each bubble, whether small or large, had its own vast world within. These worlds were separated by barriers of chaos, which were both lands of opportunity and the most dangerous regions of the immortal plane. To be a first-grade world seer meant one had the ability to envelop any one of these bubbles with your mind, thus making you an essential part of any empire who wished to rule such a region. Without a spiritual sage of at least the first degree, one could forget about maintaining law and order in such a vast land. Because of this, every major power would rear sages as best they could. How could they expand their influence if they didn't have enough of them to oversee things? However, Dian didn't care about any of this. The matters of the immortal plane were irrelevant to him, but this strength itself was anything but. If Dian could envelop an entire universe in his mind, finding universe spirits would be as easy as breathing. He would be able to control a battlefield larger than anyone could imagine. After settling himself down, Dian came to understand how big of a deal this was. Once one reached the immortal realm of the soul, cultivation split into two. One was cultivation of the senses, while the second was cultivation of the nascent soul. Immortal souls weren't as fragile as mortal souls. Some could even use it for direct combat, and it was almost considered a second body for many immortal cultivators. Simply put, Dian could be considered to be of the mortal realm in his nascent soul cultivation, but of the immortal realm in the cultivation of his senses. This was quite odd to him. Unfortunately, every time his thoughts turned toward his nascent soul, he seemed to lose track of his consciousness. However, Dian didn't mind this much because there was a second reason spiritual sages were so respected. Immortal sense was a pie in the sky to array alchemists. Not only this, but cultivating immortal sense directly made future cultivation far easier. Understanding every aspect of your body to the finest of details. Even if this was the only ability of immortal sense, it would be worth it. But this wasn't the only ability. Immortal sense allowed one to communicate with the heavens easier, making the comprehension of wills, intents, daos, and beyond far easier. Simply put, if Dian found the right resources, breaking into the Tao realm with his remaining intents would be as easy as breathing. Dian didn't hesitate to use this ability to diligently train the celestial babies and steer his Blood Phoenix battalion in the right direction. Like this, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The Blood Phoenix battalion still ranked dead last, and the gap between it and even 24th place was only getting more depressingly wide. But while the younger generation was swept with murmurings of confusion and even slight disdain from those bold enough, the elder generation who had watched every moment of the last 2 years felt as though the weight on their chests was only growing heavier. Just yesterday, Dian had conquered a first-tier territory with nothing but peak essence gatherers. Unfortunately, the ignorant would stay ignorant. Hey, what's going on here exactly? Has true God Sicharo been lazing around, letting his wives pick up all the slack? True God Orim snorted, his draconic aura wafting through the dusty plains they gathered in. By now, their meeting place had undergone a bit of a change. The various battalions often came here for a bit of leisure and to recuperate, so not only were there refreshments, there were many medical tents and even merchant stands they could use to exchange points for items. However, while all 24 battalions had returned at some point or another in the last 2 years, only the Blood Phoenix battalion hadn't been seen. No one was foolish enough to look down on Dian's strength, nor would they think something as ridiculous as he died. But true God Orim's words were the thoughts of many. Currently, the Sicharo clan sat at 3rd place, a far cry ahead of 4th place. The Blade clans and the Star clan had firmly grasped 1st place. In just 2 years, they had already accumulated enough points to reclaim over 24 universes. The Sicharo clan could reclaim 36, the Blade clans 38, and the Star clan 45. Yet, judging by Dian's ranking, it was clear he was being carried by the work of his wives. The evidence was right before them. At that moment, the teleportation array of the dusty field flashed, revealing Amphrey's lovely figure. To her right, Clara walked leisurely by her, her loose silver robes unable to hide her tantalizing curves. They seemed to be having an intimate talk, but no one could tell what it was about. In truth, with Amphrey's prowess, how could they only be ranked 3rd? She alone was enough to allow the Sicharo clan to claim 1st place. But she had held back because Dian entrusted her to help Clara increase her battle sense and prowess. Dian wanted Clara to have the ability to protect herself in the future, and there was no better teacher than Amphrey, so the two of them had become quite close. The two were actually polar opposites. Amphrey was calm and a woman of few words, but loved blood and battle. But Clara was fiery and loved to speak, but hated the same. Still, this didn't seem to matter much to the two of them. Fairy Amphrey. True God Yesho seemed to immediately notice Amphrey's presence and rushed over. Though he didn't think he approached too closely, to Clara, 2 meters was already too much. Scram! Clara frowned, annoyed that her conversation had been interrupted. The rest of Amphrey's battalion began to appear behind them, but True God Yesho didn't seem to care as he grinned. Miss Sicharo, I see you're just as fiery as ever. I hope you remember the bet between you and I. Judging by the state of your husband's battalion, such a thing is nothing more than a joke. I hope you don't regret those haughty words. A woman's reputation is her everything. The difference was striking. It was obvious to everyone that Dyashoren only ever referred to Madeline and Clara as Miss Sicharo. However, when it came to Amphrey, he seemingly completely forgot that she was a married woman. Clara's red eyes danced as though she was looking at a jumping clown. This true god Dyasho really had no idea that he couldn't defeat even a single finger of her husband's, let alone her husband himself. Over a year ago, Clara had bet that Dian's battalion would not only overtake Dyasho Ren's, but also rank 1st. She said that she'd make him run naked for 10,000 laps around the Star Dome. Back then, Dyasho Ren had brazenly said he'd accept if she did the same when she lost. He was very lucky that Dian wasn't here. If Dian even knew about this bet, for Dyasho Ren's audacity in even attempting to make his wife do such a thing, he'd have his head. True God Daisho's face stiffened slightly when Amphrey walked by him without a word, but he no longer feared her. In fact, he was quite confident that he could conquer her. If she was as powerful as he thought she was, why would she only rank 11th amongst the battalions? I'll make you mine. The glow in his eyes only seemed to grow more feverish. Ri looked at the disorderly battlefield around her and shook her head. She had really been too spoiled by always fighting under Diane's organized and methodical methods. Fighting under others made her realize just how ridiculously low the standards of the martial world seemed. Everyone was seeking their own benefits and their own merit points, and everyone seemed to believe that their own strength was the most important. In the end, the result was a chaotic battlefield where even swapping opponents continuously wasn't rare. While Madeline was under God Amora's battalion, and Clara was under Amphrey's battalion, Ri hadn't been placed with either. Of course, Diane still placed her with a trusted friend, Damaris. Unfortunately, Damaris wasn't much of a commander. One could see her massive but beautiful draconic body in the distance, glistening gorgeous light pinks and violets as her crystalline scales reflected the high sunlight. This was pretty much how all the dragons fought. It was precisely why, though they were ranked very high in individual merits, their battalions were actually ranked quite low. The main issue, though, was that Damaris seemed to be on a mission. She refused to stop fighting until there were no enemies left. Even as commander, she often ended up the most injured by the end of their bloody wars. Of course, Ri had a faint idea why. Damaris, for some odd reason, really wanted to be Diane's beast partner. For a dragon, this was completely unprecedented. Chunglei was obviously an exceptionally rare case. However, Damaris' purpose seemed to be different from Chunglei. Despite being willing to be submissive to Diane, it didn't seem like she had broken heaven's chains like Chunglei had. It made sense for someone like Diane's younger brother Zaire to not experience this. After all, he was only half Qilin. So, any benefits he received from shattering heaven's chains would be greatly diminished in comparison. The issue was that Damaris was a full-fledged dragon, so this reality confused Ri and even Diane a bit. If Diane had to guess, he believed that it might be due to the special path of the crystal dragons. After all, unlike other dragons who were quite fiery, they emphasized calmness. Geralda and Ryu were prime examples of this. Maybe due to this, they were more likely to be submissive than other dragons, and as such wouldn't break heaven's chains by simply lowering their heads. The paths of the heavens were complex, so it was impossible for Diane or anyone to comprehend them completely. But this was his best guess. Ri sighed. She really didn't know what Damaris was thinking. Whatever was in that head of hers, though, this sort of self-harm was really too much. It had already been almost 10 years since they began, yet she had hardly rested for a single day. If it wasn't because her cultivation was a bit weak compared to the top true gods, she'd likely rank first in individual points. Queen, we should probably save them again. A fairy with beauty beyond words hovered over Ri's shoulder. Petite fairies standing about half a foot tall fluttered around Ri, each with differing eye and hair colors. They were a bit indignant that their queen had essentially been tasked with cleaning up the mess of this so-called Agios battalion. But there was nothing they could do. Ri shook her head. All right, let's go. Galadrim? Life vein. Galadrim took action without hesitation. The ancient tree root she rode like a surfboard vibrated as a vibrant woodwill overwhelmed the battlefield. Lady Sacharo is taking action again. The members of the Agiad battalion cheered. It was as though Ri was their army chief and not Damaris. Thick roots pierced through the ground, surging through the battlefield and forming a massive barrier standing hundreds of meters tall. In an instant, those who stood within its range felt their stamina quickly replenishing. But the most shocking part was that this wasn't sustained by Ri's own stamina at all. Instead, various enemy beasts were suddenly pierced through, unable to resist. Their life force was directly turned into Ri's strength. The Acacia clan's tree of life and death was powerful, but it was a technique that had always been a mere replica of the world tree's ability. Galadrim was Ri's wood nymph. Her strength in snatching and using life force was far stronger than even Diane's own use of the tree of life and death. Asrai. Imposing cage. A blue-haired fairy obliged immediately, a surging water chi erupting. It felt as though all the moisture in the air was snatched without regard. All of the water of this fifth-tier planet suddenly ripped away from their homes in an instant and wrested into Ri's control. A massive orb of water began to form, so large in fact that it resembled a crystalline moon. Its aura was devastating and its presence undeniable. "Let's go." A beast orb in Ri's hand flashed, revealing a creature so beautiful that even the orb of water seemed to pale in comparison. A white-scaled Kuan-Pung soared into the skies, Ri riding on its back like an elegant water goddess descending. The warriors of the Agios battalion had already seen this scene so many times, but they were still just as mesmerized as they had been the first time. The beasts on the other side of the tall wooden barrier became dazed in an instant, but it seemed that their reaction was far more mystical. If one looked closely, it was possible to see a heavenly fragrance wafting from the white-scaled Kuan-Pung. By the time the more powerful of them noticed that something had to be wrong and began to fight, a vicious wave of water had already descended. Storm, autumn clouds. A mighty strike of lightning descended from the skies, engulfing the whole battlefield. Damaris roared, her claw sweeping across and finally taking the life of the final pseudo-Dao Beast King. Her beautiful head shot into the skies, a domineering call threatening to shatter the entirety of the planet. This imposing demeanor was exactly why, despite many being unsatisfied with her leadership, they didn't dare to say much at all. Ri floated in the skies beside Damaris' massive head, shaking her own. Damaris' body looked quite beautiful now, but Ri could clearly see that the ruby colors she sometimes reflected weren't the color of her scales, but rather that of her blood reflected onto her scales. "I wouldn't care so much if you were always like this, but that obviously isn't the case," Ri said lightly. "Is he still last?" Damaris' voice sounded a bit gruff in her draconic form, a far cry from her human form's elegant grace, but somehow it was still pleasing to the ear. Even as a dragon, she still carried the grace of a woman. Ri nodded, not needing to ask who she was referring to. "That means I'm still not good enough," Damaris said nonchalantly. "With his personality, he won't settle for anything less than first place. That means he's confident in doing so even with so little time remaining." Ri smiled lightly, not rebutting Damaris' words. "Using him as a gauge is inappropriate," Ri said. "You know well that he can already battle peak Dao experts. This is nothing more than a children's game to him. Maybe he just doesn't care about first place any longer." After these words, the two women looked at each other before bursting into a fit of laughter. They both knew well, if there was anything Dian was besides arrogant, it was petty. Even if he was a higher existence already, he definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to take first place. "If you were right, little sister Clara would really suffer." Both women had a cold glint in their eyes at these words, but they all had a tacit understanding to not tell Dian about true God Diasho's brazenness. If Dian found out that Diasho Run wanted to make Clara run around the Star Dome 10,000 times in the nude, he would no longer care about his plans and would definitely directly kill him. Even if it was a bet where the both of them put themselves on the line, Dian wouldn't care. There were just some lines you don't cross. If that happened, the Federation would likely fall apart. True God Diasho was too important to the Blade clans, and even the Star clan in general. Anyone with even one eye could see that the two Sprite clans were relying on one another. Diasho Run was very lucky that after the first few days of watching, Dian's true body couldn't be bothered to continue any longer and had gone to deal with the affairs of the Mortal Alliance. If not, Dian would have definitely long since found out about this. He'll probably make a move soon. Everything is moving a bit faster than expected, so it probably won't be more than 5 years before all of the remaining territories are conquered. He's probably aware of this. Damaris nodded. "Still, you need to take care of yourself. You are already our ally. There's no absolute need for you to stand side by side with him. Maybe if those words were coming from someone else, I would believe you. But I know very well that there are few people who want to be on par with him more than you." Ri remained silent at these words. It was true. Not just her, but Clara, Madeline, and even now Amphory, who had fallen behind Dian in strength, all wanted to be capable of supporting him. Plus, I need to do this, I have an uncontrollable impulse. I have to, Damaris said resolutely. Ree giggled. If you love him, just say it. I won't bite you. Even though she said this much, Damaris shook her head seriously. I don't love him. There wasn't any reluctance in her eyes, nor falsehood in her words. I just want to beat him into the ground. Ree raised an eyebrow. It seems you've all misunderstood something. Damaris' proud head stood tall. When I spoke to him, I said, I want to be your partner. Where in that did I claim I wanted to be submissive? I said I believed it would make me stronger, yes, but stronger as in him being my servant. Ree's surprise turned into a fit of giggling. Isla, help heal this confused girl. It seems she hit her head a bit too hard. Damaris snarled at Ree's sarcastic remark, but didn't resist as a golden-haired fairy filled her with healing energy. It was quite clear that the chi Isla wielded wasn't very different from holy-type chi. In fact, it almost seemed a step above holy-type chi. Oh! Ree smiled as she casually checked her wristband. What is it? It seems like I was right. He doesn't want to wait any longer. My husband's come to play. Just as Ree was checking her wristband, so were many others. Many were confused as to what was going on, thinking that maybe their wristbands were glitching out. But the elders of the Federation were very aware of what just happened. After 10 years, Diane finally unsealed the Blood Phoenix Battalion. They were reborn. The moment Diane released their seals, a torrent of chi surged as countless breakthroughs happened all at once. Before they began, the weakest of the Blood Phoenix Battalion had been lower Celestials, while the very best had only been higher Celestials. Diane hadn't had even a single peak Celestial, let alone a pseudo-Dao expert or Dao expert. Many secretly believed that this could be the reason behind Diane's poor performance. Many of the other pseudo-Dao experts had landed with other battalions and were contributing greatly. However, in a flash all of that changed. In an instant, even the weakest of Diane's battalion became middle Celestials. The Gemini triplets all surged to the very peak of the Celestial realm. Soon afterward, they resonated with one another at a deeper level, crossing into the pseudo-Dao realm simultaneously. The Amazonian and Streluna princesses weren't too bad either, both of them crossing into the peak Celestial realm in a single bound from the middle Celestial realm. Diane's two disciples also underwent an earth-shattering change, charging from the essence-gathering realm, all the way to the lower Celestial realm in the blink of an eye. That was right, they had to face two tribulations back-to-back. Saru crossed her celestial tribulation and didn't stop pressing forward until she was at the very peak of the middle Celestial realm. Ryu, Lila, and Zaire all became pseudo-Dao experts, while Kyara shattered the penultimate barrier and challenged her Dao tribulation successfully. It wasn't just the younger generation that benefited either. Many of the older experienced breakthroughs they hadn't felt in countless hundreds of years. But none were more impressive than the four brothers, Kuro, Aoi, Shi and Ki. The four of them wept tears of joy as their years of accumulation shone forth, allowing them all to step into the peak Celestial realm, just a step away from the pseudo-Dao realm. The elders watched on with eggs in their throats. They couldn't believe what was happening before them. It wasn't just cultivation breakthroughs, but many were simultaneously having comprehension breakthroughs as well. For a genius, crossing multiple celestial layers in 10 years wasn't a big deal, but this was far too exaggerated. Were they supposed to believe that every one of these warriors were absolute geniuses? How could they know that Diane's comprehension of immortal sense had changed everything? These warriors had the equivalent of a transcendent guiding them for an entire decade. Diane could see through all their weaknesses quite literally down to a molecular level. He diligently guided them all to leap hurdles that had halted them in the past, patiently leading them to this point today. Even on the immortal plane, having a spiritual sage guide you in cultivation was something families of rich young masters paid exorbitant prices for. Yet Diane gave it to them all for free. What do you think? Daddy's pretty good, right? Diane grinned. His true body stood in the skies above the planet with the 13-year-old little Aliuna by his side in a fluttering violet gown. She was already growing into a delicate beauty that could dazzle the world. Diane couldn't help but look toward her with pride. It was true that Dian had left to go and handle the affairs of the Mortal Alliance, but his biggest reason was because he couldn't very well leave his daughter without a father for so many years, right? Of all the people who had received Dian's guidance, no one got more of his attention than his little girl. Currently, she was only 13 years old, but her aura was that of a pseudo-Dao formation expert. In fact, she could have already broken into the Dao realm if it wasn't for Dian making sure her foundation was absolutely perfect. Of course, there were others who weren't far behind her at all. Namely, Junior, who had already entered the Dao realm, and Aiden, Mia and Bella, who all had the same cultivation as Aliuna. They were all little monsters. Alone, they were already more talented than almost anyone else. But with Dian's guidance, and also the help of the demon sage who had a perfect understanding of the human body, it was akin to giving wings to a tiger. Little Aliuna smiled sweetly, wrapping her arms around her father's. Her hazel-green eyes shimmered as her amber, almost silver-rose hair waved gently in the astral winds. Of course, Dad's the best. Dian smiled. His daughter's strength was already such that he couldn't ignore it. Though he had entered the second Dao stage, once Aliuna broke through and fused her vital and conventional qi, battling a higher Dao expert wouldn't be impossible. Such was the talent of their mortal clan. Since Dad promised to give you a good gift for your 13th birthday, let's go watch a good show. Little Alana's eyes gleamed with excitement. If only the whole of the Federation felt like she felt, wouldn't that be good? Unfortunately, there were quite a few ashen-faced individuals who could only look toward their wristbands with anxiety. Strings of notifications assaulted their senses. In just a week, Dian's battalion conquered 26 third-tier territories. In the following month, he no longer cared for mere third tiers, sweeping through 47 fourth-tier territories. In just half a year, 63 fifth-tier territories were stomped out by the Blood Phoenix Battalion. By the end of the 12th year of the Federation's first mission, Dian no longer allowed anyone to breathe. He and his battalion slaughtered their way through nothing but sixth-tier territories, beating countless Dao formation beast kings to their deaths. The four celestial babies stood proudly, their auras completely changed. They were the only ones that Dian hadn't undone the seals completely on. Yet, with the cultivation of peak celestials, they had slaughtered more Dao beasts than they cared to count. Those who wanted to catch up to Dian could only watch on in despair, calculating the result in their hearts. After doing the math, they understood that there was no longer any more hope. There weren't enough territories left to bridge the gap. Clan rankings: first place, Sicharo Clan. Battalion rankings: first place, Blood Phoenix Battalion. Individual rankings: first place, Dian Sicharo Dian. However, wasn't paying attention to the Federation any longer. Truthfully, it had all been a game for him from the very beginning. Instead, he was enjoying some quality time with his daughter. Is that it, Dad? Alana's large eyes blinked as she watched Dian roll a dense blackness that seemed to want to engulf everything in existence. In truth, if it wasn't for Dian's strength, the object really would. This is it. Hell's right eye. When Dian held Hell's right eye in his hand, he felt an inexplicable closeness and trust. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but he had always trusted his instincts. What was it that his grand teacher had said back then? Unless he could reach the fate silk realm of his Titan diamond body, or find Hell's right eye and Heaven's left eye, he could forget about ever comprehending his sixth dark gold halo. Wait, was it his grand teacher that had said that? Or was it his constitution? Dian's mind suddenly felt muddled. Even when he was a human, his memory had been near infallible. Why was it that he felt so confused so often these days? Dad! Little Aliuna looked over toward Dian with a bit of a worried expression. Dian smiled, reaching out and ruffling her hair. I'm okay, Dad. I have a feeling that it shouldn't be so easy to hold it in your hand like that. But it seems that it like you. Dian nodded. If it hadn't been because he was a bit apprehensive, Hell's right eye would have long since fused with him. It seemed to be sitting obediently in his hand, but Dian could sense that it was almost whining, wondering why he hadn't put it to his eye yet. Dian smiled bitterly. I was going to give this to you for your 13th birthday, but I didn't think it would take us almost 2 years to get through all the protections Legolas left behind. If others heard that the present Dian wanted to give a 13-year-old girl was a treasure of the 33 heavens, it was impossible to tell how they'd react. The word doting just wasn't enough to describe it. Really? Alana's hazel-green eyes sparkled, looking toward her father with an expression that could make the coldest heart melt. But you can't give this to me, Dad. It was clearly made for you. Dian felt a bit disappointed, but after thinking for a moment, he placed Hel's right eye into his inner world. Still, I can't give my little girl nothing. With a thought, an ancient temple appeared, shrinking down quickly until it landed in the palm of Dian's hand. I originally wanted to give you a treasure with strong offensive capabilities so you could protect yourself. The Aurora Steps is excellent against stronger opponents, but it has many limitations. You can slowly comprehend its mysteries, but be sure to only use it when you have no other choice. Dian stretched his hand forward, placing the ancient temple in Alana's hands. Hey, behave! Dian glared at the Aurora Steps, clearly feeling that they were in the midst of throwing a tantrum. Protect my daughter well or else I'll go all out to turn you to dust. The Aurora Steps moaned, feeling incredibly wronged. It had never had a master like this. Dian knew that the treasure of the 33 heavens had full-fledged spirits within them. It was just that none of them had ever taken the initiative to speak to him, so he could only let it be. But now he could hear a clear morning wail sounding in his mind. It went beyond normal pleading. It was as though the Aurora Steps were a child being abandoned by their parent. Dian could only look on with an incredulous expression as the Aurora Steps seemed to do everything but leak real tears. Though Dian still couldn't hear any words, he could feel that the thoughts of the Aurora Steps far more clearly than he could the battle cauldron who had yet to form a true spirit. The gist of it was that it felt wronged. Dian had just comprehended Immortal sense and it was finally about to be capable of displaying its true strength. But now Dian was getting rid of it. It wasn't fair. Why don't you get rid of that arrogant golden prick instead of me? Dian almost laughed. When had the seal become an arrogant golden prick? Why are you acting like this? Why can't you be as mature as the energy core? It had already been decades since Dian gave the energy core to Granny Celeste. Back then, he hadn't heard a word out of it. But then again, back then, his energy cultivation talent was still poor. Maybe the Aurora Steps were hellbent on staying with him because his soul talent was so overwhelming. After all, the energy core was of the energy path, but the Aurora Steps were of the soul path. Little Aluna giggled, looking at the Aurora Steps as though it was an adorable little chick. Okay. No more complaining. I'll give you back, she said sweetly, pushing the Aurora Steps back to Dian. Dian felt a mixture of embarrassment and resentment. He couldn't even give his own daughter the gifts he wanted to. What kind of father was he? He looked toward it mind, but even the seal had suddenly shrunk to a fraction of its size, trying its best to hide from his detection despite knowing that such a thing was impossible. Dian's expression darkened. In the end, he sighed. In truth, even he didn't dare to use these treasures often. Even when he was battling the Sapientia ancestor, he held on to the bitter end because he knew how important it was to keep the fact he had them hidden. Maybe giving them to his daughter would breed more calamity than anything else. It's okay. I don't need anything. Little Aluna wrapped herself around her father's arm and smiled sweetly. She wasn't lying. Being by Dian's side was the most fun gift for her. At least, though she was now nearing 15 years old, she hadn't reached the age where she was sick of Dian's face just yet. Dian looked around the skies they stood in. Below them was a beautiful blue moon, dusted in ethereal sands. But the true shock sight was all around them. Stars of various shapes and sizes were abound, forming an array so large it was beyond imagining. There were 2 reasons it had taken them a bit more than a year and a half to make it here. The first was that Dian had used it as a training session for Aluna, and as such didn't participate aside from making sure she was protected. But the second reason was due to this very star array. Legolas, who had been a mere lower Dao formation expert in the past, theoretically shouldn't have been capable of creating a test Aluna would struggle with for so long. However, likely due to some special abilities Hel's right eye had, he was actually capable of forming a protective array of stars that could stall Diane's daughter for so long. You realized it too, right, Dad? Hell's right eye and our flames. Little Aluna opened her palm, revealing a flickering black flame. Are strongly connected to one another. But it seems to like your flames a lot more. Almost a decade ago, Diane realized that his daughter was similar to himself in many aspects. For one, she was born with both his purity flame and his chaos flame. Diane found this a bit odd. After all, his flames were a product on his manifestation, but his daughter didn't inherit his own. In fact, her manifestation was nothing like his. The truly odd part, though, was that aside from his chaos flame's inextinguishable heat and solidification characteristics, and his purity flame's piercing cold and solidification characteristic, Aluna couldn't seem to comprehend or unseal any of the others. This included the very first characteristic Diane had unlocked as well, the amplification characteristic, despite the fact she had already comprehended her flame Dao to the second Dao realm. These matters confused Diane, but he truly didn't have an answer, especially since little Aluna hadn't inherited any of his other manifestation-related abilities. But, unfortunately, even his immortal sense didn't give him the answer he sought. Suddenly, Diane's eyes lit up with an idea. Since Dad can't give you the present he wanted, he'll give you the stars instead. Diane grinned, looking out toward the formation of 108 stars. Some of them glistened a fiery red, others were condensed into an impregnable white density, others flickered with blues and greens. However, all of them would be reduced to a gift for his little girl. Watch very closely, Aluna. 9 sons of Armageddon. In that moment, a single dot of condensed black flame appeared above Diane's head. But, the instant it did, it began to expand faster than the human eye could fathom. In a single blink, it rivaled an asteroid in size. In another, it rivaled a small moon. The black flame was condensed so finely that it resembled a smooth pearl. It was impossible to conclude that it was a sun. It was more like a black hole. Though his daughter didn't seem capable of inheriting the full ability of his flames, Diane had continued to awaken his flames' characteristics. It seemed that with each passing day, they grew more and more mighty. Due to his unique flames, the legacy techniques of the Golden Crow clan had reached a pseudo-one with self-realm in Diane's hands. Because the ability of his flames were so mystical, those techniques began displaying abilities they otherwise might not be able to, despite the fact Diane would never claim to have reached the one with self-realm with them. One of these abilities was about to manifest themselves now thanks to Diane's newly comprehended characteristic, the engulf characteristic and the repel characteristic. Diane's white flames could repel all things, maintaining its pure, unstained appearance. However, his black flames engulfed all things, taking the whole that humanity had to offer and forming a seed of chaos. What happened when the engulf characteristic was suddenly paired with 9 sons of Armageddon? The world bowed down to its knees. The beautifully constructed array suddenly crumbled. The sight of 108 stars collapsing was one that could shock even the most resolute of man and woman. However, Diane did it all for his daughter, a precious little girl he couldn't describe his love for with mere words. Torrents of colored flames charged toward Diane's black pearl, uncontrollably being sucked into it one after another. Aluna, open your inner world to me. Little Alana's eyes sparkled. Opening one's inner world to another was a feat that required an unconscious level of trust. But, toward her own father, would she have such reservations? Although she had yet to step into the Tao realm, her inner world was already incredibly vast. But even so, it wasn't so large as to be able to take in 108 stars. Even Diane's own inner world wasn't so large. Still, despite knowing this, Aluna didn't hesitate. Diane turned to his daughter, placing his hand on her belly. In an instant, his mind found her inner world and a vast golden array began to form in the skies. Having studied array alchemy, Aluna immediately recognized the star-grade teleportation array and relaxed herself completely. Go! The black moon flame above Diane's head disappeared along with himself. Diane looked around his daughter's inner world with a satisfied expression on his face. All of his previous discontent had vanished. In the skies, 108 stars circulated in perfect balance. However, they were far smaller than they had been in the past. In fact, they were only about a single kilometer across each. Shockingly, though, Dian hadn't extracted their power in order to do this. Instead, he relied on a combination of Alana's control of her inner world and his own engulf character to forcibly compress them down. Now, the power they held had actually increased several-fold. Alana's avatar shimmered into existence by his side with a big grin on her face. She couldn't help but hop upward and plant a big sloppy kiss on her father's cheek. Dian nodded with satisfaction. With this, you're more than ready to take on your Tao tribulation. Thanks to Dian's help, Aluna could use these stars in her true domain. This was another outstanding ability of the best cultivation technique ever created. One could absorb outside powers to strengthen their inner world projection and thus making their true domain several times more powerful. Normally, this wasn't that useful. After all, if you were already powerful enough to snatch such strong outside resources, in all likelihood, your comprehension was also deep enough to form something equally as powerful already. But where this changed was when you received outside help. If I did similar things for the demon generals, their strengths would skyrocket as well. Dian smiled to himself. Make sure to be careful. Only project one star at a time so you can get an accurate understanding of your own limits. Go on now. Dad believes in you. Even Dian was confident in controlling 108 stars at once. He felt that at most he'd be able to force about a few dozen or so into submission, and that would be by relying on his immortal sense to ensure he minimized his mistakes and energy expenditure. So he was very careful in warning his daughter. Aluna smiled brightly. She had been waiting for this moment for years already. Without hesitation, she called down her Tao tribulation. Currently, the star dome was a mixture of a solemn and bustling atmosphere. It was quite odd to combine two such opposing concepts, but this was still the best descriptor, nonetheless. On one side, there were the sprites and dragons. Both groups were incredibly depressed. The sprites believed they control of the situation, while the dragons never liked Dian much to begin with. First, there was the incident of the mysterious masked Xianxia riding in on a dragon that seemed far stronger than even their elders. Then there was the incident involving Lady Xianxia. They still believed that Dian only acted arrogant back then because he knew he had a life-saving jade. On the other side, there were individuals who were simply enjoying the moment. They never had much aspirations toward claiming first place or anything like that, so they simply found it stimulating and entertaining that Dian had somehow mounted such an amazing comeback. Of course, there were also the various elders and young geniuses of the Gemini, Amazonian and Streluna clans who were ecstatic beyond belief that their young geniuses had followed Dian. Thanks to the surge in the last just under 2 years, though they couldn't compare to the top clans, they had already gained enough to reclaim their own territories. This was more than they could have ever asked for. Clara laughed uproariously. If it wasn't for her delicate silver bell-like voice, one could almost mistake the sound for coming from a man. What are you still doing here? Shouldn't you get to running? Clara's jeers caused True God Daisho's face to darken. In the end, he ignored it. There was no one of the Xianxia clan younger generation strong enough to make him do something he didn't want to do. Amphrey, who he had once been scared of, was ranked far below him on the individual rankings. So clearly he had been mistaken. But her aura alone was enough for him to want her. The fact she was weaker than him was a great thing in his book. Who's going to make me? Xianxia sneered. Unexpectedly, Clara's response to this was an even fiercer laughter. To her, he sounded like a 5-year-old child saying, "Make me!" Clara had her own quippy response, but before she could reel in her laughter enough to say it, the clanking of armor and the mysterious sound of an activating teleportation array took over. The first thing everyone saw was a sea of red. None of these individuals were actually wearing this color, and yet it felt as though they stood in a bloodied field. The call of a majestic bird resounded to their footsteps, shaking the hearts of all those who watched on. At their forefront, a young man casually sat upon the beautiful silver and gold-embroidered shell of a celestial turtle, the warriors to his back moving in perfect lockstep. Their hearts beat as one. Their breath moved as one. Their wills suppressed as one. There were just 10,000 of them, yet it felt like should they want to, even Star Dome wouldn't stand a chance. Make you do what, exactly? Though Diane's clone hadn't been here to hear it. His true body had long since returned with little Aliuna by his side. So, of course his true body had heard the exchange between Clara and Diasho Ren. But he didn't understand it. Obviously, it was inappropriate for his true body to ask what was going on, so he left it to his clone. He really wanted to hear the answer to this. The moment Diane's question landed, the sound of someone clearing their throat could be heard. Diane didn't need to look over to know that the person in question was Emperor Star. But this reality made his eyes narrow. When he looked toward Clara, she looked away and pursed her lips as though she hadn't seen him. When he tried to meet Amphrey's gaze, she too looked away, but it was far more comical than Clara's method. It was clear that Amphrey wasn't very used to such things. Being deceitful and sneaky wasn't her way of life at all. Unfortunately, these matters only made Diane's frown deepen. The first person whose gaze he was finally able to meet was Madeline, but she could only give him a helpless smile as though telling him ignorance was bliss. I don't want to interfere in the matters of youngsters, Emperor Star said slowly. But you must remember that you're no normal youths any longer. The fate of our mortal plane rests on your shoulders. You can't be as willful as you've been in the past. It wasn't just Emperor Star who appeared in the air, but the various elders of the Federation did as well, including Diane's true body and Aliuna. Daddy, that guy's face is annoying. She wrinkled her nose as she looked toward true god Diasho. Diane, who was in the middle of slowly stewing in anger, couldn't help but smile. The atmosphere had just become incredibly tense and quiet, yet his daughter still dared to say this. Over the past 10 years, his wives had berated him for raising Aliuna into being a carbon copy of him. She had even mastered the art of making people angry with an innocent face already. In his opinion, she was doing him proud no matter what those naysayers thought. Of course, since this atmosphere was quiet when she spoke, many gazes couldn't help but land on the speaker. Despite her youth, Alana's beauty dazzled those below to the point of speechlessness. How could there be such a perfect girl in the world? They couldn't help but berate themselves. Just how had they missed the entrance of such a fairy? It was only after further inspection that they realized that even their elders hadn't sensed her presence. Obviously, something shrouded and protected her. Of course, that something was Diane's immortal sense. If before he had to be cautious, now he was absolutely certain that, even without the lightning willow mask, if he didn't want someone to sense something, they would have no ability to do so. Though there were many beauties among the Federation youths, none seemed to compare. In truth, it wasn't a fair comparison to begin with. Aliuna had a heaven's child for a mother, and a father with a transcendent soul. Her beauty was no longer measured by the standards of mortals. Only higher existence women could hope to compare. Still, after losing their minds for what seemed like several moments, many snapped out of it after registering her words. A woman that could call a man who had a dragon as a partner daddy wasn't a woman they could ever dream of having. Emperor Star frowned at these words, but there was nothing he could say. He could clearly see that Aliuna was at most 14 years old. And though he saw her floating in the air, any essence gatherer could do that, so he didn't think much of it. Even if she was a saint, it would only be impressive and nothing more. In the end, the issue was the man she called father. In fact, didn't this mean that both her parents were higher existences? This child could do whatever she wanted. If she decided to not take a liking to Diasho Ren, he really would suffer. Judging by the ugly expression on Diasho Ren's face, it was clear that he too understood this. Clara couldn't hold it back any longer and burst into another fit of laughter. Alana's gaze brightened when she saw Clara and Amphrey. She didn't hesitate to come down from the skies and happily embrace them both. Diane's clone, however, hadn't stopped glaring at Diasho Ren. I won't ask, but I hope the Diasho clan isn't provoking me again. Hearing these words, Diasho Ren wanted to explode, but he was immediately cut off by Emperor Star. Your magnanimity is commendable, Emperor Star spoke with an unquestionable tone. Thanks to you all, the first mission of our Federation was a resounding success and the whole of the 100th quadrant has been conquered. As decided during our Parliament meeting, The 100th quadrant will become the neutral grounds of our federation. Based on the performance of the various clans, each of the various planets, galaxies and universes will be allocated based on performance during this mission. The Sicharo clan, in first place, will hold the maximum allowed voting power at 4 parliament seats. My Star clan and the Blade clans will be given 3 and 2 respectively as rewards for second and third place. The rest will be given 1 parliament seat and thus 1 vote. Due to their performance, the Sicharo clan has first choice of universes and will be able to control the resources of 10 of them. The remaining 90 universes will be separated as previously discussed. Finally, there is the matter of the Sprite Alliance. The top 100 of you in individual accomplishments will be allowed a spot. These 100 will be allowed to bring vassals along with them, but these vassals will not partake in the vast majority of the provided resources. Emperor Star smiled. Take these next 10 years to prepare yourself. Take on more missions, try to gain more points, and break into the top 100. Grasp your own opportunities in your hands. Soul Universe had undergone a staggering number of changes over the last 12 years. Or, rather, it would be more accurate to say that the whole of the Mortal Alliance had undergone revitalizing changes. The first most prominent change was the infrastructure. Dian had poured a lot of resources and effort into improving the way of life for even the poorest of his citizens. Now, the Mortal Alliance could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Every building, every fountain, every roadway seemed to be perfectly in tune with the heavens. Maying had played such a pivotal role that Dian struggled with finding a way to repay her. It could be said that she was even more busy than himself over the past few years, even beyond this last 12-year period. The Mortal Alliance had a distinctly modern feel. Many of the buildings were metallic and adorned with glass, but somehow melded into nature perfectly. Dian didn't want to completely forget his roots as a mortal, so he had encouraged Maying to city plan with a futuristic mortal city in mind. The result was a land unlike anything the mortal plane had ever seen before, the perfect melding of the mortal and martial world. While some would fly through the air, beautiful flying ships and cars filled the skies as well. Looking around, one could often see large screens projecting forms of entertainment both the martial and mortal worlds could adore. Everything seemed to be flourishing. The second change was in the structure of the universe. The greatest weakness of universes was just how much empty space there was. There were countless trillion habitable planets, yet only a few dozen would be occupied at most, each of which would be a mind-boggling number of light-years apart. Even with teleportation arrays between them, such a matter was simply too inconvenient, especially when it came to defending. Over these last more than 10 years, Dian had taken advantage of his immortal sense to find enough timeless and spaceless stones to activate the Jafari clan treasure once more. But he felt like even this wasn't enough. He knew through Luna that the Sprite Alliance had a space sprite higher existence among their ranks. Such a person would only need a few centuries to break through the defenses of the Jafari clan treasure. At worst, it would only take a few decades. Of course, these estimates were only if this person was allowed to freely attack without any interference, but Dian didn't like leaving things up to chance. So, he decided it was best that if his Mortal Alliance had both outer and inner protections. Making use of the Sage Tower's 9th form, Dian began to rearrange his controlled universes. First, he changed the layout of his universes, arranging them such that a single universe only gave access to at most 2 other universes through the gates. In the mortal realm, arranging your cities in a straight line was about the dumbest thing you could do, but in the context of universes, it was safest option. As one might expect, this terraforming took a ridiculous amount of resources. Dian simply didn't have such funds on hand. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and use the origin crystals left behind by the Celestial Deer sect. This decision resulted in the effective destruction of a valuable Master Key planet-grade array, but Dian was at the point where he didn't need to value them so highly. Still, the loss of a Master Key array was a painful choice to make. Luckily, the origin crystal showed its worth. Despite moving several universes to form a V-shape which protects Soul Universe at its point, Dian could sense that the origin crystal still had over 50% of its energy left. This was a matter that astonished him. He had steeled his heart, ready to sacrifice more origin crystals, But even after moving the universes and even the planets and galaxies within them as he pleased, it could still do the process all over again and still have some left over. The best part about this was that this meant he could once more use the master key array he thought he had forever lost. Diane really wanted to know just how the celestial deer sect got their hands on such a thing. If the outer powers also had these crystals, he had to be more careful than ever. In the end, Diane decided to put these matters to the back of his mind and continue working. After arranging the celestial deer quadrant as he saw fit, he arranged their circumstances within as well. He moved all of the habitable planets and most valuable resources of each universe to its very center, creating an interconnected network of planets and abyssal cores. Then, he created several protective arrays formed of countless stars and even black holes to surround them in a protective cocoon. Even he, with his immortal sense, would find it difficult even to make it out from within, let alone others attempting to make it in from the outside. Then, Diane proceeded to devour stars. Using the 7th floor of the Sage Tower, he was able to convert the deaths of these stars into energy. The only reason he hadn't done this to provide energy previously and instead used the origin crystal because he emphasized speed back then. He didn't feel comfortable leaving his alliance unprotected for so long. Devouring stars seemed great, but each star took several days to weeks to devour depending on its energy density. And, to match the energy of a single origin crystal, one had to devour 10,000 stars. One could see from this why Diane would be anxious about time. But now that he was confident in the protections of his lands, he began to devour the stars he hadn't used in the protective arrays. Like this, he could not only make it more difficult to navigate his territory by forcing his enemies to lost reference points, but he could also slowly gain a store of energy that would be an effective trump card in the future. Maybe the biggest change to the Mortal Alliance, though, was the fact it had officially become a comet-grade empire. After awaking his immortal sense, Diane no longer needed Researcher Tun to find universe spirits. He easily conquered the universe spirits of the Dark Ocean, all while making Soul Universe his 100th conquered territory and making Chaos Universe his 200th conquered universe. As for where Diane gained 200 universes when before he only had 131, the answer to that question could be found with his vassal states. Not only had he succeeded in roping in the Kong clan, the heir of which was the sworn brother of Ryu's father, he had also succeeded in taking in the Grand Templar sect, the very sect he rampaged in after losing his mind to his chaos flames. In truth, Diane almost lost his life many times in battling the Soul and Chaos Universe spirits. The Soul Universe was once the home of the Celestial Deer sect before they moved to Diane's home universe. In the end, it retained some of that strength of faith and was incredibly difficult to defeat. Originally, Diane had been confident in easily taking it on. After all, it was a soul path universe, and his strongest path was his soul. But he could have never imagined it would be difficult to that extent. It could only be said that the former Celestial Deer sect had an overwhelming amount of faith. It was no wonder why, despite only controlling 2 quadrants in the past, even the outer powers feared it. Diane didn't know exactly what this secret was, but he believed that the answer lied in the hidden legacy of his Celestial Deer sect. Luckily, in the end, Diane prevailed and made the Soul Spirit his 100th universe spirit. As a result, the children of his Mortal Alliance were all born with 20% more soul talent than they otherwise would be. This reality was shocking to Diane. After all, the Pacal universe only gave him small percentage points. And, from his understanding, even when evolving to the comet grade, the difference shouldn't be been so drastic. He had been expecting 10% at most, yet it was actually 20. It was then that the Soul Spirit informed him that its true potential should have been closer to 200%, similar to planet grade increases. However, it had weakened far too much. Despite this reality, Diane wasn't disappointed. In fact, he was pleasantly surprised. Thanks to the Soul Spirit's influence, the Pacal universe, which should have increased from 3% to 5% after he entered the comet grade, actually now gave the newborns of the Mortal Alliance 7% stronger bodies than they would otherwise have. Finally, Diane faced the Chaos universe. He could have never expected that that battle would have been even more difficult. In fact, the first time Diane challenged it, he had no choice but to retreat. The Chaos spirit had become a corrupted and malignant spirit. Before, Dian hadn't wanted to conquer it at all, for fear of what it would do to his alliance. However, the soul spirit encouraged him to do so, claiming that it would have no problem suppressing it. According to the universe spirit, the celestial deer sect had wanted to subdue the chaos spirit long ago because of the benefits it would bring. Unfortunately, they didn't have Dian's immortal sense and couldn't find it to begin with. In the end, they were destroyed before they got the chance. Dian knew that he was too weak to take hold of the spirit after his first attempt, so he had no choice but to train his body further. Thankfully, he had two great resources to accomplish this: his Constitution's world and Chaos Universe itself. Dian, who was no longer afraid of Chaos Universe's corruption, began to devour beast after beast. Last time he came here, he was only able to battle Essence and Saint Embryonic Infernal Beasts, but now he could challenge even Celestial and Tao Infernal Beasts. Thanks to Devour, his efficiency in assimilating their strength increased as well. In the end, he was able to add 40 billion gene to his weight and reach the midway point of the Golden Silk Realm. Even this was only barely enough to defeat the Chaos Spirit, and that was after Dian used Titan Emperor's Will. But when Dian sensed the changes, he felt that it was all worth it. After conquering 200 universes and reaching the second comic grade, the newborns of the Mortal Alliance gained 16% stronger bodies, 40% stronger souls, and from the Chaos Spirit beasts gained 50% more bloodline talent and fertility. Dian suddenly understood why the Celestial Deer sect would want after Chaos Universe so much. The Celestial beasts had both bloodline and fertility problems. To gain a 50% boost couldn't be looked down upon. After this change, not only did the former 5-beast clan alliance begin to steadily grow in power, but the Kitsune who had migrated into Dian's territory began to slowly regain their might. These numbers were great, but to Dian, it was an incredibly sobering experience. If he gained this many benefits from just 200 universes, how many benefits did the Sprite Alliance gain since they controlled over 8,000? What of the Sapientia and the Nephilim? He couldn't lower his guard at all. In fact, he had to press forward with even more fervor and ambition. Since the Kong and Grand Templar sect hadn't been qualified to attend the Federation's parliament, Dian's conquering of them flew under the radar. Dian secretly used the Jafari clan treasure to move their territory into his own. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about others claiming their universes with their own points. Still, to maintain the guise of playing nice, Dian used his excess points to claim not only the 99 universes, but also the Grand Templar sect territory which was adjacent to the 99 universes, and Kong clan territory which was adjacent to the Grand Templar sect. The end result was Dian having 430 universes under his care. Of course, Dian was arrogantly counting the 99 universes among this 430 number, but he had only actually conquered 299 of them. This was because Dian had yet to find an appropriate universe to take as his 300th. He didn't want a universe that could only provide mediocre benefits, or else it would adversely affect the foundation of his empire. In the end, Dian turned his gaze toward Luna's territory. The 18 quadrants she controlled were without a doubt the best choice. They would be able to provide the newborns of the Martial Alliance with deep elemental affinities. After all, it was Sprite territory. However, Dian knew he had to be careful. Any dip in faith, even if it was only a single universe, would be immediately sensed by the higher existences of the Sprite Alliance. In addition, they would be able to tell it came from Luna's territory as well. If he acted brazenly, he wouldn't only put himself in danger, but Luna as well. For now, he could only forget it. 299 universes was already enough for him to not be at a disadvantage in the tower quadrants. Instead, he felt like he should invest more time in solidifying what he already had. In truth, with his current defenses, he didn't believe any invasion of the ancient battlefield would have an easy time, especially considering Dian had trump cards even within the battlefield itself. But he had to be cautious. This wasn't a game, there were no second chances. Though Dian had undergone vast improvements in just the last few years, he knew well that he was still unable to battle even the weakest higher existence, let alone a higher existence who chose to use faith. This wasn't the time for him to become comfortable, especially since his end goal wasn't to battle a mere higher existence. He was aiming for something much greater. Diane's wives were all shocked by the changes that Mortal Alliance had undergone. Though each of them had spent time with Diane over the last 12 years, they hadn't traveled back to here. Everything seemed too perfect. Watching dozens of planets spinning in such close proximity to each other, shrouded by the light of stars and darkness of black holes. It was a sight they hadn't ever thought they'd be able to behold. The cities themselves were even more spectacular. It was as though everyone constructed had a capital city in mind. It was hard to believe that some of them were mere vassal and satellite cities. "You worked, little sister, maying too hard," Madeline said with a slightly reproachful gaze. Diane scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He knew that Madeline was quite protective of both Delia and Maying, so he really had nothing to say back, even though it was actually Maying who was always hounding him. "Big brother." Diane sighed in relief as he was saved by this call. A gorgeous sight filled the air. Two birds with feathers as black as ink soared toward him. Their bodies were lit ablaze, flickering with an unending yet comfortable heat. In the end, they landed, their bodies quickly morphing into two beautiful young women with pale, yet somehow healthy complexions. It could only be said that their skin was so delicate it seemed that even the small heat could melt them away. Their hair was a deep maroon, and their eyes reflected a dark opal light. The both of them couldn't have been more than 17 or 18 years old, but they were already gorgeous beyond belief as they happily dove into Diane's arms. Diane smiled lightly, rubbing their heads. He had almost forgot that it had been nearly 2 years since he had gone to retrieve Hell's right eye. Mia and Bella had clearly grown since then. He didn't know what happened, but after breaking into the celestial realm, these two little girls had stopped calling him uncle and started calling him big brother. At first, he was ecstatic, believing they had regained their memories. But after a few moments, his hopes were dashed. Still, he continued to allow them to call him big brother, and he stopped neglecting them so much. Mia and Bella definitely deserved better than what he gave them. "Ah, it seems you two have broken into the Tao realm. How could Big Brother not give you two a gift?" Diane grinned as two flowing black dresses appeared in his hands. One hardly needed to be informed to realize they were both of the supreme grade. Though Diane was disappointed the two hadn't regained their memories, their abrupt change in the manner they called to him lit a hope in his heart. This time he wouldn't give up on them. Just as the women were happily chatting away with one another and Diane was looking on with a smile on his face, he suddenly felt a keen danger. A sharp aura streaked toward the skies, aiming for his back with a deadly intent. Diane spun, his palm striking outward on reflex. Boom! Diane took several heavy steps backward. If it wasn't for Maying's ingenious design, this road to Soul Palace would have been devastated beyond repair. Surprisingly, though, Diane wasn't enraged by this attack. In fact, he smiled brightly. "You've gotten stronger," he said with a grin. Before him, a man who was a near carbon copy of himself stood. There were only a few differences. While Diane's skin had a light caramel tone with a golden sheen, this young man's skin was as white as snow. While Diane's hair was a golden brown and barely a few inches long, this young man's hair was, again, white as the clouds in the sky, stretching down to the small of his back. While Diane's nose was more rounded, while this young man's nose was sharper and almost elegant. Still, if one looked at the two of them, you could only conclude that they were brothers. "And you haven't improved at all," Junior said with a grin. "What can I say? I was spending quality time with my daughter. You'd better keep improving, or else she'll beat you one day." If it was anyone else Diane said would beat him, Junior might get angry. But when it came to Aluna, he had a soft spot. "I hope that day comes," he said with a smile. In truth, in almost all aspects, Junior was only marginally weaker than Diane. And the only reason this was because Diane had entered the second Tao stage while Junior was still at the first Tao stage. This gap would be hard to bridge. Unfortunately, it was only almost all aspects. When Junior was born, Diane thought that he would gain his own overwhelming soul talent. But over the years, Diane realized that though Junior did have good soul talent, it was incomparable to his own. After 12 years, Junior had only barely managed to enter the celestial soul realm. In fact, he was slower than Aluna, who had already comprehended Comet Chi. In addition, after reaching that realm, Though Junior and Diane were more connected, and even shared each other's memories and experiences, they still felt like two separate people. This situation was yet another that confused Diane. He had thought that after that point, Junior and himself would basically become two sides of the same coin, but this didn't end up being the case. Luckily, Diane still greatly benefited from this relationship. Thanks to Junior, his death comprehension had entered the Tao realm. In addition, despite having a vastly weaker soul than Diane, Junior still had Diane's energy talent. Also, one had to remember that the top 3 defensive constitutions were Titan Diamond Body, the Silver Mirror Constitution, and, finally, Junior's own Death God Body. Plus, as a result of absorbing Orca Skeleton, Junior's progression within his constitution was actually further along than Diane's own. In the end, though Junior was still weaker than Diane overall, it wasn't by a large margin. Diane would still have to take him seriously. So, where's my present? Junior asked with a grin. Diane's features darkened as he threw out a kick. Get out of here. Stop ruining my relaxing day. Junior laughed, dodging the kick and going over to shamelessly flirt with Mia and Bella. My 2 beautiful fairies? Did you miss husband? Mia, the elder sister, blushed profusely. Who's your wife? Bella snapped, pelting Junior with her small fists. Junior laughed shamelessly. Don't be like that. Husband has something good for you. It can't be that you'll reject him, right? No one wants anything from you, Bella responded. Last time Junior said this, she fell for it. Then this shameless guy actually showed her and her sister a dual cultivation technique. Seeing this scene, Diane felt black lines growing on his forehead. This Junior was really too willful. What exactly are you scolding him in your mind for? Clara asked with disdain. Madeline and Ree burst into a fit of giggles. Even Amphory seemed to be trying her hardest not to laugh as well. Diane couldn't believe that even his Amphory was betraying him like this. Those years with Clara corrupted his angel. Almost at the worst possible time, Delia, Eli and their son Aiden came over. Clara's right, big brother, Delia said with a sly grin. Do you still remember the first words you ever said to me? Diane suddenly had a bad premonition. The first time he met Delia, he was naked after putting his clothes away to avoid them getting wet as he scaled Focus Academy. When he saw that she saw him naked, he had said, "Am I adequate?" I believe those words were. After hearing this, even his own daughter started laughing at him. Diane was speechless. He suddenly felt that these people forgot that he was the ruler of 299 universes. At this moment, a year of leisure had already passed quietly. Just a few days ago, Diane helped his daughter celebrate her 16th birthday. To the Mortal Alliance, she had already become akin to a goddess, having a reputation even higher than Diane's own wives. Of course, this was only because Madeline, Ree, Clara, and Amphory had suddenly disappeared for 12 years. They definitely had some catching up to do. In truth, some were beginning to pressure Diane a bit to establish an empire, but for some reason, Diane still felt like it wasn't the right time. So he continued to hold off. Finally, Diane felt that his heart had settled down enough. He entered a cave on a secluded moon countless light years away from the next nearest lifeforms and took out Hell's right eye. Diane definitely felt that it would be a mistake to take in this treasure if he was around others. This was why he hadn't even considered absorbing it back within the Federation. Doing such a thing would have been as good as announcing to the world he had such a treasure. Little Een, Little Yang, what's the history of this treasure? Diane asked. Our cultivation is still too weak to see the history of a treasure even the immortal plane salivates over. Little Yang replied solemnly. Is that so? Diane muttered. When Diane spoke to Legolas about Hell's right eye, the archer had actually not even attempted to ask for it back. In fact, he said that he could feel his life force draining every time he used it, and that it had an incredibly corrosive nature. Even touching it would make one feel as though they were dying. Yet Diane could easily touch it. He had even had it in his inner world for over a year, yet he had felt no adverse effects. In Legolas' experience, the eye only gave him minor control over some gravitational and space laws, not to mention gave him sharper eyesight, both of which greatly helped his archery. But he found that while he was relying on it, his comprehension stagnated. Yet again, Legolas' experience and Dian's were akin to heaven and earth. Dian almost felt like he couldn't improve and comprehend more if he didn't have this treasure. No matter how much he thought about it, Dian simply couldn't wrap his head around it. The only option left was to take a leap of faith. Taking a deep breath, Dian raised the dense black pearl to his right eye. In an instant, he lost control. The treasure surged into his pupil, ramming into his body with an unbridled excitement. The moment his eye and it fused, veins of black pulsed outward, stretching out from his eye like the webs of a malignant spider. Dian didn't scream, but his body trembled. He felt as though the entirety of his eye was being reconstructed. It wasn't only that, but even the meridians and blood vessels around his eye were being broken and reformed. Dian could vaguely tell that this would likely give him access to a new vein of magic, one that likely would be of the ancient variety at worst, but the pain was too severe to think about it. Subconsciously, Dian realized why this process was so difficult. If he hadn't entered the gold silk realm, maybe he wouldn't have felt any pain at all. But because his body had grown in strength, it took some effort, albeit a small bit, for Hell's right eye to break it down and reconstruct it as it saw fit. The days ticked by. Eventually, half a year had passed before the pain in his eye began to subside and he could finally relax. When Dian finally regained the state of mind necessary to take a look around, he realized that the moon around him had been completely obliterated. It wasn't just the moon, but even the very solar system it sat within was nowhere to be seen. Dian was shocked. He raised his hand to his right eye. Suddenly, he felt that it was both familiar, yet somehow foreign at the same time. A murky blackness swirled beneath his golden eye. It felt like just a strand of the energy within could shatter all of existence. From Dian's understanding, every treasure of the 33 heavens had two abilities, one passive and one active. This reconstruction of the eye and the implementation of new meridian pathways and blood vessels was the passive ability of Hell's right eye. Thanks to this passive ability, not only had Dian's eyesight reached unprecedented levels, but he had gained a new branch of powerful magic he felt wouldn't be weaker than what his wings of blessings could provide. Hell's right eye also had an active ability. This ability gave one the ability to manipulate and bend space. However, it wasn't so simple as this. Dian felt that the secrets were deeper than he could imagine, but he also felt a certain anxiousness. He wanted to find Heaven's left eye as quickly as he could. For the other treasures of the 33 heavens in his hands, Dian felt that they wouldn't be able to show their true strength until he transcended. But for some reason, he felt much closer to that goal with Hell's right eye than even his soul path treasures. Dian smiled. With Hell's right eye, Dian wouldn't have to worry about Kaori's spatial treasure any longer. What could a replica do to the real thing? A devastating boom resounded through the distant palace. The various elders in range of these sounds could only lower their heads, unwilling to be the next target of assault. Though this was their ancestral home, it was far better for their sect leader to take out his rage on it rather than them. Useless trash. The Goldeen clan head had been in a rage for over a decade now. The more he watched Madeline, Yandavir and Sabona accumulate points for the Flaming Lily sect, the higher he felt his blood pressure rise. He hadn't been this infuriated even with God Goldeen died. The reality of the matter was that as a clan that had been hiding its strength for so long, how could God Goldeen be the best genius they had? Even the masked young men and women they sent to the Federation to accumulate points toward their first mission hadn't been their very best. One might wonder if the secrecy was worth the Golden Crow sect's hidden geniuses missing out on the Golden Flame mystical world. But one had to remember that the sect had believed the benefits of that mystical world was guaranteed to be theirs. After all, it was their very own ancestor that ruled over it. How could they ever had expected their ancestor to fall to a mere saint like Dian? To make matters worse, no matter how good these hidden geniuses of theirs were, none of them could change their apprehension toward the Sicharo clan. The Goldeen and Crow clans had many reasons for hiding their strength, even to the point of sharing a quadrant with 3 far inferior sects. In truth, their enemies were no weaker than the enemies Dian had to worry about as the Celestial Deer sect heir. The main issue, though, was that while Dian had the Jafari clan treasure and could thus afford to be more brazen, They had no such thing. The Federation was meant to be their chance to reclaim their own territory without revealing their true strengths. They had even given up numerous benefits to the Star Clan in order to rig the selection such that Madeline would never be able to have any impact. Yet, all they received in return was a slap to the face. Not only had their plan for Madeline failed, the trump card they had groomed in Yandavir was suddenly wrested from their control without prior knowledge. In the last 12 years, they had been forced to swallow this humiliation, watching as the Flaming Lily sect claimed 34 universes to their 66. The most heart-wrenching part was that they actually had accumulated enough points to claim the 100 universes they sought after initially. The issue was that the Flaming Lily sect reclaimed it first. Upon returning to the Golden Flame Quadrant, the Golden Crow sect had been prepared to finally unleash their trump cards within the Flaming Lily sect. Though they had suffered some, all hope was not lost. After all, many of the Flaming Lily sect's upper echelon was controlled by them. Whether they wanted to or not, they would fall. But then more unexpected things began to occur. Over the past several years, they received continuous reports about a banshee goddess with flaming amber eyes ravaging Flaming Lily sect territory. This so-called goddess had already seemingly destroyed the foundation of their rival sect beyond repair. This should have been a good thing, but along with this foundation, several of their key trump cards had died as well, including the 3 Flaming Lily sect elders who had followed them to the Federation's first mission. On the one hand, what once was the Flaming Lily sect was completely crippled. They hardly had the strength to lift even one finger any longer. But on the other hand, this was meaningless. Without the control of the Flaming Lily sect elders, they couldn't openly claim their territory for themselves. If the elders of that sect decided to submit to the Golden Crow sect by majority, no matter how brazen the Sicharo clan was, or how indignant Madeline felt, they wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it. But now that over 90% of the Flaming Lily sect had been massacred, leaving the territory with nothing but scraps, the Sicharo clan had a moral high ground they couldn't subvert. No matter what they did, those 34 universes would stay under the jurisdiction of the Flaming Lily sect. And, since the sect master had died, the next in line to inherit was Yandavir as the first legatee, and since she had wrested from their control, there was nothing they could do. Even if they suspected the Sicharo clan was involved, they simply had no proof. Plus, many of those who died had been completely innocent, and some of them were even clearly against their Golden Crow sect. On top of all of this, they had seen videos of the Banshee goddess themselves. This woman was the pure embodiment of absolute evil. Such a being could not be controlled and would act as it pleased. It had definitely long since lost its mind. Everything pointed toward the Golden Crow sect being incredibly unlucky. But this lack of luck wasn't something the Goldeen clan head could swallow. Though the Crow clan head was far calmer, the former felt like destroying everything in sight. Sicharo clan, I don't care whether or not you're involved in all of this. You will forever be the enemy of my Golden Crow sect from this day forth. As for whether or not Diane was truly involved, of course he was. And as for who this Banshee goddess was, it was none other than Palace Master Jasmine. The Golden Crow sect upper echelon believed that such an evil being couldn't be controlled, but they were only partially correct. An evil cultivator who was born artificially would lose their minds and self-control. However, Jasmine was birthed naturally by the will of the heavens. Though she wouldn't be able to control her impulses very much either, her mind was still very much clear. After all these years, Diane still didn't have a perfect answer or rebuttal for Jasmine's existence. But he had made peace with her existence. Of course, she was a great trump card for him as her strength had increased drastically over the past decade. However, she could only be used sparingly and only in niche situations like this one. If her existence was ever truly tied back to the Sicharo clan, it would bring too many problems. The so-called massacre of the Flaming Lily sect truly happened as well. Jasmine needed to commit evil deeds for her cultivation to progress. The more vengeful aura she gathered, the quicker her strength would grow. So, Diane set her loose on the Flaming Lily sect. Still, Diane wasn't a madman. He wouldn't truly kill those who were innocent. Instead, those deaths were actually a product of Ri's celestial Kuan Peng illusion abilities. It was impossible to fake a recorded video in the martial world, as it would require a perfect understanding of every law in existence. But doctoring a video to fool Dao experts and fooling the eyes of weak cultivators were two completely different things. The videos that spread of the Banshee goddess were very much real. However, the proof of death of innocents were strictly spread by word of mouth and eyewitness accounts. As for the videos of slaughtering that was seen, those were strictly of traitors. In Dian's mind, if you were willing to betray a sect that raised you for some small benefits, your mere death was already too good of a fate. He had no qualms about allowing Jasmine to rampage. Since Dian had decided to bide his time and silently plan, how could the Golden Crow sect ever hope of defeating him in a battle of wit? Never mind the fact they didn't even know they had had an opponent to begin with. Several years ago, when Dian sent Yandavir back to the Flaming Lily sect, it was precisely to dig up the tales of every traitor. After he awakened his immortal sense, this task became even easier. Though Madeline, Yandavir and Sabona only managed to claim 34 universes, this was more than enough for Dian's next plans. He could feel it very clearly. The Mist Clan, the Golden Crow sect, the Beast Protection Association, the Sprite clans. They were all ticking time bombs of the tower quadrants he already saw as his own territory. They needed to be weeded out. I really didn't glean much, Madeline said honestly. Gadamora didn't act out of the ordinary in any way. In fact, other than seeming a bit lackadaisical compared to every else's fervent approach, there was nothing off about her. Madeline had spent 12 years under Gadamora, trying to see if Dian's intuition was right about the oddity of the Pegasus clan. But in the end, she got nothing out of it. It was a bit lamentable. Had Madeline been placed with a better group suited toward allowing her to reveal her strength, she would have reclaimed more than just 34 universes. However, she didn't complain for the sake of the bigger picture. Plus, if they pressure the Golden Crow sect too much, it would have adverse effects. This was just the right amount to allow their attack and seamless retreat. Dian, who had just come back from fusing with Hell's right eye, nodded a bit solemnly. Gadamora was the only non-true or false true god nominated to lead. I just can't tell if this is because the Star Clan is wary of the Pegasus clan and knows something we don't, or if it's something else. Dian's best option would have been to make use of little Lila to find out. But he wanted to protect his little sister, not thrust her into dangerous situations. In the end, Madeline was still far stronger than little Lila in terms of combat. The truth of the matter was that Jade's notes said nothing about the Pegasus clan. From start to finish, they weren't mentioned even once. It was just too weird. In truth, even if Big Sis Madeline did see something weird, she probably would have forgotten about it. Little Yang said casually, "If a gaze could kill, maybe Little Yang would have already lost his life. And you decided to tell me this only now because, well, it isn't as if you talked to us first before you allocated her spot. In fact, if I recall correctly, you did it on a whim. It was already too late to change anything. What was the point in telling you? Also, the abilities are a bit more heaven-defying than you think. The truth is that I simply forgot to tell you." At these words, Dian's eyes continuously narrowed. Why did it suddenly feel as if he was surrounded by enemies on all sides? Why did more keep popping up? What the hell was Little Yang even talking about right now? Madeline looked a bit absent-minded, as though she was confused by what Little Yang and Dian were talking about. It was only after Little Yang mentioned the Pegasus clan that she suddenly remembered that Dian had just asked her about it. Why did it seem like the Pegasus clan was always forgotten? Dian even felt that he hadn't even heard their name until the Federation was formed. How was it possible for him to neglect such a powerful clan continuously? They didn't have much of a presence, they didn't even control any danger zones on the celestial floors, and they seemed to slip your mind the moment you shifted your attention. The unicorn race the Pegasus clan descended from is part of a subspecies known as the Fae. However, these Fae are very different from the Fae you encountered within the Ragnar clan, though the legends are somewhat connected, albeit loosely. Little Yang explained. Little Een jumped in. The Fae aren't actually of the same subspecies even though they're treated as such. In reality, they don't share the same gene pool, but rather share the same affliction. Affliction? Madeline and Diane practically spoke at once. Diane, how long has it been since you took your Tao tribulation? Diane frowned, not understanding the purpose of the question. It's been almost 13, almost 14, maybe 15 years since then now. Why? Well, weren't you very eager to see the lightning sparrow's inheritance? Why haven't you touched it yet despite all the time you've had on your hands? Little Yang questioned. Diane blinked, unable to come up with an answer. In these past few years, one of the greatest mysteries he faced was the question of why his lightning Tao seemed incomplete. The lightning sparrow inheritance within his lightning willow mask really might have a solution to this plight. And, even if it didn't, it would provide a great boost to his comprehension and combat strength. So why hadn't he? It's simple. You forgot. Diane almost scoffed. He? Forget? How was that possible? But the more he thought about it, the more he realized this seemed like the only explanation. His avatar projection within his inner world had been mastering countless techniques in these last few years. He had already reached the one with self-realm in all of the heaven-grade techniques he set out to master thanks to his immortal sense. So why hadn't he even touched that inheritance? The Fae are a group of species cursed by their overwhelming beauty. In various ways, these species are wiped from our minds or often aren't able to appear in the first place. The lightning sparrow is cursed with overwhelming speed, but even those who are aware of its existence find it difficult to remember it. The unicorn's image is also cursed to be forgotten. Diane's heart suddenly seized as he remembered something. He had obtained a higher existence unicorn corpse from Pride Clan's blood pool. How could he have forgotten? Such a massive boon for the strength of his mortal alliance was massive. Although Junior's soul was too weak to control it, as was Chenglei's Diane, as the original body of the former, and the beast tamer of the latter, had their comprehension of death on top of having the strongest soul of the mortal plane. While others had to worry about having their minds shattered by the martial intent of a higher existence corpse puppet, Diane's immortal sense would practically make him immune. How could he have forgotten something like this? Maybe the scariest part about it all was that despite the fact Diane was fiercely berating himself, he was already slowly forgetting what he was even so angry about in the first place. This is impossible, Diane mumbled. Shouldn't the seal protect my mind? Shouldn't my immortal sense have some sort of effect? The fact you remembered the existence of a unicorn corpse that only you were aware of is proof enough that your immortal sense and the seal are effective. In ancient times, the only way to prevent this forgetfulness was by making sure enough people were aware of what you wanted to remember. Back then, little Ian and me couldn't enter the ancient battlefield with you. So you just remembered something about a fae that only you were there to witness. You simply don't understand how impressive this is. Despite these words, Diane felt bitter. But, don't be down, big brother Diane. Little Ian said sweetly. You yourself said that you could feel the treasures of the 33 heavens growing stronger. This isn't their peak strength. The seal can protect your mind from other mortal human powerhouses, but the curse of the Fae is placed down by the heavens themselves. Unless you become strong enough to look down on the heavens, it will always affect you to some extent. Even those 33 treasures aren't infallible. Diane grit his teeth. Something like the unicorn corpse in his possession should be a major trump card, meaning it should be kept hidden. But if he kept it hidden, it would be difficult to remember that he even had it. What the hell kind of fate was this? Little Yang sighed. Thankfully, the Pegasus clan only have very small amounts of diluted unicorn blood. Still, it's very hard for them to make any grand, memorable impressions. Because of this, you still have to be wary of them. Just as Diane was about to respond, his head suddenly snapped in the direction of the celestial beast mystical world. In that moment, a wide grin spread across his handsome features. After so many years, his master had finally completely reconstructed her body. Diane couldn't help but watch with a smile on his face as mother and son embraced. There was a faint jealousy in his heart, if he had to be honest with himself. But the sweetness easily overwhelmed it. He had long since accepted that he would never see his parents again. It was something he had come to terms with. Since Zaire was born, this was actually the very first time he had felt his mother's touch. Back then, Zaire's father had used what remained of his soul to extend Esmeralda's life just long enough to give birth. When Diane's master sensed Diane enter Focus Academy, it was then she finally stopped slowing Zaire's growth and allowed him to be born, believing she had finally found her successor. So, the first thing Zaire ever saw as a child were the dead corpses of his mother and father. It was a good thing that he was far too naive and green back then to understand just what kind of trauma that should have caused to him. Being able to finally embrace her son, Esmeralda couldn't help but cry tears of joy as Zaire tried to awkwardly comfort her. Unfortunately for Diane's master, her son was already well over 8 feet tall and was well into his adulthood. She had no choice but to float into the air just to embrace his head. It wasn't just Diane and the mother-son pair who were happy, but the celestial beast clans as a whole were excited beyond belief. It had to be remembered that Esmeralda was the very first white mother born in countless millions of years. For context, the master key arrays Diane snatched back from the cathedral were created by the 24th white mother, yet, according to the twins, they were created over 3 million years ago. From this alone one could see just how long it had been since a white mother was born. Diane still didn't fully understand the significance of the white mother title, but he could see by the lively atmosphere that he had underestimated it. Ah, look at you. Esmeralda finally released Zaire and charged Diane, enveloping his head in her arms before he could react. I left you just for a few years, yet you've already become so powerful. You definitely haven't disgraced your master. So soft, Diane muttered absent-mindedly. You cheeky boy, daring to take advantage of me. Esmeralda feigned anger, but the bright smile on her face gave her true feelings away. In truth, Diane wasn't to blame for this. It wasn't as though he forced her to shove his head into her breasts. Still, it was quite a comfortable feeling indeed. Diane had already known before, but seeing his master's body reformed like this reaffirmed just how beautiful she was. Tell me, quickly, how's you progress? Esmeralda suddenly became stern, as though she was a strict teacher checking to see whether or not Diane had completed his homework. But in response, Diane only grinned. I've already mastered enough heaven-grade techniques to the one with self-realm. I'm pretty good, right? Esmeralda blinked before feigning anger once more. She grabbed a hold of Diane's ear, pulling and twisting. You actually dare lie to me? If you were going to lie, don't you think you should have come up with a better one? I told you to master 100 fist techniques, 100 leg techniques, 100 techniques of each of the 9 core weapons, 100 movement techniques, and 100 energy manipulation techniques to the one with self-realm for each of the common earth and heaven grades. Even if I had been sleeping for 1,000 years, you should still be working on the earth grade techniques. You must think you're really powerful now. You think this master won't be able to punish you? Is that it? Ah, TS. Diane winced. Surprisingly, he didn't have to fake it. If he didn't fuse his vital and conventional chi, he was only marginally stronger than lower Dao experts, but still weaker than many middle Dao experts. His master, who was a lower Dao expert genius herself, was more than capable of hurting him in this state. Those who were around listening to Esmeralda's demands of Diane couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Was this really a master-disciple relationship? Or was it a torture master looking after her servant? They really couldn't tell. Just mastering one technique to perfection was already hard enough. Many Dao experts couldn't even do so with heaven-grade techniques. But mastering them to the one with self-realm was really another feat altogether. Even a common grade technique mastered to the one with self-realm was powerful beyond belief, let alone a higher grade technique. Ah, I'm really not lying. Unfortunately, this response only led to a stronger ear twist, not to mention a glare that seemed to be daring him to say more. Diane wanted to cry, but had no tears to find. Zaire was laughing hysterically. In his whole life, he had never seen Diane be on the losing end of anything until this moment right here. And what are you laughing about exactly? Esmeralda turned her ire toward her son. You're already so big yet you haven't stepped into the Dao realm yet. Look at my adorable little Aluna. Only 16 years old yet she's already more powerful than you. Aluna smiled sweetly at these words, pretending to be innocent as she allowed Esmeralda to embrace her. Zaire choked on his own laughter. How was he supposed to contend with that little monster? Heavenly 9 clouds. Dian took a single step through the air, his aura suddenly doubling as a baleful red aura whipped around him. His steps remained staunch and focused as he took a second, his momentum doubling once more. Every step felt as though he had entered a new realm, a higher heavenly cloud, a greater state of consciousness. Esmeralda's eyes brightened as she watched her disciple in the skies. She really hadn't believed Dian before, but in response, Dian decided to show her rather than tell her. She didn't even care that there were many watching on in shock. In her eyes, there was only Dian in the skies. Good, she said with a bright smile. Heavenly 9 clouds is a peak heaven-grade energy manipulation technique of our celestial deer sect. Originally, every step was meant to represent an ascent into a new heaven, allowing one's next strike to grow in power. Its peak ability when mastered to perfection should have been able to double one's strength for every 3 steps. Yet you've actually improved it to double one's strength for every single step. There was another thing that shocked Esmeralda beyond belief. In order to accomplish this, Dian had changed this technique from Heavenly 9 clouds to a technique that was more aptly named Hellish 9 clouds. He actually incorporated the comprehension of a martial intent into the technique. She couldn't fathom where Dian could have comprehended such a technique from. The most shocking part was that it didn't seem to be just one martial intent, but rather 2 layered atop of each other. One was presence, but the other was that murderous red aura. Granny Celeste watched on as well, her heart filled with shock. Was this really the same boy who came to them all those years ago? Dian shifted in the skies, ascending the skies. A single pair of wings bloomed from his back. A single flap caused them to disappear from their view. He broke through space and the void without relying on will comprehension. The sparkle in Esmeralda's eyes grew fiercer. The strongest cap on one's speed was matter. The reason why even Celestials could fly from one end of a universe to another in a reasonable amount of time was precisely because space was mostly made up of empty space. Without having that impediment, cultivators could fly at speeds beyond imagining. However, breaking through space and breaking through the void were 2 completely different concepts. There was a reason why void will was a supreme law, while space will wasn't quite there. The simplest explanation was that space could be empty, but the void was everywhere, even within empty space. To be able to break the void, it was the marker of a higher existence. Dian obviously wasn't that powerful. Yet the fact he had comprehended such an ability was beyond Esmeralda's imagining. Striking bell. When Dian reappeared, his fist suddenly struck outward. It felt as though all the sound in the world was suddenly sucked away. Usually, in such an atmosphere, one could at least hear the sound of their beating heart, but even that seemed silent. There was only one thought on everyone's mind. If they received this strike, they would die. Dian suddenly disappeared once more, appearing before his own strike before it could land and cleaving downward with a murderous kick. Bloody guillotine. Boom, boom, boom. The result was violent beyond their wildest imaginations. Striking bell was a fist technique that descended the world into silence. One might think it was deadly and quiet, but this was far from the truth. The reality was that this technique was the loudest in all of existence. The reason why silence descended when it was executed was because when Dian mastered it to the one with self-realm, he gained the ability to hide its deadly nature in the void. This suddenly made the loudest technique in existence one that became the absolute extreme opposite. The technique was meant to rely on the resonance of sound waves to ravage its target's insides. One could imagine how much more devastating it was if one wasn't even aware that there was a sound to begin with. Bloody guillotine was actually an earth-grade technique unlike the previous heaven-grade ones. However, its foundation fused so perfectly with the war god's martial intent that it instantly became Dian's strongest leg technique. It wasn't as sneaky or refined as striking bell, but its result was no less violent and deadly. Dian's aura suddenly climbed once more, his body instantly becoming clad in a glorious royal blue diamond armor as his weapons master array appeared in the skies. Having entered the intent realm, it was no incorporeal. It was no less powerful than Dian's true Dao realm comprehensions. The following display were even more shocking than the former. Dian didn't stop until he had displayed all over 3,000 techniques he mastered to the one with self-realm. By the end of it all, many could only feel numb, while some, like little Aluna and Esmeralda, were prideful beyond belief. Freak! Zaire muttered to himself. Dian descended from the skies with a bright smile. See, Master, I didn't lie to you. Good, good, Esmeralda said without hiding her excitement. This is better than I could have ever imagined. Like this? If it's like this, then you can really do it. Dian blinked in slight confusion. But before he could ask, Granny Celeste came to his side. Little Dian, your actions have truly baffled me. Granny Celeste sighed, producing a very familiar orb of rotating lights. Granny, Dian started. Don't try to change my mind, Granny Celeste said, shaking her head. I'm no longer the most qualified to hold this energy core. Before, I thought I could help you greatly by using it diligently, but even after more than 20 years with it by my side, I am still a mere 10th stage Dao formation expert. Dian frowned. But there's no need to compare. You'll be entering the 11th stage soon. I can sense it. Granny Celeste still shook her head. Right now, it's better if this is in your hands. The Mortal Alliance will go as far as you take it. Though I've made great progress in these 20 years and will break through in just a few days, the speed isn't enough. In the end, despite having this treasure, I can make the maximal use of it because my body can't handle it anymore. I fear that if I push too hard, I will only cripple myself. Dian felt that Granny Celeste was being too hard on herself. For others, taking even a single step in the Dao realm took thousands of years, let alone just a few decades. The fact she had cleared almost 9 complete meridians in just 20 years was impressive beyond belief, even if the energy core was by her side. Back when Dian had the energy core with him, he too was forced to use it sparingly. At its peak, the energy core was able to snatch the energy of an entire universe in a split second. Theoretically, with such speed, one could enter the higher existence realm in one fell swoop. The issue is the limitation of one's meridians. The body simply couldn't handle such quick qi absorption. This was the crux of the issue. Take it. Granny Celeste pushed the treasure into Dian's hands. You're already as powerful as I am now. If you enter the middle Dao realms, your strength will be beyond mine. Use it to strengthen yourself before the ancient battlefield descends. We, the celestial beasts, will be relying on you. Dian suddenly looked up from his Granny Celeste to see that it wasn't just her looking toward him with hope, but all 4 clans had gathered on this 18th tier. You mean? Yes, we will leave this mystical world and follow you out. You were already worthy of leading us before, but now it is undeniable. Dian had been racking his brain all this time, trying to figure out how to get the celestial beasts to finally come out of their shell. But, in all these years, even as the Mortal Alliance grew, they insisted on remaining here. He didn't expect that this would be the day they finally came out. Head Tudo, Head Simia, and Head Tigress stepped forward, respectfully bowing. We pledge allegiance, they said in one voice. Leader Sacharo must be careful, Head Tudo said seriously. The last time Dian had seen her, she was nothing but a wrinkled old lady. But now, she was a beauty no lesser than his master. Though she was petite, it didn't change this fact even in the slightest. The ancient battlefield has many clans that purposely restrained themselves during that land's first 2 descents. They silently accumulated their momentum and waited for the perfect time to strike. They know as much as we do how irregular this descent is. The ancient battlefield wasn't meant to enter this phase for several more million years. This can only mean that the heavens have given up on this era and want to use the strength of previous eras to reset the evolution of our mortal plane back on the right track. Dian grew serious at this words, his happiness being washed away in an instant. He knew well that Head Tudo and Head Simia had come from the ancient battlefield. In some ways, they knew more about it than he did. This concept of evolution, he had heard his grand teacher speak of it before as well. The purpose of the ancient battlefield was to ensure that existence was always trending upward. The greatest goal of the heavens was to raise the greatest and strongest. This was why it provided this second chance to those who fell, and was also why those of them here were in such a dangerous situation. As for why the heavens were like this, Diane didn't know. Maybe it was just the way the laws of existence were written. Even his mortal realm understood the concept of survival of the fittest. I understand, Diane said seriously. The fact his constitution's world was the ancient battlefield was a secret only very few knew. He wouldn't casually explain this. But the truth of the matter was that this reality didn't give him peace of mind. In fact, the memories he shared of the clones he had sent into the battlefield filled him with more anxiousness than calm. Many hours later, Diane's master pulled him to a secluded place to speak with him. Esmeralda smiled. I think you're prepared now to retrieve the inheritance of our celestial deer sect. Though it was created to only allow a higher existence successor to retrieve it, the tests will be soul-based, and only partially body and energy-based, so you're more than worthy. The reason I had to toil for so many years to comprehend these techniques was precisely because of our inheritance. Many years ago, the Celestial Deer Sect was actually founded only after our ancestors stumbled upon an ancient ruin. Within this ancient ruin, we found items beyond our wildest imaginations. In fact, the two treasures of the 33 heavens our sect procured, the seal and the lifestone, were both found within this ruin. In fact, the Aurora Steps, the Soul Tome, and the Tao of Array Alchemy were also within that ruin, but we gave them to the elves as they had found this ruin along with us. This was how our alliance began. In order to mutually keep this secret, Diane sucked in a cold breath. 3 such treasures in a single ruin? Just who left it behind? You've seen the other benefits of this ruin already as well. For example, our sect actually has thousands of earth and heaven-grade techniques for you to learn. Even the outer quadrants wouldn't have this many. In addition to the origin crystals, all of these things were found within that ruin. However, even everything I've mentioned until now pale in comparison to that technique. Diane's pupils constricted. Back then, the elves took 2 treasures of the 33 heavens, and we took 2. The elves took the Tao of Array Alchemy, and we took this technique. Even through the history of our Celestial Deer Sect, only very few have even touched the first barrier of this technique, but none have even crossed this first barrier. Yet, simply touching it gave them strength beyond belief. If it wasn't for this strength, the entity would have never been sealed. You likely know by now that the entity allowed itself to be imprisoned, but this is only part of the story. Though she said this, Esmeralda didn't explain any further. I have a feeling that if the elves knew what this technique was, even if they had to fight an all-out war with us, their allies, they would have never let it go. The more complex the name of a technique, the more likely it is to be superfluous. The more simple its name is, the closer it is to the origin of all things. But even by that standard, the name of this technique is far too simple. I know that origin techniques are the strongest in all of existence, even on the immortal plane, but even with my limited understanding, I feel as though this is somehow even above them. It's known by 3 bland words. One above all. At these words, Diane's right, I suddenly throbbed violently. The reaction was so severe that blood began to drip from his sockets. One above all. He had to have it. One above all. Diane muttered to himself, the heat in his right eye continuously throbbing. Above the origin technique grade? Diane couldn't wrap his head around such a thing. Origin techniques were something Diane was very familiar with. For example, his innate aurora was one such origin technique. These were techniques so perfect that the heavens accepted them as part of the heavenly law, allowing them to thus be passed down through the generations. In truth, these abilities wouldn't show their true strength until one transcended, which was the only reason why origin techniques that appeared on the mortal plane like the innate aurora or true empathy seemed a bit lackluster despite their strength. However, even with this being the case, their existence was already enough to force many to tremble. Aside from Soul Universe, which had birthed several thousand innate aurora wielders, just how rare was the innate aurora? Even further, just how rare was the birth of a true empath? A more accurate gauge of the strength of an origin technique was Diane's own, Titan's Emperor Will, an origin technique passed down with his Titan diamond body. Even the first stage allowed him to multiply both his energy and bodily strength by 20. Yet, one above all, according to his master, may be even above that. This is the technique your master wanted to become your strength, Esmeralda said lightly. But the requirements are simply too stringent. And the pressure it places on your soul is beyond imagining. I didn't have much hope that you'd be able to use it in the short term, but seeing you now, it may truly become possible. Esmeralda's gaze failed to hide the worry hidden deep within her. Back then, the only method she saw for Diane to have a chance against the entity was by using faith. Only by uniting the mortal plane and holding its fate in his palms would he be able to put up a fight. However, even that didn't fill her with much hope. Maybe if the mortal plane had been as large as it had been in the past, there would be a chance. But, long ago, the entity had already seen through this possible hindrance to its plan. If, in response to its threat, the mortal plane formed a plane-wide alliance to combine their fate, with the suppression the heavens placed on its cultivation, even it wouldn't stand a chance. That was why it made use of the dark phoenixes. During those years, the near-infinite number of universes and quadrants was slowly dwindled one by one until now there remained less than 2,000 quadrants. Even if Diane gathered up all the fate within them, would it be enough? Esmeralda was doubtful. However, if Diane could grasp even a small percentage of one above all's strength, even if Esmeralda would still be doubtful, at least the small light at the end of their path would be just that little bit bigger. Diane smiled. There's no need to worry, Master. If there's even the smallest chance, I'll grasp it. I've already been scouting the 99 universes for a very long time now. I know them as well as the back of my own hand. I will retrieve what remains of our legacy and reestablish our sect. Esmeralda smiled lightly, placing her small hand on Diane's cheek. Her gaze glowed with a motherly love that couldn't hide her pride. She hadn't been able to do much for Diane as a master aside from setting him on the right path. In some ways, she felt she was undeserving to have such a bright light call her master. But she was also unwilling to miss out on this feeling. To her, the two most important people in her life were Zaire and Diane. Diane grinned. Also, Master, I have good news. According to the life cycle of the epistemic tower, the Valley of Geniuses of the Celestial Floors should open soon. If Uncle Master isn't there, I'll enter the Tao floors and enter theirs. Esmeralda trembled. Diane could feel the shake of her palm along his cheek. Though Esmeralda felt she hadn't done enough for Diane, in Diane's mind, he owed her everything. If she had never taken him as a disciple back then, would he even be able to stand here today? No matter how much confidence he had in himself, it wasn't to the point of foolishness. He understood his accomplishments had come with a great deal of help. There was little else that made him as happy as making his master smile. Taking a deep breath, Esmeralda soon regained her elegant air. Well, as elegant as a mature woman could be as she pinched the cheek of a young man she saw as her own son. You think you're already old enough to tease this master of yours, Diane smiled, but didn't say much despite his stinging cheek. You know, you're still so silly despite having grown so big. Esmeralda stopped playing around and began to seriously instruct Diane. I didn't tell you this before because I assumed with your intelligence, you would have already seen through it. But why are you struggling so much trying to find divine-grade techniques when you have the Soul Tome? Did you think the Celestial Deersec's library of techniques just appeared out of thin air? Most of them were shared with us by the elves. Diane choked on his next breath and almost face-bombed himself. How could he have forgotten this? He felt like pulling his own hair out. In truth, a part of him felt that he shouldn't be blamed. During all the years he had had the Soul Tome by his side, it had only ever shown him a single technique. Inner World, Sanctuary. The more Diane thought about it, the more he realized he was being played. This stupid tome had what his grand teacher called the greatest cultivation technique ever created within its pages, so why the hell hadn't it shown it any more good stuff since then? Was it holding back on him? The Soul Tome's passive ability was healing and cleansing the soul. Thanks to it, Diane could take soul wisps and make them whole, allowing the dead that had reached the celestial realm with their souls to form bodies for themselves once more. This alone was a shocking enough ability and truly displayed the might of the treasures of the 33 heavens. However, the Soul Tome's active ability was almost more heaven-defying. Depending on soul strength, any technique could be instantly mastered to the completion boundary. Though this made it more difficult to reach the one with self-realm, the trade-off was simply too good. One had to know that even Tao formation experts took countless millennia to study a single divine-grade technique, yet even they wouldn't dare to guarantee reaching that height. Even if they were higher existences, they wouldn't dare. But what Diane had forgotten was that this active ability of the Soul Tome required it to store the techniques its master wanted to comprehend. This meant that the Soul Tome had within its pages the techniques of every single one of its masters of the past. How could he have forgotten something like this? This time it was completely unrelated to unicorns. Could all be pinned to his stupidity. Diane sighed. All right. Once that annoying old man finishes healing his soul, Esmeralda suddenly giggled. What is it? Diane immediately felt a bad premonition coming along. Sargera's soul is by far his greatest weak point. How could it take so long for his soul to heal? It's not even 1% of my own strength. After just half a year, his soul was already healed. What's taking a long time isn't his soul, but rather the reformation of his body that made him capable of killing that higher existence infernal beast. Diane was stunned before he began to grit his teeth. That conniving old man. About 10 years ago, Diane stalled the rebuilding of his master and Sargeras for a moment because he wanted to use the Soul Tome to master those few thousand earth and heaven-grade techniques to completion. He had had a brief talk with Sargeras back then about how much longer it would take his soul to heal, and that damnable old man actually said a few decades. Back then, Diane hadn't thought much of it. He was too focused on raising his own strength, not to mention guiding little Aluna along her own cultivation path. But the words of his master were like an anvil falling into a calm lake. Don't be too mad, Esmeralda said with a sweet smile. He's only trying to gain some small advantages. You know his pride. He would rather die than ask you for help. Diane understood what was happening. Sargeras probably found some techniques within the Soul Tome that were of help to him. But his pride wouldn't allow him to ask Diane for help. So he came up with an excuse to stay with the Soul Tome for longer. Since he wasn't the Soul Tome's owner, he couldn't instantly learn those techniques like Diane could. So he could only memorize them the old-fashioned way. The issue was that all the techniques written into the Soul Tome were converted into arrays with multiple moving parts. With the Demon Sage's weak soul path, he, who could usually memorize most techniques with a single glance, was actually taking years to grasp the techniques he wanted to comprehend. In the end, Diane sighed. Whatever. I'll let him keep this small bit of face. In these last few years, Sargeras had taken a good role in Alana's life. His daughter even called that old con artist grandpa now, and he treated Aluna as his own granddaughter. Since that was the case, Diane would be magnanimous this one time. He had a feeling with how much time Aluna spent with that old man, that she knew what he was up to, especially with her intelligence. The fact she hadn't told him meant she stood on his side. Since Diane doted his daughter more than anyone else, even when it came to the Demon Sage, he would let her have her way. Plus, this was good news. That meant that the Demon Sage was already infinitesimally close to rebuilding his body. When he did, the Mortal Alliance would gain another individual with higher existence level strength. With both Luna and Sargeras, the Mortal Alliance would gain some breathing room. All right, Diane said with a faint resolution. I'll take some more time. After little Alana's 21st birthday, I'll go and retrieve what's rightfully ours from the 99 universes. That old man can keep taking advantage of me for a little while longer. Diane once more sunk into leisurely state. Many would think he was lazy, but only those close to him knew how hard he worked daily. Even while he reclined in a half-sleep to the back of Soul Palace with Amphrey on his chest. Whether it was his inner world avatar, or his clones, they were all hard at work. Still, Diane knew well that using his true body would speed many things up. But he refused to do so. The world was on a ticking time bomb that would erupt in less than 100 years now. He had a feeling that from the time the ancient battlefield descended, to the time of the entity's death, he wouldn't have another long period of relaxation again. So he took full advantage. He spent time with his daughter, his wives, his friends, his family. A blinding sword light sought to slice Dian's head from his neck, but just a single finger of his stopped it in its tracks. No, it was more accurate to say that his single finger sent it rebounding into the distance, causing a gorgeous white-haired woman with black eyes housing a slight red tint to almost lose control. Didn't I say it all those years ago? Dian spoke casually. Even if I handed you strength on a silver platter, you'll never be my match. Lilith looked toward Dian with a murderous gaze. Her prediction back then had been correct. If Dian gave her access to the Devil Vein, she wouldn't even need 10 years to climb from the lower celestial realm, all the way to the Tao realm. However, there was one thing she had gotten horribly wrong. Even with her vast increase in strength, she wasn't even near a match for Dian. In fact, she wasn't even a match for his daughter, let alone him. The worst part was that almost every day, his clone would come and shamelessly flirt with her, but she couldn't beat him either. It was infuriating beyond belief. It wasn't just Lilith who grew in strength, but all of the Devil Path geniuses had. Lilith's two little brothers, Sockzak, even the adorable little Roll. Though only Lilith had entered the Tao formation realm, the rest of them were pseudo-Tao experts at the worst. Currently, they were all standing in the depths of Chaos Universe. Here, Dian had built a haven for Devil Path practitioners in the deep seas of Black and Red. As for the ruler of this place, Dian left that task to Jasmine, the Banshee goddess and palace master of the Water Mist sect. Even now, Chaos Universe had lurking dangers Dian didn't dare to underestimate. But, due to the universe suppression, they also didn't dare to casually provoke him either. So, they let matters be. In truth, the Devil Path geniuses weren't that useful to Dian anymore. The fruits of his effort were already bursting forth. Researcher Lin's, or, rather, Chancellor Lin's education system had given benefits beyond his wildest dreams. The innate Aurora geniuses were slowly coming into their strength, and some of them had already become Comet Lords, filling the Mortal Alliance with an influx of soul talent. The mortal geniuses had finally broken out of their shells, allowing the subsequent generations to produce geniuses capable of fighting far beyond their cultivation barrier. The benefits seemed to continuously pile up, one after another. In the grand scheme, it seemed the Devil Path geniuses simply weren't that useful anymore. However, Dian was more farsighted than that. These Devil Path geniuses may very well become his second foothold into the outer quadrants, the first of which was Luna herself and her vast territory. Still, Dian felt that Luna's matters were too far above his pay grade for now. The Devil Quadrants simply seemed to be an easier target, especially since Ri was the Elven Queen. Theoretically, Dian already controlled a fifth of the Devil Quadrants simply due to this fact. In addition, according to his information, the Devil Quadrants only had a single higher existence as opposed to the Sprite Alliance, which had four, if Luna was excluded. Of course, Dian also understood that Lilith's father was no normal higher existence. If he was, the Devil Quadrants would have long since been swallowed up under the guise of eradicating their dark path. Plus, according to Jade, despite the fact the Transcendent Beast Alliance had 3 higher existences, they were still ranked below the Devil Quadrants, who sat in 4th place among the 5 outer powers. This alone proved how powerful Lilith's father was. He wasn't a man to be trifled with. However, this reality only made Dian's next words all the more baffling. If you're finished playing around now, I'd like you to head back to the Devil Quadrants and tell your father I'd like to seek an audience. Lilith, who was about to strike once more, suddenly froze. What did you say? Dian didn't respond. Instead, he snapped his finger. In an instant, the soul contract he had signed with the Devil Path geniuses shattered. What bound them from speaking of the Devil Vein was eradicated in an instant. A man of his stature might believe it's beneath his status to meet with me, but I believe he won't hesitate after hearing of this Devil Vein. Dian turned to float away, but he suddenly stopped halfway. Oh! You should also probably tell him that the Sacharo clan isn't to be trifled with. That would probably save us a lot of future headaches. Lilith's lips twitched. If anything, that would bring more headaches. In a floating room in the depths of space, against the wishes of his wives and advisors, Dian sat alone, completely expressionless in the face of an individual who was without a doubt the strongest existence he had ever faced. Diane, who had once felt Jade's aura, knew well that she wasn't even a tenth as powerful as the Emperor of Nightmare Palace, Eldernth. It was quite the ironic atmosphere, though. On one side, there was a man dressed in black robes, his eyes partially closed with an almost lazy expression. Even when he spoke, his words were slow and deliberate. Several second pauses between his phrases was a common sight. But, on the other side, there was Diane, who wasn't thinking about the gravity of the situation at all. Instead, he could only think one thing: damn, this guy is handsome. Is it even legal to have such good looks? Eldernth always had a mysterious fog over his features that made him look more normal than he truly was. However, before Diane's immortal sense, it was meaningless. He could very clearly see his true appearance. Diane never cared much for his own looks, but if he had to be brutally honest with himself, that was at least half in part due to the fact that he had never come across someone capable of matching him. Even those with higher cultivation than himself seemed lacking. But this Eldernth, he sure did give him a run for his money. High cheekbones, a defined jawline, sharp brows, flowing white hair, eyes as deep as the night sky's canvas. Diane had to admit, if he swung that way, he wouldn't be able to think about another man after seeing this scene. If others could read Diane's thoughts, they'd probably spew blood in indignation. The two of them had been completely silent for almost 3 days now, yet instead of thinking about the tense nature of the situation, Diane was thinking of potential male lovers. It was too much. "You're a patient youth," Eldernth suddenly spoke. Diane shrugged. "It's not often one gets to spend days with a higher existence. I might as well treasure it." "Then you know it too. The difference between you and I. Is that your way of saying my Sacharo clan isn't worthy of allying with you? If you were in my position, would you not just snatch what you want?" "That would depend on 2 things. Whether or not the target offended me, and whether or not I was strong enough." "How interesting. I am both strong enough, and have been offended," Diane sneered. "Offended? I assume you mean because I destroyed your so-called soul market. I have yet to ask you for an explanation for that, yet you actually dare to bring up how you've been offended. What an interesting man you are." Eldernth was both emotionless and silent, but he was quite intrigued by Diane's behavior. Even when he himself was a lower Dao expert, others of that cultivation didn't dare to speak to him this way, let alone the fact he was now a higher existence. Yet, here was a lower Dao formation boy asking him for an explanation. Even more curious, this boy actually dared to sit in a room with him alone. This much didn't faze himself. After all, for those who understood the true strength of higher existences, as long as you even dared to enter the same universe, your life was forfeit. Maybe this young man already understood this truth and knew it didn't matter whether he was an inch from him or millions of miles away. "Countless died because of the greed of your devil quadrants. Families were split, children were ripped from the arms of their mothers. You speak as though you both don't care and don't plan on appropriately reconciling. Ah, is that why you are so confident? A clone, is it? If it took you 3 days to understand this, then it would probably be in your best interest to use a less sarcastic tone." Diane said plainly, "You believe that we are on an even playing field, when the reality of the matter is that we've never been. I know far more about your devil quadrants than you could ever hope to know about my Sacharo clan. This I can promise you. Your negotiation tactics are odd," Eldernth said emotionlessly. "What exactly is your purpose?" "To use you," Diane said nonchalantly. For the first time, Eldernth's half-closed eyes opened a smidgen. It was only a minor crack, yet just the gaze pushed Diane's clone to the point of near collapse. "Do you remember why it is you sent your young geniuses to the tower quadrants instead of going yourself? Well, I can answer that for you. Firstly, you place a great amount of hope in Lilith. You believe that she can grow into a higher existence just as powerful as yourself. Once that happens, let alone 4th place, your devil quadrants may be able to challenge 2nd place. Secondly, isn't it because you feared being detected by your enemies? Let me tell you something interesting. In just the few decades Lilith and your youthful geniuses have been here, they have already entered the pseudo-Dao realm, while Lilith herself has already entered the Dao realm thanks to my devil vein. Yet, they haven't been detected by the enemies that made even you apprehensive. I'm sure you're a smart man. Think of the reasons yourself. Then you can start to think about who really has the upper hand. You're threatening me. Eldernth, aside from his partially opened eyes, hadn't undergone any changes. I think you're failing to understand something, Diane said faintly. The reason I sent a clone here isn't because I'm afraid of you. It's because I'm too busy to come personally. My daughter's 19th birthday is in a few days, and a father must prepare grand gifts for his daughter. In addition, the world's end is coming very soon. A husband must spend time with his wives. Compared to them, even the strongest existence of the immortal plane is worthless to me, let alone a man who must share that position with others on this mere mortal plane. Unfortunately for you, though, this is only the first misunderstanding you have. The second is the fact that you didn't realize that this is a clone because of your own ability. You only realized because I wanted you to realize. You believe that you're an existence on a level above my own. A pity that I've never seen it that way. Interesting, Eldernth said faintly. I have to admit, that indifferent face of yours is annoying to me. Since you don't believe me, how about I explain a bit more? Diane casually sat up from his chair, his forefinger casually tapping on the table that lay before them. Your name is Eldernth Ravana, I believe? However, me knowing this isn't impressive. After all, maybe your daughter is the one who told me. That said, a light smirk coated Diane's features. You are approaching your 3rd millionth year of life. If we wanted to be precise about it, you would be 299,999,896 years old. You completed your foundation stage at 7 years old, the meridian formation stage at 8 years old, the essence gathering stage at 10 years old, the saint stage at 16 years old, and managed to enter the Dao realm at 24 years old. Following this, you charged through to the 12th Dao stage in just 10,000 years, and used another 500,000 to fill exactly 114 meridians from your completed 108 before challenging your heaven staircase. Effectively, among higher existences, you are nigh undefeatable due to this reality. But what's truly exceptionally impressive is the fact you accomplished all of this without the backing of anyone. In fact, even your so-called devil quadrants only came into being thanks to you. Without something like, say, my devil vein, this accomplishment is truly impressive, I must say. Diane casually looked off into the distance as though he didn't notice Eldernth's almost closed eyes slowly widening with each passing second. I won't ask you how you managed to get your hands on a Marshall Saint pill so late in your life, but I should commend you on your persistence. To swallow such a pill at the very peak of the Dao realm and forge an extra 6 meridians for yourself. It seems we're kindred spirits in masochistic tendencies. Though I myself have already formed an additional 9 meridians. But that's neither here nor there. Diane's smirk only became more insufferable with each passing word. You must be a bit worried by now. I'm sure your first thought is that I must have a spy among you. After you think this, you'll immediately turn your thoughts toward the Matilde clan because you're aware that the Elven Queen has awoken. But then, after a split moment, you'll realize that even the Matilde clan shouldn't have this information. After all, back when you accomplished these things, the Devil Quadrants were just a hodgepodge of loose cultivators and weak clans. Of course, Nightmare Palace had already existed back then, but no one had snatched its power until you. Once you think to this point, you'll realize that there's no one in existence besides yourself that should have this knowledge. You'll begin to feel apprehensive, on edge. Hey, maybe even that insufferable slow-talking style of yours will disappear along with that arrogance. Who knows? Diane smiled lightly. Unfortunately, though, I'm not finished. You cultivate the Devil Core technique, likely a reward you received from Nightmare Palace. This is actually a mystic-grade cultivation technique. How impressive. It allows you to form a pseudo-dantian in the form of Devil Cores. Every formed Devil Core can also enact some of the abilities of a Devil Vein by continuously increasing the Devil Chi in the surroundings. This ability has likely helped your Nightmare Palace to flourish during your reign. Ah, look at that, you actually used the momentum of forming a new devil core in order to solidify each extra meridian you have. Smart, smart. Your preferred martial art is quite a rare one. I've never run into someone who places such emphasis on the strength of their fingers before. What a masochistic technique. You're practically turning your own hands into a treasure. The initial stages of your earth-rending finger must have been extremely painful. Your attack potency and defense are both incredibly high. You have a pseudo-treasure of the 33 heavens as both a soft armor and a chi amplifier. It seems that your beast partner is the infernal beast Wyrm, but he hasn't been useful to you in quite a while. I see. Ah, pity, pity. Another failed dragon. You haven't eaten a single meal in 2,895,520 years. Your soul is impressively powerful for a devil path cultivator. But you've still only comprehended Comet Chi. Oh my, you're practically celibate. It's actually been over 30 years since the last time you had sex. Oh, I understand why now. You sly dog, you must have drained your libido long ago. You actually lost your virginity at 11 years old. Mothers all over the world are shedding real tears right now. That must have been the final straw, because the moment those words left Diane's lips, the void trembled. The table shattered and the chairs beneath them seemed to evaporate into thin air. You. Who are you? Ah, it really did disappear. Bless the heavens. Eldernth's eyes narrowed. He didn't speak slowly normally, it was just that, don't worry. No need to feel embarrassed. I'm well aware that your slow speech pattern is a result of a form of training you're constantly undergoing. Diane smirked. Now that you're fully awake, can we get down to business? As for how Diane knew these things, why would he ever tell Eldernth? It was better if he feared him and felt some trepidation. No matter how great little Lila's true empathy was, she was still too lacking to read the mind of a higher existence. These were characters who held a level of strength beyond common sense. Their abilities couldn't be spoken of in a few simple words. It would likely be impossible for her to accomplish this until she herself became a higher existence. However, Diane's immortal sense had no such restrictions. Obviously, he couldn't use it to read the minds of others, but he was able to piece many things together with his senses and intelligence alone. Coupled with the fact he had the twins by his side, and he could easily feign omnipotence. All of the secrets within Eldernth's body were completely exposed to Diane. Diane could even look into higher existence Ravana's spatial ring without the latter even noticing. Knowing his age was as easy as simulating the abilities of an age stone with his mind. Since there was a quantity that could be measured by it, why could Diane's immortal sense also find and measure that vital quantity? Knowing his cultivation technique was as easy as scanning his body. After grasping the essence of the technique he used, the meridian pathways he frequented, the unique fluctuations in chi, he could simply ask the hamster twins if they had any techniques that matched this description in their large reservoir of knowing. Even knowing when he lost his virginity was a simple task of observing his primordial yang and making certain deductions based on it. Facing a higher existence, even if Diane knew his combat strength was nowhere near the required level, his mind had long since crossed that threshold. Diane had been toying with Tao experts ever since he was a meridian formation pup. Now that he was a Tao expert, why wouldn't he dare to toy with higher existences? Still, Eldernth was truly worthy of being a higher existence. In just a split moment, he gathered his emotions and waved his hands, causing the shattered table and chairs to reappear as though they never left. Though Diane appeared nonchalant, his heart grew cold at this display. Matter reconstruction. Higher existences were known as half-step transcendence for a reason. Their existences were technically too powerful to appear on the mortal plane, and this was especially the case for Eldernth. Due to their overwhelming power, the laws of physics became nothing but child's play before them. The most powerful of them could construct and deconstruct laws as they saw fit, making down up and up down, destroying and building up, making night day and day night. All of these things were possible. All sorts of impossible things happened when one was capable of breaking the void. Of course, these powers would disappear after they transcended. Or, rather, the immortal plane's laws were too sturdy for them to manipulate at will. But here on the mortal plane, they were basically gods. As I said before, I am not a fan of the havoc the devil quadrants have run in my territory. Did you not destroy my projection as punishment? Eldernth said plainly, equating the life of a projection to the life of millions of innocents. A true higher existence indeed. Diane said with a sarcastic sneer. That was no normal projection. It was formed of one of my devil spirits. It will be another century or so before I am once again capable of using the devil core it was formed from. Demonic spirit was one of the techniques of Eldernth's devil core technique. Projections usually had less than a single % of the strength of a higher existence, but Eldernth's had almost 2%. This didn't sound like a big deal, but he could form one of these for every devil core he had. Each one was more than enough to deal with a normal higher existence. Luckily, Jade was no normal higher existence despite only just have broken through. This was the truth. Eldernth agreed to this meeting not only because of the devil vein but because of Jade. He had a feeling that if she continued to grow, she wouldn't be much less powerful than himself in the future, if at all. Still, he wasn't too worried about her. After all, he had been in the higher existence realm for over 2 million years. That wasn't an easily bridged gap. What he was apprehensive about was the fact this unknown Sicharo clan might actually be hiding other higher existences. Unfortunately, before he could even figure out what kind of enemy he was dealing with and decide whether or not to just directly declare war regardless of the consequences, he suddenly learned that he wasn't meeting with a higher existence, but rather a little boy. He could have never guessed that this boy would give him the worst surprise of his life. What is 100 years to you? Diane responded, completely unmoved. If it was up to him, Eldernth would pay for his actions in blood. Why was it that Mia and Bella were so beloved? It was precisely because of the integral part they played in the destruction of Soul Market. Soul Market had caused so much pain and suffering in Soul Universe. Yet, this Soul Market would have never existed had it not been for this higher existence Ravana. However, no matter how enraged Diane was, his heart was cooled beyond belief. He wasn't anywhere near as powerful as Eldernth right now, so even if he wanted to take action, he couldn't. With his current battle prowess, Diane could battle 9th Order 10th Stage Dao Formation Realm experts. But, not only was Eldernth a higher existence, he was of the 15th Order. The difference was monumental. Of course, this so-called 15th Order didn't exist for higher existences. They ranked themselves with a completely different system. But this was more than enough to illustrate just how powerful Eldernth was. What do you want, exactly? Eldernth asked without much emotion. Even your entire wealth wouldn't be enough to repay the lives of those individuals. However, if I insist on seeking revenge for them now, I will only put the lives of more individuals in danger. Instead, you will pay 10% of the revenue of your devil quadrants until the matters of the ancient battlefield conclude. The Sicharo clan isn't very good at negotiating, are they? Aren't we? Do you believe that I don't understand the value of a devil vein? Diane aura suddenly shifted, becoming several times darker in an instant. His golden eyes and hair blackened, and he began to waft a fog even darker than the depths of space around them. Ho ho! Eldernth chuckled lightly. If you don't agree to the space conditions, I'll refuse to even bring the use of the devil vein into play. Diane's meaning was clear. This 10% payment wasn't in exchange for using the devil vein, it was purely as recompense for the lives lost. This 10%, Diane would not only use to compensate the families that had suffered, but he would better the way of life of his mortal alliance to an even greater extent than he already had. The wealth of even the 5th-ranked outer quadrant was beyond imagining, let alone the 4th-ranked. Let's say I agree, what would your next conditions be then? Eldernth asked. An alliance with your devil quadrants once more until the matters of the ancient battlefield come to an end. I'm sure you know this already, but your devil quadrants have many enemies. The reason they've hidden their fangs is because of your strength, but what use will that strength be during the first phase? You obviously cannot enter the battlefield, but your daughter, your 2 sons, and the younger generation of your subordinates will all enter. If I'm correct, they will instantly become the target of the other 4 outer powers. And you will protect them? With what exactly? Diane couldn't help but laugh at Eldrinth's tone. I know I've spoken very rudely and haven't come off as a member of the younger generation, but I am not even 150 years old yet. Of course, it will be me who protects them. Higher existence ravenous pupils constricted. He had seen Diane long ago with his projection, but in the end he concluded that he was only so weak back then due to various constraints. After all, Eldrinth was well aware that the Sapientia still kept a pulse on the 99 universes, so in all likelihood, Diane probably didn't want to alert them too much. But hearing that Diane was a member of the younger generation caused a frown to appear on his expressionless features. Diane shrugged. You don't have to believe me, but barely a few decades ago, I was seen entering the St. Floors by your daughter. I'm sure you know what this means. How could he not? The age cap for the St. Floors was 1,000 years old. Even if Diane wasn't as young as he claimed, he would at the very least be younger than that. I dare to say that there isn't a single soul below 1,000 years old and capable of entering the first phase of the ancient battlefield that is capable of defeating me without faith. Eldrinth stared at Diane for a long time before finally speaking. That may not be true, he said plainly. Those who those powers place the greatest hope in receive Marshal St. Pills. Can you defeat geniuses of the 16th, 17th, and 18th orders who have entered the Middle Dao realm? What about those who've entered the Higher Dao realm? Diane grinned. Not right now. But in 90 more years? Diane's eyes sharpened. They will be nothing but ants before me. What Diane didn't say was that even if they had entered the peak Dao realm, it wouldn't matter on the ancient battlefield. That place was Diane's home field. Maybe on the mortal plane he couldn't defeat them, but he could already do so right now if they entered the ancient battlefield. But there were some things Eldrinth didn't need to know. Eldrinth's eyes narrowed. What are your conditions? Your Devil Path cultivators will be allowed to travel back and forth between my Chaos universe. They may use it to train and improve themselves, and even hunt the embryonic infernal beasts that populate its space. But there will of course be payment, and they will not be allowed to enter other areas of my domain without following certain procedures. Firstly, for any infernal beast hunted, 30% of its materials will be handed to my Sicharo clan. Secondly, the resources of Chaos Universe are not up for use. Any Chaos Stones mined must be compensated for. Chaos Stones were corrupted energy stones that could only be found in Chaos Universe. Their berserk energy was excellent for body refinement, as Diane had come to find out. He hadn't been aware of these Chaos Stones before, but, after awaking his immortal sense, he could easily map out whole universes. So, he had made this discovery a few years ago. Trust me, Diane said with a smile that wasn't a smile. My Sicharo clan has mapped out the whole of Chaos Universe. We know what's where, and we know exactly how much is there. I hope Higher Existence Ravana will advise his people well. Without waiting for a response, Diane continued. Thirdly, you will allow some of my people to enter Nightmare Palace. Of course, this won't be for nothing. For every entry into Nightmare Palace you allow, that will be one more of your citizens that can enter the Devil Vein free of charge. Eldrinth shook his head. I reject this. The benefits of Nightmare Palace are for a lifetime, while the benefits of the Devil Vein are finite. Every entry is worth at least 10,000 free entries to your Devil Vein. Diane grinned. 1,000. Agreed. Fourthly, you must let the Matilde clan go. The atmosphere turned cold once more. The Sicharo clan is overstepping their bounds. I'm sure you understand the importance of unity. How united is the Matilde clan with your Devil Quadrants? I wonder where the heart of their clan head lies. This is not something for you to worry about. Is that so? Diane muttered. All right, I hope you don't regret it in the future. But I should probably tell you that if we catch wind of the Matilde clan being oppressed, my wife won't be very happy. And if she's not happy, then I'm not happy. In such a situation, it would be hard to figure out just what would happen to the future of our alliance. Eldrinth's eyes narrowed, but he said no more. He knew that Diane was right, but how could he give up a clan he had raised up so diligently? When the ancient battlefield enters its second phase and truly descends, we will jointly defend against their attacks. As long as you don't betray us, We will do our very best to support you. You may be powerful, but the coming storm isn't something you can tide alone. If you only had to protect yourself, it would be one matter. But with so many relying on you, such a hope is foolish. If you'd like us to be allies, shouldn't you be more forthcoming with your clan strength? Diane pondered for a bit, tapping on the table for a moment before responding. Aside from the higher existence you are already aware of, my Sicharo clan has two others, in addition to another who has higher existence level strength. I don't believe you care about the breakdown of those with lesser strength than this, correct? Of course, these two higher existences were actually Luna and the unicorn corpse puppet. Thanks to the seal, Diane was able to force his mind to trigger the image of a unicorn whenever anything related to a higher existence was mentioned. Like this, he was able to remember. This solution wasn't perfect, but it was the best he had. As for the third, it was none other than his father-in-law, Sargeras. With the exception of Luna, who could theoretically become as powerful as the energy in her surroundings would allow, Diane wasn't sure if the others he mentioned could stack up to higher existence Ravana. However, their existence would have to be enough for now. And when will I meet these higher existences? Exactly? Though his words were cool, it was clear he was unsatisfied. They sent a child to meet with him instead of coming personally? Wasn't this just slapping his face? Well, you can meet one of them right now if you so choose. But do you truly care? Eldernth had to admit he really didn't. Maybe others would care for this matter of face, but he wouldn't. All he cared about was strength, and even if it was only because of his powerful soul, Diane was worthy of speaking with him at the very least. Those secrets he exposed were enough to prove this fact. Good. Diane nodded. That should conclude things, don't you think? We only have to sign a soul contract and that will be all. Diane's words confirmed Eldernth's thoughts exactly. This youth truly did have a freakish soul if his Sicharo clan dared to allow him to sign this contract with him. That's not a problem, but I have a condition of my own. Oh, Diane raised an eyebrow. No alliance is complete without marriage. Diane suddenly felt a headache coming along. I don't want to talk about it. Diane lay his head on Madeline's soft thighs. She played with his hair, a light smile on her face. A slight fragrant scent filled the room. Judging by the glow of Madeline's skin and the exposed sight of her heart-stopping breasts, it was obvious what had just happened. You must be making this up. Clara's voice chimed in. There's no way you said no to adding another beauty to your treasure box. Clara lay comfortably on their bed, seemingly reading a book on a tablet of some sort. Her crossed legs hid the gorgeous sight between her thighs, and the screen hid the gentle curved slopes of her chest. But in some ways, this alone was even more alluring. It's really true, Diane said, feeling aggrieved. What kind of father passes their daughter around like a hot potato? Lilith is already betrothed to Soxak. On top of that, if he nullifies their marriage, it will thoroughly offend his clan. He's already losing the support of the Matilde clan. Can he really afford to lose the support of another fifth of his strength? This alliance is more important, though, Madeline said with a light smile. There's little I hate more than arranged marriages. Still, I told him that if he wanted to insist on a marriage alliance, as long as Lilith agrees, she can marry Junior. That rabid boy will screw anything. I wonder where he gets that from. Clara's voice drifted over again. Diane's grievances only seemed to grow with Junior growing up. In all his life, Diane had only ever shared a bed with women he loved. Of course, the singular exception was when a woman who turned out to be a higher existence essentially took him against his will. But even that woman turned out to be Jade in the end. How he received this label of pervert was beyond him. Truly too unfair. Junior, however, was a wild, untamed stallion. Through their connection, Diane was well aware that his little brother's virginity was nothing but a figment of one's imagination now. He had gotten rid of it the moment he could. The only reason Diane hadn't reprimanded him about this was because he still had some boundaries. Well, the reason was actually twofold. Firstly, Junior at least wasn't running around ruining young women. To now, Diane didn't think he had ever bedded a single virgin. Many of them were experienced women who wanted to spend time with a handsome young man. Diane didn't find any problem with that. And secondly, Diane had a feeling that Junior's feelings weren't so simple. On one hand, he seemed like his own person. But on another, Diane could tell that it was much more complicated than this. For example, Junior's love for little Aliuna was pure and true. He truly treated her like she was also his daughter. Still, this was only one example. Diane had a feeling there was much more he was hiding. What if Junior not only shared Diane's feelings for his daughter, but also that of his wives as well? How would it feel if you felt love for a woman you know you could never have? Maybe this was what Junior was experiencing every day whenever he laid eyes on any one of Ree, Madeline, Amphrey, or Clara. If this was true, then Diane could only turn a blind eye. The matters surrounding Junior had become more complicated than he had the maturity to deal with. He could only let Junior vent as he saw fit. That said, there were 4 women in particular that Diane knew Junior had true feelings for aside from his wives. This was obviously easy for him to tell through their connection. Mia, Bella, Sar, and Lilith. Whether he would succeed with any of them, Diane had no idea. But why not help his little brother out where he could? If Lilith agreed, then maybe the unease in Junior's heart would settle down. Maybe if he had a woman he could truly share his burdens with, things would become better. In the end, it was because of Diane's own lack of foresight that he created Junior. Had he known that matters would become so complicated, he would have chosen to give the opportunity up, even if it meant losing out on Junior's strength. Unfortunately, what was done was done. Diane could only do his best now. Definitely not me, Diane said righteously, throwing these complicated matters to the back of his mind. He crawled up from Madeline's lap, taking Clara's tablet and tossing it across the room. Hey, I was reading to... Her words were cut off by Diane's lips. The room's fragrant scent began to slowly grow once more. I don't accept this. Rage filled Soxak's heart, a torrent of black lightning crossing through his skin and piercing toward the clouds above. My father has already decided, Lilith replied in a cool voice. In truth, she felt pity both for herself and Soxak. On one hand, her father pawned her off without a second thought, but on the other, Soxak too was undeserving of this. In reality, he was deserving of far worse. As her cultivation increased, Lilith's sensitivity to certain things also increased. Back in Soul Universe, after she had had her soul injured by Diane, she suddenly felt a spike in her affection for Soxak. Though this affection was eventually stifled by stronger disgust, those feelings back then were real. For a moment, she had truly wanted to rely on Soxak, to even start treating him more as a fiancé, to maybe see where their relationship would lead. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to marry him if she could develop feelings first. Those were the things she had thought. But the instant she broke into the Tao realm, as though an illusion was shattering, those feelings were extinguished completely. At first, Lilith thought nothing of it. Maybe she had only grown more decisive. But the more she thought about it, the weirder it became. Then she suddenly realized that injury to her soul back then, it would have been the perfect opportunity for suggestion technique to work on her. The moment she thought to this point, Lilith was filled with a cold rage, but there was nothing she could do. Not only did she not have any proof, but Soxak was still her fiancé. She couldn't arbitrarily deal with him for fear of destroying the balance of their devil quadrants. But in this moment, Chaos Universe and the arrival of her father provided the perfect opportunity. A cold sweeping blade cut through the air. Soxak, who was in a fit of madness, didn't even notice until it was too late. A spurt of blood surged into the skies as a head with a shocked expression spun without a body. She found out. These were Soxak's last thoughts as he looked into the depths of Lilith's cold black eyes. You knew. Lilith stared at Diane with an unconcealed sharpness in her eyes. Honestly, even Diane felt uncomfortable meeting her gaze. Her comprehension of the sword path was simply too fierce. Diane had never really met a true swordsman in his life. There was Delia who practiced the sword, but after awaking her constitution, her path deviated from it in part. It wasn't no longer the true swordsmanship Lilith practiced. Ree also practiced the way of the sword back when she was a teenager. There was even the treasured sword her mother left behind for her that refused to change even in the face of a greater weapon. But, after her mother came back and Diane used his array alchemy to change the sword into a beautiful belt piece for her. She hadn't spent much time practicing the sword after that either. As for his mother-in-law herself, Diane had never seen her battle, so he simply didn't know the depth of her comprehension. Of course, Diane had fought Yusho Ken. He could be considered a true swordsman. But, somehow, even though he was a sword sprite, Diane felt that Lilith was on a completely different plane compared to him. She was the very best he had ever come across. To have comprehended the immortal path sword Tao as a saint. Maybe there wasn't another talent in existence on Lilith's level in the way of the sword. There was a reason the sword was known as the king of weapons. Even for Diane's war god avatar Tribulation, the sword appeared very last. Diane had a feeling he hadn't grasped even a single % of what the sword true weapon really was. In terms of power, Lilith stood no chance against Diane. But if they were comparing their comprehension in the way of the sword, Diane would lose 10 out of 10 times. Of course I knew, Diane said with a shrug. Well, initially I didn't because my cultivation was sealed back then. But, by the time I started healing your soul back then, my soul had already unsealed itself. I noticed there was an odd energy surrounding you back then, but I didn't touch it. After beheading Soxak, Lilith had stormed her way to Soul Palace. She was actually the only one of the Devil Path geniuses who could do this. The others hadn't been given a soul tag and as such couldn't use the Mortal Alliance's teleportation arrays. Currently, she was staring at Diane with a furious expression as the Grand Hall. What made her angrier was the fact that Diane wasn't only dressed lazily, but she was certain that this was a mere clone of his. As for what the real Diane was doing, she could hazard multiple guesses. Lilith's gaze flashed with rage. Why the hell not? Diane chuckled inwardly. She knew that Lilith was only half angry because he didn't inform her. The other half of her anger was due to remembering the events of back then. In order to force her into a state of such distraction that she wouldn't notice the existence of the soul tome, Diane forced Lilith to get naked back then while he healed her soul. She had almost committed suicide as a result and would have succeeded had Diane not stopped her. It seems she was still angry about this. Since I've already succeeded, I don't mind telling you, Diane said with a shrug. It would have been very easy for me to cure your soul of that affliction back then, but I didn't because having you in such a state was useful to me. Your devil quadrants have long since been my first target of conquering the outer quadrants. Your father might be powerful, but he is the most convenient to make use of. Firstly, there's only one of him. I would much rather deal with one powerful force. I can diligently plan for that multiple powerful forces a step or two below in strength. Secondly, your devil quadrants are the closest to my domain. Even if I didn't use a teleportation array, traveling through the void toward your territories wouldn't take much longer than traveling to an adjacent quadrant of the tower quadrants. And thirdly, your territory is far too unstable. First, the Matilde clan's loyalties lie elsewhere. And second, do you really believe that Soxak's clan won't see anything fishy about his death, even if you picked the perfect and most convenient time? Lilith stood completely silent. Just before he died, your father announced that he would be cutting off your engagement. That much wasn't actually planned by me, it was just a beautiful coincidence. But, what do you think would happen once the fiery-tempered Lilith Ravana suddenly found out that the feelings of warmth she had toward her fiancé were all fake? I wonder if the princess would be able to reel in her own temper? You actually surprised me. You managed to hold back for several years, likely because you knew the ramifications of killing him directly. But in the end, it seemed luck was on my side. Diane smiled lightly. You killed him in Chaos Universe, so whatever information his clan receives about his death will be jumbled and meaningless. But for my purposes, this is better. The longer these troubles can lurk in the shadow and cast doubt on your nightmare palace, the better. If the Fulgur clan found out right away and things were exposed, their only option would be to directly run. After all, they're no match for your nightmare palace. But, if they're allowed to stay and fester, Diane, who was monologuing like an evil villain, suddenly froze. Why the hell are you crying? He stared at Lilith with an incredulous expression. but she said no other words. Tears running down her icy cheeks, she turned and left. Diane stood stunned as he watched Lilith's figure flash into the distance. It was as though she had forgotten she was a mighty Tao formation realm expert. Her speed was no faster than a normal mortal girl, dashing away from a broken heart. Diane's mouth hung open. By the time she finally disappeared from his sight, his lips had slowly closed, but a deep frown set into his brows. Why did he feel so uncomfortable? Had he felt bad about scheming against Lilith back then? Of course not. That girl tried to take his life because she believed him to be a detriment to their scheme. Why would he hesitate to use her for his own benefit? What did he care if Lilith was taken advantage of by Soxak? Even if that scumbag took all her firsts, he wouldn't care. The world was filled with beauties, but he already had his wives. He couldn't take every gorgeous woman as his own, right? How ridiculous. Plus, Soxak was already her fiancée. One day she would be his anyway. For a woman who tried to murder him, why would he care if her precious things were snatched a few years earlier than they otherwise might be? The matters surrounding the Devil Quadrants were too important to Diane. Now, higher existence Ravana was faced with problems from all sides. There was the Matilde clan that was likely already distancing themselves from him, and now there was also the Fulgur clan lurking in the shadows. On one hand, Eldernth didn't have any good enough reason to destroy the Fulgur clan, even if he could prove what Soxak did to his daughter. So what? Soxak was a mere member of the younger generation. He could hardly represent his whole clan. Plus, it was very obvious to everyone that Lilith was still a virgin. At high enough levels, seeing this only took a single glance. Who would believe that Soxak had used suggestion tactics on his own fiancée, yet actually left her completely untouched? They couldn't possibly know that despite his suggestion techniques, Lilith also felt an innate revulsion towards Soxak and didn't even let him touch her hand. Because Lilith was always more powerful than him, even after he broke into the celestial realm. Even if he wanted to force the issue, he simply couldn't. Unfortunately, all of these tiny details would be washed away. This left higher existence Ravana with his hands tied. He already had one of his 4-pillar subordinates in the Matilde clan no longer truly willing to follow him. If he then killed off another one of these 4 pillars without sufficient reason, what would happen? Wouldn't the whole of the Devil Quadrants collapse? It was true that in the face of absolute power, all of these things were meaningless. But there was the matter of faith to take into account. If higher existence Ravana really did these things, the faith of the Devil Quadrants would plummet. And the best part about this scheme? Even if Eldernth knew about it, there was nothing he could do. In fact, due to the existence of the Devil Vein, he even had to compromise an ally with Diane. This was the power behind Diane's calculations. When 2 intelligent people were fighting a war of the minds against one another, the only way for one to win was to force the other side to willingly step into a trap. With one move, just a single choice made several decades ago, Diane had crippled a mighty outer quadrant. For his mortal alliance, this was a great victory that came at the cost of no lives. In the future, when they inevitably had to turn their swords away from the failed clans toward each other, Diane would now have a massive advantage. So why was he frowning? No matter what, Lilith was a grown woman of almost 50 years old, crying because she fell for someone's scheme. Wasn't that a little too exaggerated? Where was her pride? Damn it. Later that week, Diane learned that Lilith accepted to marry Junior. This at least allowed him to sigh a breath of relief, especially when he saw that little guy's wide grin. Diane would be lying if he said he didn't feel a bit uncomfortable, though. It wasn't actually about the marriage. It was rather that he was worried if he was spitting on his own moral code. He had said that the marriage would only go through if Lilith agreed. But was it actually Lilith's choice? Or was it because of Diane that this happened? After all, Diane had pushed the Devil Quadrants into a corner. Maybe Lilith felt this was the only path left to her. The only way she could help her nightmare palace. The early bird catches the worm. See, this husband of yours warned you. You 2 lagged behind too much. Now you'll have to settle for fighting for second wife. Junior laughed as he ran away from Mia and Bella's rain of small fists. Diane couldn't help but smile as he watched on, feeling quite comfortable. To Diane and his inner circle, Junior was his little brother. But, to the world and even to those of the Mortal Alliance, Junior was actually Diane and Madeline's son. Even Lilith and Eldernth believed this. Of course, the true details of this marriage couldn't be publicized to the Tower Quadrants. However, it was still a grand occasion for the Mortal Alliance. The engagement party was broadcasted for all to see. A happy air enshrouded the Mortal Alliance. "It's good to see Junior happy," Madeline said with a smile. "What do you think we should give as a gift? We are his parents, after all." The engagement party had long since come to an end, and Diane and his wives had already provided a wealth of gifts. But it seemed that Madeline didn't believe that this was enough. The two were actually currently traveling through the depths of space within the Sage Tower. It wasn't just them, but Ree had tagged along as well. As for what their destination was, it was unknown to others. "Isn't it Junior's father-in-law that's meant to hand over a dowry? Since when did it become my responsibility?" Diane muttered, but the only response he received was a giggle. "Stop being so stingy," Ree reprimanded. "Since Lilith is now Junior's wife, she is part of our family. It can't be that you want to hold back things from your daughter sister-in-law, right?" Diane felt a headache coming along. He really had been bullied too often by his wives recently. All right. I'll help her integrate with Mortal Meridians along with you guys." Seeing the two of them smiling triumphantly, Diane could only close his eyes in defeat. The only reason Diane hadn't helped his wives integrate with Mortal Meridians yet was because they simply didn't have his soul strength. As a result, they wouldn't be able to hide their strength. Luckily, Clara adapted quickly since they were originally her Meridians to begin with. However, Diane's other wives wouldn't be able to do so well immediately. Since they had to participate in matters involving the Federation, it wasn't smart to allow them to integrate just yet. Once they approached the date of the battlefield's descent, that would be when Diane would help them out. He also planned on helping his demon generals do the same as well. Of course, he would leave enough time for them to become acclimated with their new strength. From what Diane understood, there were actually grades among Mortal Meridians the same way there were grades amongst normal Meridians. These were separated into incomplete fusion, half fusion, fusion, and perfect fusion Meridians by Diane's research. Incomplete fusion Meridians could partially fuse one's vital chi of the blood and conventional chi of the energy path. Within incomplete fusion Meridians, there were those that allowed 10% fusion, 20% fusion, all the way up to 90%. These shouldn't be underestimated. Even a 10% incomplete fusion set of meridians could provide a massive increase to one's strength. By Diane's calculations, a 10% fusion was the equivalent of half an order. This meant that 90% fusion was the equivalent difference between a 9th-order genius and a 13th to 14th-order genius. Half fusion meridians provided a 100% fusion between one's vital chi and conventional chi. This provided a full 5-order boost in strength. Fusion meridians were a step higher. These meridians not only allow the 100% fusion of vital chi and conventional chi, but also allowed the fusion of soul chi with one's mind. Though this didn't provide a direct boost to one's strength, it still drastically improved one's comprehension, computation abilities, and thinking speed. Like incomplete fusion meridians also had grades of their own. This limited the amount of soul chi one could fuse with their mind. This grade could be parsed by observing the halo created when one's mind was flooded with soul chi. Mortal grade fusion meridians could accept normal soul chi and appeared as a dull white. Comet grade fusion meridians could accept comet chi and appeared as a dull silver. Moon grade and planet fusion meridians appeared in a variety of colors depending on the person, but had a difference in size, moon grade being the smaller of the two. Finally, star grade fusion meridians appeared like blazing fire in the form of a halo, and could accept star chi. The final grade of mortal meridians were the perfect fusion meridians. Diane really couldn't see through their limits, but what he did know was that only he, Junior, and little Aluna had been born with this grade. Even Clara only had star grade fusion meridians. Upon first glance, Diane didn't see a difference between them. He once assumed that star grade fusion meridians and perfect fusion meridians were the same. However, when his immortal sense awakened, Dian's observation abilities were raised to an all-new level. It was then he began to see some differences. He still didn't quite understand. But he knew he had yet to reach his limit. In the end, Dian didn't actually believe that his perfect fusion meridians were the result of him being more talented. Actually, he believed he was born with star-grade fusion meridians. However, his integration with the sovereign flame is what evolved his meridians. As for why little Aluna also received this benefit, the answer was obvious. When a child between a heaven's child and another species was born, that child would become the absolute greatest version of whatever the non-heaven's child parent was. Simply put, Aluna didn't evolve due to the sovereign flame, obviously, because Dian hadn't had it when he impregnated Luna. She evolved thanks to the heaven's blessing. To put these matters into perspective, within the energy kernel, 99% of the mortal meridians were incomplete fusion meridians. 0.999% were half fusion meridians. 0.001% were some form of fusion meridians. Essentially, only 1 in 100,000 would be born with fusion meridians and be capable of using their soul chi to boost their comprehension. But only 1 in 1 billion would be born with star-grade fusion meridians. Within the soul kernel, there were only 30. So Dian had a decision to make. Should he give Lilith the best he had? Or not? Suddenly Dian looked up. Oh, looks like we're here. The Emperor Giant Clan. Emperor Giant Clan territory was quite a magnificent sight. As one might imagine for a race of giant humanoids, everything in sight was larger than life. Even a normal doorway had an arch 5 meters into the air. Still, what surprised Dian was the architecture. He would have never expected that a race known for their brutish nature would actually have a keen sense of proportion and style. Though the design still held a sort of manly, forceful air, it still held on to a refined elegance. Everything was built of beautiful gray and brown stone that seemed to be chiseled into shape by hand. One would think that such colors, especially without the support of precious gems one might usually find in a capital city, would limit the appreciation one might feel, but the effect was the exact opposite. It seems that there's a talent here that just might rival Maying. Dian thought silently to himself as he strolled through the large city completely unnoticed. Architectural talent might seem useless on the surface, but this was far from the case. Running an empire in Dian's mind was similar to those city-building games from his mortal world. Except here, instead of some sort of satisfaction or happiness metric, one measured faith. The better an empire's infrastructure, the happier one's citizens would be. The happier one's citizens, the greater faith would bloom. Faith wasn't always about the external opinions of others toward an empire. It was equally about what trend the internal opinions of the population tended toward. This was why fanatic territories like the cathedral could exist without collapsing despite being so clearly horrible to their people. Instead of relying on true feelings of loyalty and happiness, they relied on baseless beliefs and doctrines to manipulate their population. Simply put, such a talent in architecture shouldn't be underestimated. In some ways, the role they played wasn't much less important than grand elders of an empire. At this point, Dian could wantonly spread his senses without worry of another sensing him. In terms of cultivators, even higher existences weren't qualified to detect his immortal sense. In terms of arrays, the mortal plane simply didn't have any legacies capable of exposing a transcendent. Like this, the entirety of the Emperor Giant Clan was projected into Dian's mind. Interesting. Dian smirked. Secrets? Before him, no such thing existed. I must say, I was surprised when I received your Emperor Giant Clan's call. Dian said with a light smile. If I recall correctly, your true god Anik and my little cousin had a bit of a misunderstanding, no? Of course, Dian was currently in his mask state. Currently, he stood within large grand hall. Though Dian had personally described many grand halls in this way before. But this time, he really meant it. Though he had been offered a chair, he directly declined. What a joke. If he really did sit in the chair they offered him, he'd look no different from a baby in a bib. Emperor Angelus smiled awkwardly at Dian's words. This guy definitely knew why they called him, so why was he being like this? Plus, what did a matter between the younger generation matter to them? Of course, back when he learned of what happened to his son, He had been enraged, even wanting to seek revenge. After all, Anak was the light of hope for their Emperor Giant clan. He was their chance to finally rise again. How could they allow his dignity to be tainted to such an extent? Back then, in a rage due to Anak daring to have designs on his Madeline, Dian forced Anak to kneel before the Valley of Geniuses using what appeared to be bloodline suppression. In truth, the Emperor Giant clan never received a definitive answer for that. But, after seeing Dian cast Harmonious Whole, they all couldn't help but remember the incident from back then. Could it be that the Sicharo clan truly housed the last remnants of the Angel clan? Emperor Angelus sighed. No need to play mind games, higher existence Sicharo. Our Emperor Giant clan has called you here today to submit. Dian's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, he was legitimately surprised. To take hold of Grand Templar sect and Kong clan territory, he had to jump through so many hoops and even personally fight a few battles. The Kong clan had a lot of internal conflict he had to clear up, while the Grand Templar sect, although not as politically complicated, had a man at their helm Dian didn't want to underestimate. Of course, this latter realization shocked himself as well back then, but he was prepared for it since he had long since realized when he stormed into the Grand Templar sect back then to save Geralda and Ryu that there was something odd about them, and especially odd about King Cromwell. But the Emperor Giant clan was significantly more powerful than them. They were ranked 9th among all of the tower quadrants. Dian, never in his wildest dreams, ever expected them to so easily bow their heads. To put how ridiculous this matter was into perspective, Dian was responsible for essentially handing the whole of the Kitsunshruti quadrant over to the Shruti clan, and yet even they were unwilling to submit. Dian suddenly grinned as he thought of something. Like he had said before, trying to keep secrets before him? Wasn't that a fool's errand? I see, Dian said with a lot less enthusiasm than the Emperor Giants expected. So this enemy of yours is that powerful, Emperor Angelus froze before smiling bitterly. Don't you mean our enemy? This is a fiend all of us with angel blood must face. Dian smiled lightly. He knew well that there was this so-called enemy the angels had to face. Who this enemy was, he had no idea. At this point, Dian had so many enemies bearing down from everywhere, he even felt that one more was meaningless to him. However, wasn't this matter far too convenient for the Emperor Giants? They gained his protection and a chance to become true angels for what exactly? Would they make a large difference to Dian's overall battle strength? Probably. There was a reason, after all, the Nephilim were the strongest alliance in all of the mortal plane. Giants were known for their overwhelming battle prowess. But was this alone enough? Dian didn't know. Nothing in his life had ever come easy. For such a thing to fall into his lap like this. He was certain that there was a deeper matter at play here, one that would definitely come back to bite him. Tell me about this enemy, Dian said casually. Of course, these words confused the Emperor Giants, until they suddenly understood. Maybe Dian wanted to check if they really were one of his kind. After all, the difference between them was simply too large. While Dian could use ancient Grand Circle magic, they couldn't even use the simplest angel magic. Other than having stronger bodies than normal giants, and having a unique energy cultivation talent characteristic the giant race who normally focused on body cultivation didn't have, there was nothing special about them. They thought that Dian wanted to see how much they knew. If they knew enough and passed his test, then he would accept them. If not, they would fail and be rejected by him, forced to face this enemy alone. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing that Dian was simply using this misunderstanding to squeeze information out of them. Though Jade had left him the key to a lot of secrets, there were still many matters he was completely unaware of. And since Dian didn't know of it, there was only one explanation. This enemy resided within the ancient battlefield. Dian knew well that in the former timeline, because his cultivation had been sealed, he missed out on the ancient battlefield, forced to hide and bide his time. The mortal plane that Dian conquered was nothing like this one. That mortal plane was occupied by many failed clans. Though some clans like the Nephilim and Sapientia survived, many more perished. Luckily, due to this fact, Dian had information about the strongest failed clans, which was why he was still so apprehensive ancient battlefield despite his advantages. He knew something that no one else knew. In the past, when the ancient battlefield descended, faith would be the advantage of the defenders. However, this time, faith would be sealed by the heavens. These failed clans, having been raised and tempered in the harsh environment of the ancient battlefield, would become the new pillars of the mortal plane. Their strength wasn't something the mortal plane could match. Diane had a feeling that the enemies of the angels were within these very clans. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Angelus began. The mortal plane has had 4 eras to now, 3 of which have already been completed, and the 4th of which may come to end even faster than the shortest 3rd. Back during the first era, the Titans ruled everything and they were the light of the human race. It was because of them that we prospered through an era that was meant to be ruled by beasts. However, the Titans too became the very tyrants they had expelled. The deeper they delved into the Titan path, the more difficult it became for them to control their carnal desires. When we neared the end of the era, many of them had already become no different from beasts themselves. It was then that we humans did what we always did. We fought, scratching and clawing toward a light of hope. We began to delve into a new path, a path we believed was far purer. The energy path. The Chaos era already had a wealth of energy and chi types, but they were simply too difficult to grasp and control. In addition, their fields were very narrow. One might spend their whole lives comprehending a single chi type and become powerful down one path, but suddenly realize that it didn't fulfill the goals you needed it for. This matter was what truly held the human race back from confronting the Titans. Chi types were exceptionally powerful, but they simply weren't versatile enough. Even the greatest of geniuses could only wield 3 or 4 at most, and these individuals were too sparse in number. This was when the human race made what was arguably the greatest advancement in its history. This was none other than the creation of conventional chi. Diane's eyes glowed at these words, but he remained silent, allowing Emperor Angelus to continue. The creation of conventional chi changed everything. Firstly, one no longer needed to rely on affinities to cultivate. It was now possible for individuals even without any affinities at all to grow powerful through diligence and hard work. Secondly, the versatility of the human race reached a new level. We suddenly became capable of wielding chi that wasn't the best at any one thing, but was slightly above average in everything. Conventional chi was capable of relieving hunger and healing minor injuries. It had potent attack strength and could even be used in defensive techniques. Its versatility was unmatched, especially not by the Titans who were only known for the strength of their bodies. The third benefit was something humans had always been the best at: research. The creation of conventional chi meant that one of the biggest hurdles of our race had been cleared, so our thoughts could be focused toward other matters. But putting it like this was too simple. When one cultivates a type chi, only very specific meridian pathways could be used. For example, if one used the heavy bold type chi, fragile, narrow pathways must be avoided. If one used the airy light type chi, sturdy meridian pathways would impede its flow, so they also must be avoided. However, with the creation of conventional chi, there was suddenly no pathway chi couldn't travel in. This suddenly gave humans a far more comprehensive understanding of their bodies and a holistic view of their meridian pathways. This led to the creation of magic. Diane smiled lightly. This was truly a case of everything coming together to form a perfect picture. Over time, those without Titan blood slowly became more powerful. It was a combination of luck and circumstances. Titans weren't a united group. They were often very arrogant and confrontative. As a result, they were fragmented. They hadn't made any meaningful progress in countless millions of years because they were too busy fighting amongst themselves. Human ingenuity was something they had completely forgotten about. They no longer sought to evolve, but rather fought for benefits of their own. In the end, the so-called Titans weren't one entity like some history books made them out to be, but were fragmented clans not much different from the current Nephilim Outer Quadrant territory. It was like this we energy path users began to grow in strength. Unfortunately, not everything went smoothly. Eventually, the Titans realized that the humans they saw as ants were no longer so weak that they could completely ignore our existence. In their own fragmented way, They began to stamp down what they felt was a challenge to their prestige. They didn't care about our innovation. In fact, like many times in the long history that occurred after their fall, they sought to banish even the mere thought of us. If the Titans had decided to band together to wipe us out, we wouldn't have stood a chance. But they were too arrogant to do this. They felt like their individually sparse clans could do the job just fine. And in reality, they weren't entirely wrong. Us New Age humans were slaughtered one by one without a chance to fight back. Even as loose clumps of sand, the difference between us and the Titans was simply too grand. Though cultivating conventional chi was easier than type chi, this was still the chaos era. Energy was too volatile, and soothing it into a usable form was still extremely difficult. We were facing an enemy that relied solely on their bodies, a near inexhaustible reserve of stamina, while our reserves were limited and depleted very quickly. A Titan could battle for months, even years without end, but we could last maybe a few hours at most. Things like wielding atmospheric chi or establishing domains. They were too high grade for our ancient ancestors. Research into cultivation simply hadn't progressed far enough to comprehend these things. But it was then, with our backs against the wall, that our human race experienced one final breakthrough. Maybe it was due to us, or maybe it was the heavens who were unwilling to see this new path being snuffed out in its infancy. But we were given another light of hope. Magic began to evolve. From something that could only have limited effects, it became more and more grand. Eventually, it even became capable of changing the very constitutions of humans themselves. We soon realized that these magics, when performed with type chi, could exhibit strengths far beyond what they could with conventional chi. Our ancestors began to see a chance. They had neglected type chi after the creation of conventional chi, but they suddenly understood that the heavens never create a thing without a purpose. Of these type magics, the one that showed the greatest promise was those performed by holy type chi. Not only were they capable of healing, but it seemed this healing ability was fundamentally linked to source of life itself. If this source was controlled, then maybe humans could even grasp a path toward their own evolution. We named these magics blessings. With their help, the first angel was born. It was no wonder. Dian often found himself vastly underestimating the strength of his blessings, but the reality showed that there was a very good reason for this. After judging his own strength, Dian usually concluded that he needed to make use of holy type chi or else the effect would be too weak. However, whenever he used holy type chi, the result would be wildly out of his control. One only needs to look toward what happened when he tried to save little Aluna from those sprite bastards to see this. Honestly, Dian blamed his teacher, Liliana. Wasn't it her fault that he always misjudged the strength of his ancient grand circle magic? In reality, though, this wasn't Liliana's fault. After all, by the time she was born, type chi had faded from existence and only conventional chi remained. She had no way of knowing how powerful these magics would be with holy type chi. Couple this with the fact she didn't have the wings of blessings herself, and this was an inevitable conclusion. Dian was only snapped out of his thoughts by Emperor Angelus' voice. For some matters, the first ancestor is sometimes the most powerful. However, in the case of the strongest races of an era, the first ancestor is only the beginning. The first angel born was a heaven's angel. Their birth greatly changed what we believed could be possible with chi. At first, it was the belief that we would be able to use chi to carve out a piece of existence for ourselves and make the Titans feel apprehensive. But now we felt that even defeating the Titans was possible. Even eradicating them all and ridding the mortal plane of their scourge might become a reality. Soon after the Heaven's Angel, another birth of angels occurred, and the Hell's Angel was born. These individuals snatched some of the abilities of the Titans for themselves, using chi to replicate their strengths and build strong bodies for themselves. If the Heaven's Angel gave us hope, the Hell's Angel gave us arrogance. It gave us the confidence to realize that what the Titans could do, we could do as well. This swelling of public content led to the third massive discovery, and likely the discovery that led us to victory in those times: faith. As our comprehension of chi deepened, we began to delve into the mysteries of the world. We were far more qualified to do so than the Titans who lost their minds to their own strength. We soon realized that there was a mysterious type chi that we could sense, but no one seemed capable of wielding. After countless years of research and barely hanging on against the Titan assault, we discovered faith. Not only did we discover it, but we came to comprehend just how to wield it. We ourselves aren't capable of wielding faith. However, if we used the heavens as a medium, not only would wielding this mysterious strength become as easy as breathing, but it could even give an individual who hadn't cultivated a single day in their lives strength beyond their imagining. However, what we needed was time. Finding these mediums of heaven was too difficult. Universe spirits would often hide, and sometimes would even move locations depending on the fluctuations of energy within their domains. Since the science was still in its infancy, many of our ancestors failed many times more than they succeeded. Still, even these small successes slowly began to add up. Those who could wield faith grew, and our battle against the Titans became more and more even before there eventually came a day where it was we who oppressed them. However, it just wasn't enough. When the Titans realized they were truly on the brink of destruction, they finally set their arrogance aside and came together as one. What humanity most feared had come to fruition. All of our so-called victories were the product of the Titans being as loose as sand. They had no unity, no cohesion. But in an instant all of this changed. Under danger of being eradicated, they banded together. At this point, maybe the best choice would have been to pull back. After all, in the end, weren't we all humans? Our stories were strikingly similar. Out of the desire for survival, to make something better of ourselves, we broke through the locks on our potential and ascended the heavens. Was there a need to fight? Dian sighed along with the Emperor Giant. If only humans blinded by greed and power could see so far. On one side, there were the Titans who were unwilling to give up the strength they had gained. On the other, there were the angels who had finally gotten a taste of power themselves. Would any of them truly stop? Unfortunately, none of this mattered. The beasts had long become relics of the past, and all we could see were the enemies before us. As one might expect, the Titans kept their advantage. The ground the angels had gained was quickly lost. Finding universe spirits was simply too difficult. However, for better or for worse, when it mattered most, the angels broke through once again. This time, the wings of blessings were born. Dian's eyes narrowed. This time, the matter wasn't so simple at all. This time, the ancestor had a name that was remembered through the generations. The first golden-winged angel born was known by all. His name was Zeus of the Olympus clan. A tremor rippled through Dian's body. This time he had felt it. Couldn't have been more real, that apprehension in his heart. He had realized long ago that the legends of his mortal clan were actually ripples of faith surviving across space and time. But this was the very first time he felt this reality so profoundly. A battle between the Titans and Olympus? Maybe if he was still that 8-year-old boy from so many years ago, he would find this to just be a fascinating story to listen to. After all, which mortal child hadn't been regaled with the tales of the Greek gods of old? However, this time something felt different. Though Dian's body hadn't transcended, in a sense, his soul had done so in part. Before, he wasn't qualified to feel this ripple. But now, it resounded in his mind that a fiercely ringing bell. Olympus clan. Just what kind of existence were they? The Olympus clan, under the leadership of Zeus, led us all. With the birth of the wings of blessings, angels suddenly gained the ability to evolve. From angels, we became the virtuous, mighty two-winged angels. From the virtuous, we became the archangels, mighty three-winged angels. From the archangels, we became thrones, mighty four-winged angels. From the thrones, we became the cherubim, mighty five-winged angels. And from the cherubs, we became the ultimate existence amongst angels, the seraphim, mighty six-winged angels. This didn't all happen at once, but Zeus' speed of improvement was mind-boggling. He seemed to have talent that overshadowed all those existence. It wasn't until a second of his kind appeared that we came to understand that his talent wasn't normal thanks to a gift by the heavens. Zeus was the first wielder of the legendary ancient constitution. He was also known as Boom. Dian felt the tremble in mind grow fiercer. In an instant, his mind spun, connecting many seemingly disjointed memories. If his face wasn't hidden beneath a mask, the Emperor Giant would be shocked to see that the man he lauded as a higher existence was pale beyond recognition. Amphory, his very own wife's constitution, was known as Hypnos Muse. When she explained it to him, what had she said exactly? That was right. Others believed that Amphory was simply weaker than they initially thought because of her subpar performance during the Federation's first mission. But only those close to her knew that there were two very good reasons. First, she spent much of her time training Clara. And second, the time that wasn't spent training Clara was spent sleeping. And why was it that she slept so often? It was precisely because of her constitution, Hypnos Muse. And where had her constitution come from? Wasn't it because there was a man in the past named Hypnos, who also wielded an ancient constitution? Wasn't Hypnos also a Greek god in his mortal clan's history books? If this matter ended here, maybe Dian would be more indifferent. However, there was another shocking matter. This time, it resided in his very own body. It can't be that the war god, the mighty god of war, the man who wielded two of the martial intents Dian himself now wielded, was also related to all of this, right? Can't be that his name was Ares, right? And now there was Zeus, wielder of an ancient constitution, and the god of the skies, the chief deity. Dian knew of only 3 ancient constitutions. Yet they were all related to Greek mythology. They were all related to the Olympus clan. It must be coincidence. It must be that he was wrong. It can't be that all of the ancient constitution to ever be birthed were born within this clan, right? Dian quickly steadied himself. He didn't understand why he had such a fierce reaction to all of this. But if he was correct, these matters were too shocking. What of the others? Did a goddess of love exist? A goddess of the seasons? A mother of gods? Just how far did this go? This can't possibly be that important. Why am I reacting like this? Even if they were all part of that clan, they're all dead already. No one born with an ancient constitution has ever transcended. Not a single one even made it to the Tao realm. Dian always trusted his instincts, but this time, his reaction was just too ridiculous. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find a logical reason for his trembling. Interestingly enough, Emperor Angelus continued with a proud expression. He mistook Dian's reaction for pleasure, believing that the story he had told to this point had received full marks. So he decided to add a bit more, just so Dian was certain he was one of them. Angels didn't have wings until Lord Zeus was born. It was because of his special ancient constitution that we gained the extra-meridian pathways of our wings, allowing our strength to bloom to an all-new level. Of course, this only makes sense. After all, he isn't known as the god of the skies without reason. If he didn't have wings, something would be missing. The proud Emperor Giant had no way of knowing that Dian wasn't even listening to him any longer. By the time Dian started paying attention again, the Emperor Giant was well along in his story. It was a good thing he started paying attention again too, because it seemed there was something just as important that Dian almost missed. With the help of Lord Zeus, the Titans were on the brink of extinction. Even coming together, they weren't enough. Unfortunately for the Titans, this wasn't because they were so much less talented. The true reason behind this was their lack of innovation. After they reached the top, they stopped improving. Their techniques completely stagnated and never changed, allowing the angels to adapt and think of countermeasures for everything they could possibly do. Many of them had already given up what it truly meant to be human. For them, it was already too late to turn back. They believed in their own strength too much, and eventually, this became their downfall. When Dian heard this, his eyes narrowed. The reason was simple. If this was the end of the story, what was the point of all of this to begin with? Dian had asked who the enemy of the angels were, not who their fallen enemies were. Luckily, Emperor Angelus didn't disappoint. But, as the Titans neared their end, it seemed that some of them grasped that this was their weakness. If they lost what it meant to be human, what would be the point of it all? It was then the heavens smiled down upon Titans and the ancient battlefield was created. The very first failed clan. It was the Titans themselves. Diane's heart palpitated. He had always wondered why his constitution's world was the ancient battlefield. It turned out that this was the reason. He always knew that there had to be a secret behind this reality. But he hadn't expected a simple visit to the supposedly simple-minded giants would reveal all of this to him. Who said that giants were all brawn and no brain? Ridiculous. In the end, it turned out that the innovation of us angels became the very thing that allowed our enemies to survive. It turned out that the Titans were given this opportunity because they also managed to subdue a universe spirit. Such a large secret was simply too difficult to keep hidden. In reality, the angels never tried to hide it. The reason was simple. Our ancestors simply didn't believe it was possible to subdue a universe spirit without comprehending Qi. What they didn't know was that the heavens didn't play favorites. All three paths were given equal opportunity to succeed. In some circles, many believe that the only reason the soul path is so weak in combat is purely because the golden era was the shortest of the eras. Wasn't the body path once weak? Didn't the humans have to first become demons, before then becoming titans, before they could finally display their true strength? Wasn't the energy path also once weak? Did we humans have to first become pseudo-angels before evolving into the mighty seraphim? In my humble opinion, the soul path simply didn't get the opportunity to develop it should have. Diane trembled once more. These revelations, they were like sledgehammers to his heart. Doors began to open in his mind one after another. Why was he so certain that the soul would be weak until one transcended? What if the soul was only powerful after one transcended because transcendents continued to research the soul while those of the mortal plane gave up on it? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. Emperor Angelus shook his head. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, the angels completely lost contact with Titans, and we believed it was all over, that we had finally won. It wasn't until Lord Zeus had long since died and the angels reached the absolute apex of all of existence that we understood we couldn't have been more wrong. When everything couldn't have been more perfect, the ancient battlefield descended for the first time. It was a bloody massacre. The Titans returned with a vengeance and sought to lay the angel species to waste. Though we eventually won in the end, it came with a heavy price. The angels fell into obscurity, no longer able to raise our heads. Diane's heart grew somber. Now he finally understood how the mighty angel race had fallen to the point of not even being capable of ruling a single planet. It seemed the second trial took place after this bloody war concluded. A mutual destruction, maybe? Unfortunately, this faint hope was dashed by Emperor Angelus' next words. I fear, though, that this isn't the end of the story. If our ancient texts are correct, as the final Titans who chose to descend died out, they claimed that they were just half of the Titans who existed on the ancient battlefield. It seemed that the Titans were split, as they had always been. Half of them wanted to descend and seek revenge, while the other half felt they should put down their arrogance and wait for the perfect opportunity. It was exactly as Diane feared. In the previous timeline, when he took over the mortal plane, the rulers weren't the Sapientia or Nephilim, they were the Titans. Back then, Diane had been able to take advantage of their lack of unity to win. They were united when they initially descended, but began to fracture afterward. However, this version of himself couldn't afford to wait until those Titans fractured. If he did, the mortal alliance might be finished. In the end, if it wasn't for Lord Zeus, the angels would have never been able to stand against the Titans. The descent of the Titans proved this. Without Lord Zeus, even with vast amounts of faith, we still almost lost. And this time, I'm afraid nothing can stop them. Emperor Angelus took a deep breath. Have I shown you enough? Higher existence, Sacharo? Diane remained silent for a moment, his mind spinning at inconceivable speeds. He suddenly understood something. The birth of the peak species of an era was always the result of human effort. The demon evolved from humans and eventually became Titans by studying beasts and strengthening their bodies. The angels researched type Qi, created conventional Qi, and relied on Zeus to give them their final push to the very top. As for the elves, though they didn't create soul Qi, they relied on it to increase their standing by forming contracts with beasts. Each contract they signed increased their strength by taking a portion of the talent of said beast. There was a logical flow to it all. Their strength didn't just magically appear. Even the so-called peak race of this era, the sprites, were the product of a child between a true sprite and a human. Everything had a reason, a place, an instigator of sorts. But that then begs the question, what about his own race? Whose efforts was his mortal race the product of? By the time Dian came to from his thoughts, he realized that he was the recipient of several dozen expectant gazes. After thinking for a moment, he finally remembered that his purpose here hadn't been to listen to a nice story. He had been here to take the Emperor Giants under his wing. He had never expected this to be easy, but reality was outside his predictions. However, taking the Emperor Giants under his rule was as good as painting a massive target on his back. The more Dian thought about it, the more hesitant he became, but in the end, he sneered, his heart becoming firm. It turned out that he had almost become like those heads of clans he hated so much when he was a younger man. It was truly difficult to ignore consequences when one had the lives of billions in your care. Back then, he was all alone. He even had to fight for the right to marry his own women. Why would he care about ramifications all those years ago? The only person he had to answer to was himself. But now, things were different. Every decision he made could potentially lead to the death of countless individuals. Still, if he had been this timid all those years ago, would those very individuals who led grand lives have the opportunity to do so? He would never forsake the mentality that raised him up to the heights he sat upon today. Plus, wasn't his Amphory an angel? During the previous timeline, Dian hadn't unsealed his constitution yet, so venturing in Chaos Universe would have been a foolish ideal. As such, he didn't find and awaken his father-in-law and Amphory until long after the ancient battlefield descended and the war ended. Thanks to this, Amphory's existence didn't reappear until after Dian had taken hold of significant power on the mortal plane. However, would things be the same this time? Since Amphory was no longer hiding away in Chaos Universe, would she still go unnoticed? Since those titans dared to have designs on his wife, they would feel his wrath. Step onto the mortal plane and seek revenge? He wouldn't even allow them the chance. Dian smiled lightly. I'm willing to accept the Emperor Giants, but the excitement they felt at the start of his words were doused. If they didn't have adequate backing, they would be eradicated the moment the Titans sensed their existence. Their clan didn't have a single higher existence. Though they were confident that Anak would one day reach that height, that day was too far away. The first phase of the ancient battlefield was a stage for youths to rapidly increase their strength. But what would the Titans do when they sensed someone with angel blood enter their domain? Would Anak even have a chance? This all led to the decision today. No matter what, they had to rely on the Sicharo clan. Anything. Emperor Angelus' voice was stern. It rumbled through the large planet like a warm breeze. He stood, kneeling down to a single knee. Though, with how massive his body was, even like this, he was still far taller than Dian. No matter what, he was still a high-level Dao formation expert. Even though the man before him was a higher existence, there must be some significance in him lowering his head like this. There's no need for this. Dian reached up and lightly tapped the Emperor Giant's shoulder. An uncontrollably pressure forced Emperor Angelus up, but it felt like a gentle wind. He only needed a moment to understand just how deep this higher existence's wind Dao was. This isn't the kind of sincerity I was referring to. This matter is actually more simple than you think. Simply allow me to conquer your universe spirits, and you will have the Sicharo clan's full support. This, the Emperor Giants looked at one another and nodded. We agree. Good. Dian smiled. Let's start with this one. A glimmer of excitement bloomed in Dian's eyes. He had been looking for a worth 300th universe for a while. In his mind, this universe was excellent. Its energy density was incredibly high, only marginally weaker than Soul Universe Soul Chi density. In addition, it was brimming with resources the Emperor Giants simply hadn't been able to find just yet. Yet they were all easily projected into Dian's mind. Emperor Angelus coughed awkwardly. About this higher existence, Sicharo. Our clan has never been able to find this universe's spirit. Dian gave the Emperor a weird look. You made this universe the core of your lands without claiming its faith. Wasn't that a bit too irresponsible? But then Diane understood. This universe was truly too good. Even if it was a neutral space and didn't provide the maximum benefits it could, it was actually still far better than almost all the universes Diane had except for Soul Universe and Chaos Universe. Emperor Angelus scratched his large head. It's like this. Our angel blood pulled us to this universe after we were forced out of the Nephilim Alliance countless years ago for various reasons. There's no need to worry. There's no bad blood between us and that alliance. It's just that we weren't suited to remain any longer. When we got here, we managed to find many important relics of our past, and even have good reason to believe that this place was once a stronghold of the Olympus clan. However, finding the universe spirit has been impossible, and, even if we did find it, I don't believe we could subdue it. Diane nodded. He believed this story because he had already scanned this Emperor Giant territory. He had also seen the so-called relics they collected hidden deep within their palace. So, the fact Emperor Angelus had openly told him all this made Diane believe in submission just that little bit more. In the end, Diane smiled. This isn't something you have to worry about. Come with me. With a casual wave of his hand, a void was torn open by Diane. The Emperor Giants couldn't help but follow along despite their confusion. Diane, leading almost 36 Emperor Giant clan elders, suddenly appeared in the very depths of space. But the scene before them was beyond their imagining. A red tear pulsed in the endless darkness. It was as though a bloody blade had treated space itself like nothing more than a piece of black fabric. With tear itself was covered in a crimson-red thin and translucent film. But within it, one could see the expanse of a land filled with crumbling buildings of a once supreme civilization. Mystical world. You recognize this? Diane said casually. Yes, but... Emperor Angelus shook his head. The relics we found before were all located within tiers just like this one. However, finding them relied on luck. They often move erratically and sometimes blink out of existence entirely. In fact, whenever we enter one, we must rush to leave before the tear we used disappeared. If we aren't quick about it, we might end up stuck until the world designs to give us a way out again. This has happened many times before. Sometimes, a new tear opens before the one who entered runs out of lifespan. But sometimes, it only opens to show us the bones left behind. Is that so? Diane's right eye throbbed, a pulse of chi sweeping through it. Expand. As though a child listening to the call of its mother, the red tear's violent shaking not only completely stabilized, but it instantly grew in size. From a torn outline of barely 1.5 meters, it became a sturdy rectangular doorway of over 7 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Even Emperor Angelus himself wouldn't have to duck to enter. Let's go. Not waiting for an answer, Diane crossed the red film, entering the mystical world. The Emperor Giants paused, looking at each other. It was simply impossible to hide the excitement in their gaze. This was the strength of a higher existence. As for the fluctuations of a treasure of the 33 heavens, with Diane's immortal sense protecting it, who was qualified to detect it? Diane's senses swept through the mystical world. Every small bit of detail entered his mind without missing a single beat. As expected, Diane said as the Emperor Giants made their way to his side. Your universe spirit has been hiding away here. Emperor Angelus' expression changed. How is that possible? Aren't universe spirits meant to be restrained to their universe? How could they enter a mystical world? This mystical world has tied its existence to this place. It isn't a coincidence that it blinks around as it pleases, yet somehow never leaves. Their eyes lit up with a sudden understanding. That was right. That tear had appeared and disappeared so many times, but it never left this universe. There had to be a reason. So it turned out that their existences were linked. Whoever created this mystical world grounded its existence to this universe. In a way, it's actually nothing but an extension of this universe. In addition, the universe spirit hiding here is no accident either. It's a form of protection. If what I sense is correct, not only is this a stronghold of the Olympus clan, it's likely the stronghold. The only disappointing thing is that there really doesn't seem to be anything of much value left. The Emperor Giants blushed, a bit embarrassed. Every time they entered this place, they would always be rewarded beyond their imagining. How did this suddenly become valueless in the eyes of this man? Even with his dull senses, Emperor Angelus could still sense quite a few supreme-grade treasures that had degraded to the transcendent grade. Unfortunately, they were too small for their use. So, usually, the Emperor Giants would sell them or melt them down to forge weapons appropriate for themselves. "Are you going to continue to hide?" Diane said. Just as the Emperor Giants were feeling confused, a universe spirit began to shimmer into existence. It was a man, wrapped in white wings, and handsome beyond words. His eyes were a gentle, but non-oppressive gold. His hair shimmered like tendrils of platinum, and his features were so delicate that one could easily confuse him instead of a gorgeous woman. "This place isn't for you all. Leave." Diane shook his head. "Why is it that every universe spirit I meet is more arrogant than even myself?" The angelic man remained silent, saying nothing in response. It was as though he didn't care for Diane's words at all. Diane sighed. It wasn't that he wanted to choose violence, but did he have much of a choice now? "You have no ability to sense anything from me," Diane said casually. "You aren't qualified to do so. However, you should clearly be able to see that these men and women behind me have angel blood in their veins. What exactly are you turning them away for? You call this angel blood?" The man frowned. "Scram." Diane yawned, bored of this matter. "Good. This means I don't have to treat you well. It seems your previous owners were quite trash, leaving you with such ridiculous ideals. You don't have even a single % of your original strength remaining, yet you dare to look down on others even after all this time. I find it quite sad, honestly. You want to challenge me?" The spirit's face contorted as though this was the greatest insult. Diane had to use the whole of his willpower to not roll his eyes. "Let's get this over with," the spirit sneered. With a snap of its fingers, everything began to change. Diane could feel that his body's strength was sapped to zero. Unfortunately for the universe spirit, when it tried to seal his soul, it failed. And maybe even more unfortunately, it didn't realize this. How could an existence of the mortal plane seal Diane's soul? When it came to the mortal plane, maybe only the ancient battlefield and the heavens themselves could accomplish something like that. The universe spirit was obviously attempting to test Diane's chi, but it was not qualified to restrict him completely. Diane suddenly realized how dangerous the situation was. If his soul really had been sealed, he would have been screwed. One had to remember that the reason he was so powerful was precisely because his bodily strength and chi strength could fuse as one. Now that his body's strength was completely sealed, if he lost his soul, he was only about as strong as a normal 6th-stage Dao expert when factoring in the fact he was an 18th-order expert. "Seems I need to be more cautious." Diane's gaze turned cold. He didn't want to be timid, but that didn't mean he had to be blindly confident in himself. There would always be some things that he couldn't account for. Diane's immortal sense wrapped around his body. In an instant, his body's strength returned to him as though it never left. "There is no grand test. Since you are so arrogant, defeat me." The angelic spirit, clearly unaware that its suppression had had no effect on Diane, arrogantly stood in the skies. Other universe spirits would set up various trials and even pull Diane into a world of their making, but this guy actually disdained to do so. Diane sneered. "Since that's the case." A golden ring flickering with blinding golden flames suddenly appeared hovering just half a foot from his back. A moment later, the ring pulsed. 1 pair of wings, 2 pairs, 3, 4, 6. 12 pristine white wings glowed with a majestic light, arching outward 3 meters each. The Emperor Giants felt their gazes burning as they looked toward Diane. As for the person in question, he felt as though several holes were being seared into his back. "This?" The universe spirit was stunned. "Impossible. How can you be an ascended seraphine?" The highest realm of the angel to layman and even many angels themselves was the seraph. However, only the very highest upper understood that this wasn't true. This wasn't to say that seraphs were lacking. These were still existences that could rule over several quadrants even in the primordial era. Rather, this was related to a secret of the elves. The truth was the wings were a gift given by the sky god Zeus. However, in that chaotic era, trusting people, even those you called your own, was foolish. As a result, Zeus placed a limiter on angels. The irony was that the more pairs of wings angels had, the more powerful they became. But, at the same time, the more pairs that appeared, the more restricted one would become. After all, one's back had limited space. However, the foul reality was that this was only a surface problem. When wings began to increase in number, they would reroute the meridian pathways of the body. This led to a restrictive effect that made future cultivation more difficult. This wouldn't be obvious in lower realms, but within the Tao realm, each step would become unbearably slow. Even if you were a seraph, you wouldn't be an exception. In fact, it would be even worse for you. In those cases, the only way to soothe those problems was to rely on the wings of blessings. This would ease cultivation and bring it back up to faster speeds depending on the will of the wielder of the blessing. Like this, those with wings of blessings would be able to control the future potential of the highest-ranked angels. The only way to escape this fate was to ascend, to separate one's wings from one's back. Dian had accomplished this nonchalantly, but in the mind of the universe spirit, this was a feat that broke all of his resolve. Impossible! Impossible! You're not a member of the Olympus clan, or else you'd never treat me like this. You know, Dian said slowly. I had always wondered what the significance of my wings separating meant. That was until one day my senses broke through, and I suddenly noticed that my wife's cultivation was slower than it should be. One could imagine what this meant. Amphory, who had reached the middle Tao realm at less than 150 years old, had actually been far slower than she should have been. It was then that Dian realized that maybe Amphory's slow cultivation in her first life wasn't entirely due to the chaotic energy of the primordial era, but due to a scheme set up by the very man every angel revered as a god. If it wasn't for Amphory's special constitution, would she have even been strong enough to survive to see Dian again? Such a thought completely enraged him. Dian didn't manage to figure this out until he heard Emperor Angela's story. After all, he had always thought the wings of angels were a natural evolution. The Emperor Giant had no idea that the random fact he told Dian to try to gain some extra brownie points would actually lead to this situation today. Even if your Olympus clan did this for the sake of quelling inner turmoil in your fight against the Titans, what was the purpose of keeping this restriction after that war ended? Dian's cold gaze turned tranquil, but somehow, the universe spirit found this to be more fear-inducing than anything he had ever felt before. I think that the legacy of your Olympus clan should just end here. Dian pointed his finger toward the universe spirit, his meridians churning. Surge. In an instant, his chi amplified, doubling, tripling. It seemed endless, as though the heavens themselves were giving over their everything. However, the next sight almost made the universe spirit faint. Dian's white wings pulsed with a blinding light. When they once more came back into their sights, they were golden. Wings of blessings. The gaze of the universe spirit dimmed. Cleanse. The universe spirit was completely enveloped by Dian's technique. Cleanse, especially when casted with holy type chi and Dian's purity flames, was simply too potent. No universe spirit was born this way, similar to how no creature was born evil. Actually, Dian wasn't certain if this was the case anymore after meeting Jasmine, but this aside, Dian understood that this angel spirit hadn't been like this in the beginning. Think logically for a moment. When a universe was born, why would it have the characteristics of a specific race? Yet, somehow, this angel spirit reflected the image of a handsome angel male. The answer was obvious. Over years of tempering, the spirit came to hold the image of its owners, growing steadily more powerful over time. What Dian was doing now was cleansing the angel spirit of all of these influences. To be capable of doing such a thing, one can imagine just how powerful ancient grand circle magics were. To cleanse the efforts of the angels themselves, its might was unquestionable. The angel spirit immediately lost its form. Maybe it wouldn't have been so easy to do this at its peak, But now that it had continuously weakened over not just one, but over the course of 3 total eras, it stood not a single chance. Soon, all that was left was the nucleus form of the universe spirit. It bobbed like a gentle pulse of light, before it began to slowly reform itself. Now that it had lost the influence of the angels, it would take whatever form it pleased. The chaos spirit was a chaotic mesh of red and black energy. The soul spirit had chosen the form of a 3-year-old girl with adorable large golden eyes. The Azura spirit, under the influence of the Pakel clan, took the form a 6-armed demon. As for this angel spirit, soon, the faint image of flapping wings caught Diane's attention. At first he frowned. Wings? Did that mean his cleanse had failed? But after a few moments he relaxed. The humanoid shape of the angel spirit no longer took form. Instead, it became a beautiful white dove, staring at Diane curiously. The connection between them had already formed. Though Diane had only cast cleanse, this was already the equivalent of defeating the universe spirit. As a result, it had become his 300th conquered universe. In the mortal alliance, the auspicious changes could already be seen. Little Aluna felt her faith swell once more, as did Diane's wives. The energy density increased by a fraction, and many felt an inexplicable feeling of happiness, even though they weren't entirely certain of what had just happened. Still, they faintly understood that their mortal alliance had grown stronger once more. Sensing the changes, Diane smiled. Even weakened, this dove spirit provides a 40% boost to energy cultivation talent. It's no weaker than Soul Universe in this regard. As one conquered more universes and quadrants, their abilities would begin to provide a synergistic effect. Eventually, after enough years, the benefits of every universe would become equally spread across the whole of the territory. To put matters simply, given enough time, the soul chi density of Soul Universe would be distributed and shared, for example. Not only would this not decrease Soul Universe's usefulness, but it would actually increase it. Diane also believed the previous angel spirit wasn't so simple. However, it had lost this strength after being cleansed. Still, Diane wasn't regretful of this. He believed that the Olympus clan had too many underhanded schemes. What if they placed other contingencies to hurt those who tried to take advantage of what they left behind? Diane refused to get caught with his pants around his ankles. It was better safe than sorry. All right, let's go. You all can slowly enjoy the benefits of this place later. For now, we have more universes to conquer. The Emperor Giants watched in awe as Diane made something that should have been as difficult as finding universe spirits look as easy as taking a stroll. They felt a faint bit of heartache as their faith decreased right before their eyes, but reaffirmed their resolve after seeing Diane's strength. They were certain that their decision was correct. If they didn't have someone so powerful to rely upon, their only ending would be death. Just a month later, all 100 universes of the Emperor Giant Quadrant had been added to Diane's strength. It was hard to believe, but they had all personally witnessed it. This was something they could only accept. Finally, they reappeared within the Emperor Giant Grand Hall, harboring dazed expressions. Was this truly the strength of a higher existence? Why did it seem even more exaggerated than what they initially believed? Diane smiled. Now that you have become one of my own, I guess I should fulfill my promises, right? Diane scanned them all with a calm expression, observing their excitement. Now, which of you will be the first to become an angel? Once more, Diane felt several gazes boring into his soul. This Emperor Giants truly knew how to wear their emotions on their sleeve. Before we begin, I think I should pour a bit of cold water on your dreams, Diane suddenly said. I'm sure as giants, you're aware of how your race came about, correct? Emperor Angelus frowned, but still answered in the end. Yes, giants are humans at the end of the day. It's just that we've integrated with high-grade bloodlines, whether that be from other higher race humans or beasts. As a result, our bodies expanded in size to accommodate these bloodlines. If we remained out original size, we'd live miserable lives and die miserable deaths. Wait, Diane nodded. Once I cleanse your bloodlines, you will lose your overwhelming size. Even a fool will understand that you've perfectly integrated your bloodlines. At that point, it will no longer be a harbored secret. This means that if you want to accept my blessings now, you have one of two choices. Either disappear from the Federation entirely until the ancient battlefield descends, or be very selective of who gains my blessing until the time is right. Whoever accepts my blessing cannot, under any circumstances, reveal themselves to the public. You're all very focused on the Titans as enemies, but the truth is that there are lurking hazards even within our tower quadrants. These individuals care about nothing but their own benefits. To them, this isn't a war of failed clans versus us. It's a war simply for survival. Even if they have to sell out one of their own, they will do it. Diane's gaze turned cold. All this time, he hadn't forgotten about the Mist clan for even a moment, and he had been monitoring them all this time. The fact that, even now, they hadn't revealed their strength, even at the risk of losing their territory, meant that they were gearing up for the penultimate moment. The Water Mist sect performed terribly during the first mission. But this didn't put Diane at ease at all. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Angelus made a decision. I believe that disappearing from the Federation will only bring us more problems. There's already talks of using our alliance's power to sweep through the quadrants that had been too weak to make it to the first Parliament gathering. If we do this, they may very well turn their pitchforks toward us. Emperor Angelus took a deep breath. Please begin with the pillars of our clans. It will be easier to excuse their absence from the Federation. After the Sprite Alliance matters are concluded, we can then do the younger generation. Diane nodded. There's only one more matter to speak about. Anek's marriage with Chrysanthemum of the Water Mist sect is a bit problematic. Please enlighten me. Higher existence Sicharo. The Water Mist sect isn't to be trusted. My Sicharo clan's intelligence unit has more than enough evidence to believe that they are pawns of a failed clan. Luckily, Chrysanthemum isn't very important to the Water Mist sect. If she had been a genius, it would be very possible that they had also set their sights on your Emperor Giant clan, believing you to be useful to them in some way. But since she isn't, however, this isn't enough for me to feel at ease. Maybe it's precisely because Chrysanthemum is lacking that they felt this would be the perfect cover. The Water Mist sect may very well be targeting you all through Anek. Boom! The atmosphere within the Grand Hall immediately became tense. Revelations Diane casually spoke of were no different from thunder in their ears. Could it be that the Titans already set their sights on them, without them even being aware? Call little Anek here, Emperor Angelus immediately commanded. It didn't take long for a confused Anek to be looking around the Grand Hall in a bit of a daze. He didn't understand why the pillars of his clan had called him here, and he understood even less why a member of the Sicharo clan he hated so much was being treated with such respect by his father. Diane didn't say anything as he scanned Anek, sweeping through his body once, twice, and even thrice over. Though he didn't have much of a reaction, he was inwardly frowning. Was I too sensitive? Could it be the Mist clan and the Titans are completely unrelated? Son, Emperor Angelus said firmly, from this day forth, your marriage with Chrysanthemum is void. Father! Anek was astonished to the point of near silence. Even if he wasn't head over heels in love with Chrysanthemum, she had still followed by his side for a long time. In the end, she was his woman. How could he just throw her away like this? His head spun. He couldn't help but look toward Diane, his hatred deepening. Did the Sicharo clan to pressure his father into humiliating their clan like this? He could imagine it now, all the laughing and jeering. The so-called Emperor Giants aren't even able to keep the women that marry into their family. What a joke. Suddenly, Diane's eyes glowed. So that's what it is. How sinister. Diane's sneer deepened. Canceling this marriage is unnecessary, Emperor Angelus. In fact, it's best if we don't alert the Mist clan at all. They're still useful to me. Though I can already wipe them from the face of the mortal plane, this is not the best route to take. In the end, Anek was still a true god. After having the situation explained to him, even he was willing to kill Chrysanthemum himself. However, Diane believed that even the victim in question wasn't aware of her involvement in all of this. The more Diane observed Anek's body, the more impressed he began. Such a technique, Whoever created it was a genius beyond words. Was this really the same Titan clan Emperor Angelus said were made of nothing but meatheads who lost the route of innovation? No, it wasn't yet certain that the Mist clan was tied to the Titans. But even then, Diane was 99% sure. This dual cultivation technique uses an understanding of the body deeper than I can imagine. It slowly shifts the alignment of the blood vessels, forming an array within the body. This happens over the course of several years, decades, maybe even centuries. At the same time, it gives benefits good enough that the victim would be completely unaware until it's too late to change. The reason I didn't notice immediately is because I'm not familiar with the structure of your bodies and how they're meant to be. But the problem became obvious after I compared your meridian pathways to that of your father and other family members. Diane had seen this sort of seal before, one that directly used the human body as its medium. Back then, he had to sever all of Yandavir's meridians before she was set free of the Golden Crow sex control. Anek's situation was even more sinister. This time, the technique didn't use the meridians but the blood vessels. Severing one's blood vessels was far more life-threatening than severing one's meridians. This made the technique almost impossible to overcome. Anek clenched his fists, his body trembling with rage. He was a true god. His future was limitless. Yet these bastards actually wanted to ruin his life for their schemes. Fuck them. As he listened to how troublesome his situation was, Anek only seemed capable of trembling fiercer. If you want revenge, the plan will have to change, Diane said after a moment of thought. First, announce that Anek will be going into closed-door cultivation and won't appear for a while. I believe that Anek was born with the highest angel blood density of your Emperor Giant clan. Correct. Emperor Angelus nodded. If Anek was of any other race, I would have to spend a bit of time to cure him. But since he has angel blood, curing this is as easy as flipping over a hand. I simply have to awaken his wings. The shift in his meridian pathways will disrupt his blood vessels as well. After all, the body is interconnected in all sorts of ways. This will effectively reset his state. Following this, when you dual cultivate with chrysanthemum, you'll need certain measure to protect yourself from this change occurring again. Of course, I will help you with this. Anek grit his teeth, but in the end, he took a deep breath and lowered his head. Thank you, he said firmly, the gratitude in his eyes weighing as heavy as a mountain. Diane smiled and waved his hand. This really was no big deal for him, it had taken minimal effort. In fact, the Emperor Giants actually made his future preparations far easier. Once Anek comes out of closed-door cultivation, he will be a true angel. Do no hide this. In fact, I believe this will only benefit us more. Simply say that Anek experienced a breakthrough in his bloodline, allowing him to become a true angel in the greatest sense. When that time comes, I don't believe the Mist clan will be able to continue to sit idle. They will definitely take control of Anek immediately following this. Anek will then become our valuable trump card on the inside. The Emperor Giants looked at Diane with a hint of fear in their eyes. They suddenly understood the scariest thing about this man wasn't his strength, but his mind. The years continued to tick by. Diane felt that his preparations were nearing perfection. The day the ancient battlefield descended would be the day he bathed the Titans and the mortal plane in blood. The man who seemed to have the world in the palm of his hand, though, was relaxing with a calm expression on his face. Some days he would spend time with daughter, diligently guiding and teaching her. Other days he would play around with his wives, dual cultivating with them to increase their strength and also showering them with tender love and affection. And still yet other days, he would torture his disciples with an evil grin on his face, becoming the nightmare that haunted their dreams. Soon, little Alana's 21st birthday came and went, and Diane sharpened his battle intent once more. His gaze turned toward the 99 universes, a fire lighting in his heart. He had given them too many years of peace. The idea of having a ticking time bomb sitting right beside his mortal alliance didn't sit well with him. Why not go wreak some havoc? Maybe Diane was the only man in existence conceited enough to claim he could do such a thing alone. But he truly did have the capital to be this arrogant. He would make the 99 universes his playground. And, while he was doing that, why not also make his master happy and pick up a celestial deersect legacy along the way? It had been too long since he let loose. He enjoyed spending endless days with wives, drowning in pleasure. But that other side of him still existed. The side of him that saw the bloody battlefield of his first campaign all those years ago, yet grinned like a madman. In Diane's mind, the strongest man to ever exist would always be his father. At the end of it all, he was still the mighty General Sicharo's son. He felt the most alive on the battlefield. The 99 universes were controlled by 4 centers of power. The profound Earth sect, the Ceres clan, the Sona clan, and finally the most powerful Nova clan. Elder Nova, who had given Diane so much trouble back when he dealt with the cathedral, was the second prince of this very Nova clan. In fact, this wasn't the only interaction Diane had had with this clan either. Before Diane left Soul Universe after the matters with the cathedral, he fought against their geniuses in the gates. Unfortunately for those youths back then, they were far too weak, having only stepped into the pseudo-saint realm. Still, Diane knew they were no normal geniuses. Back then, they had only been 15 years old. But, to put matters in their proper perspective, they only began to cultivate at 12 years old. That speed of cultivation was astounding. One had to remember that for most individuals, one must wait for their meridians to mature before they can begin to cultivate. The only way to accelerate this process is either with resources or awakening one's constitution fully. Even for Diane, back when he first entered the martial world, he waited a good amount time for his meridians to mature. It was just that, in the end, he learned that he actually hadn't had any meridians to begin with. Of course, someone like little Aluna who had a Star Lord for a father didn't need to do any of this so-called waiting. So she began to cultivate the moment Diane felt she was mature enough to understand the dangers, which had actually been fairly young, all considering. This aside, though Diane knew they were good little seedlings, he decided against killing them back then. Diane was usually against letting enemies get away, but he felt like killing teenagers was going too far. Though he was ruthless oftentimes, he had his own bottom line. Now, though those very geniuses should be quite mature, if they dared to cross his path, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them this time around. Diane strolled through the black expanse of one of the 99 universes. His expression relaxed. He wore his most comfortable white tee and black sweats and didn't bother with a mask, though an adorable cauldron bobbed over his shoulder. At this point, this mask was only aesthetic. With his immortal sense, no one could observe him if he didn't want them to. Their only chance was to lay their eyes on him personally, but with the celestial twins by his side, was that even possible? If the 99 universes knew that an unknown enemy was casually strolling through their domain, observing their deepest secrets without even a hint of effort, who knew how they would react? However, this was exactly how you'd describe the situation here. How best to raise hell? Diane mumbled to himself, crossing through several territories. For others it took years to cross the barriers between universes and quadrants. But for Diane, thanks to Hell's right eye, it simply took a single thought. Diane knew that doing such a thing should have taken up a ridiculous amount of energy. Before, he had estimated that he should only be able to do it once or twice before resting. However, reality was well outside of his expectations. When Hell's right eye reforged the meridians of his pupils, they connected with the network of meridian pathways in his brain. In addition, thanks to retrieving his energy cultivation talent, the meridian pathways of Diane's mind had become capable of accepting his soul chi. What did this mean? It meant that Diane was able to use soul chi to power an energy path treasure of the 33 heavens. Like this, Diane felt that crossing even 1,000 universes and quadrants would hardly put a dent in his stamina. If he wanted to, even reaching the core of the main Sapientia clan's territory would be nothing but child's play. If I remember correctly, Elder Nova's story is a bit complex. He was banished to guard Soul Universe. Thinking more deeply, Diane remembered the story. Elder Nova allegedly attempted to rape the first princess of the Sona clan. This attempt ended in failure. However, in a fit of humiliation, Princess Sona attempted suicide. Ironically, this also failed. But, It landed her in a coma she was still in to this day. The Sona clan rightly wanted Elder Nova killed. However, Elder Nova's elder brother protected him, allowing him to be banished instead. This was the story of how the second prince of the Grand Nova clan, a clan that Diane actually believed was no weaker than a power of the outer quadrants, became a mere gatewatcher for a sect far below his stature. To now, Elder Nova had been sealed and imprisoned by Diane for several decades. He lived a plain lifestyle, honestly. He had already given up on much of everything long ago. Though the power of the 99 universes is great, they're lacking in many areas. First, soul cultivation is banned here, so their secondary professions are greatly lacking. This is why even their greatest geniuses can't begin cultivating until they're 12 years old. Even if they were born with a constitution, they could only awaken it naturally. Second, they aren't united, because the Sapientia clan's influence, or who they called their employer, has dwindled. The internal struggle between the clans ramped up considerably. According to my information, the Ceres and Profound Earth sect are allies. The Nova and Sona clan were once allies, but the attempted rape case and the deep coma of Princess Sona tore that relationship apart. In the end, the Sona clan is neutral, while the Nova clan is powerful enough to hold off both sects alone. Diane smiled. This I can use. Dong, 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 dong. The reverberating ring of vibrant bell penetrated through the universe. They were just 6 simple sounds, but they alone caused a population of trillions to freeze in their tracks and look into the skies. That's the challenge bell. How long had it been since the challenge bell rung for so long? A single resonance meant a challenge of the foundation realm. 2 resonances meant a challenge of the meridian formation realm. 3 resonances meant a challenge of the essence gathering realm. 4 resonances meant a challenge of the saint realm. 5, the celestial realm. And 6, the Tao formation realm. How could this happen today of all day? This very moment, the universe tournament was about to begin. Youths from all across their 99 universes had come to allow their names to etch into the skies. It was their time to be remembered for generations to come. Every 500 years, this tournament would take place. This time, it was the Profound Earth sect's turn to host. But who knew that before the 4 heads of their central powers could end the formalities and ring the starting bells of this legendary tournament, someone would ruin the proceedings entirely. Master Ors, the palace master of the Profound Earth sect, suddenly gripped his throne. To his sides, the 3 heads of the Sona, Nova and Ceres clans sat without a care in the world. Why would they care? After all, it wasn't their clan's challenge bell that had been rung. One might think this wasn't a big deal, but the reality was far from this. Was it really possible for a normal bell to make a sound that resonated throughout an entire universe? The so-called challenge bell was actually known as the Profound Resonance Bell. It was a supreme grade treasure that represented the prestige of the Profound Earth sect. Its challenge couldn't be ignored, or else it would be directly impugning on their own faith. Is the Profound Earth sect filled with cowards? The voice was soft, yet somehow resonated along with the profound resonance bell's ring. It was only then that those present understood another problem. With how mighty the Profound Resonance Bell was, it was grandly displayed for all to see. They were the Profound Earth sect. Who would dare to steal or even think to touch their things outside the bounds of reason? As the centerpiece of the sect, of course it took center stage while they were hosting an event as important as the Universe Tournament. So the question was simple. How had this challenger rung the bell without them first noticing his presence? The Universe Tournament took place on a grand mountain range filled with countless peaks. They sat so high in the sky that they could even see clouds below. One could almost overlook the whole planet from this vantage point. A mesh of white clouds, green and brown pastures, and blue oceans. The tournament itself was taking place on a flat surface of one of these mountain peaks. As for the Profound Resonance Bell, it had been moved to be grandly displayed in the skies. In fact, Master Ors had actually planned to ring the bell to signal the start of the tournament. Simply put, the challenge bell was actually directly above their heads. Everyone's gaze shot up into the skies, only to see a young man dressed in odd and plain clothing, leaning on the bell as though it was a hammock and not the supreme-grade treasure it truly was. His eyes were practically closed. The only animated part of his whole appearance was the small cauldron that excitedly hopped up and down. "You dare!" Master Ors was completely enraged. His body glowed with a brown-gold light as he struck toward the young man with full force. This was complete humiliation. The universe tournament was broadcasted throughout the whole of the 99 universes for all to see. For someone to disrespect the sacred treasure of their sect like this, how could they allow it? Even though the 99 universes banned the soul path, there was still magic. Using it to project these events was no different from using arrays. They had wanted to use this tournament, as they always did, to ensure the masses knew their strength. But who knew it would come back to bite them in this way? Many believed that it was all over for this youth. To reach the Tao formation realm at such a young age, why did he have to be so reckless? It was true that the four core powers didn't allow their lesser clans and sects to rise up, even sometimes directly poaching or even killing their talents. But this method of retaliation was too foolish. Boom! Contrary to what they expected, however, not only did the young man not move a single inch, neither did the cauldron on his shoulder. In fact, there weren't any fluctuations of chi at all, and yet, Master Or's blow was completely blocked. The young man chuckled. "You call yourself the palace master of the profound earth sect, yet you don't even know the abilities of your own treasure?" Those around sucked in a cold breath as they suddenly remembered. After the bell was rung, no one above the age of the one who rung it could enter its domain, and no more than one person could at a time. This was why it was the perfect challenge bell. "My name is Dian Sicharo. I'm here to show you all the might of the soul path. Send your best up here if you'd like to kill me." The reverberating impact of Dian's words were felt throughout all 99 universes. The worst part about it all was that the blow was truly vicious. What would happen if the four core powers cut off the images of these events? Wouldn't it sow doubt into the population they ruled? With how viciously they had banned soul cultivation, wouldn't it be akin to admitting they were afraid? They knew well the reason for this ban. This quadrant simply birthed too many soul talents. If too many were born, one with enough talent and foresight might begin to realize just how ridiculous the ban on fusing formation theory and alchemy was. If that happened, the rise of array alchemy may once more begin. They were tasked by their employer to ensure that this never happened. Soul talents were crippled, and those who were too blessed were often killed. Of course, those with strong backgrounds would always survive, while those who lacked backing could only die miserable deaths or live miserable lives. They had to ensure that this fear maintained its stability. It was simply impossible to peer into the secrets of trillions of individuals. If they didn't maintain this deterrent, how many would begin experimenting with their souls in secret? Once that begins, how would they contain this problem? To make matters worse, this still wasn't the worst-case scenario. If things got too out of hand, their employer could be alerted. If this occurred, maybe the end of the four core powers would be nigh. Their only path remaining would be death. At this point, the other three heads aside Master Ors, who had previously not cared about this change, suddenly felt a weight crash onto their chests. This was no longer a problem of just the profound earth sect. "Leave this to me, Master Ors." A robust young man brimming with vitality shot upward. He looked no different from a steroid-infused bodybuilder. His muscles rippled with a bronze sheen that almost seemed inhuman. "AI!" Master Ors descended back to his throne. This was no longer a matter he could take of personally. It had to be a member of the younger generation, or this would become a disaster. "I'll leave it to you." This young man was the 7th-ranked core disciple of their profound earth sect. He was almost guaranteed to reach the top 100. As a result, he wasn't too overwhelmingly strong, nor was he too weak either. If he wins, it would be good. This way, no one would say they were bullying others. "Since you've decided to offend my profound earth sect, die!" The young man roared, his body rippling to life as he shot a fist that could collapse the skies forward. Boom! Many looked away from their screens, sighing inwardly. "To impulse." This was their only thought. However, when they looked back, they saw a scene they could have never imagined. Not only had this young man still not moved, but he was completely untouched. No way. The geniuses below were stunned. Diane frowned, feigning anger. What's with all of these old people trying to take advantage of me? Can it be the core disciples don't know the rules of your profound resonance bell either? The 7th-ranked disciple turned red with embarrassment. Can't be. This young man who had already stepped into the Tao realm, he was younger than him? How could that be? For Master Ors to be older, that was still acceptable. But he was the 7th-ranked disciple of the profound Earth sect. He had been groomed due to his genius since his youth. He had even stepped into the Tao realm before 200 years old. How could this young man be younger than him? The faces of the 4 heads turned stiff. Genius. This was the only way they could describe this young man. In the end, the core disciple could only descend from the skies. Let me. Another soon took his place. Boom. 6th-ranked core disciple failed. I'll go. Boom. 4th-ranked core disciple failed. Boom. 2nd-ranked core disciple failed. Let me. Boom. 1st-ranked core disciple failed. Diane shook his head. I guess the profound Earth sect is just so. Why does he look so familiar? Prince Nova looked into the skies. His brows furrowed as he looked toward Diane. Why did he feel like he knew this man? But if he did, how could he forget him? There's no way he would forget such a genius. Prince? Tova, as usual, followed behind the Nova clan prince like a lovely little wife. Master Or's face turned bright red with rage. The profound resonance bell. It wasn't anywhere near the most powerful treasure they had in their sect, but it was still the one which represented their prestige the most. It was the one that acted as their face, their pride. No one not of the series, Sona or Nova clan had ever successfully challenged them. Would this really be the day this streak was broken? Would their legatees really have to make a move? Boom! I know who you are. Prince Nova suddenly remembered. Tajir. Head Nova frowned, looking toward his son. Prince Nova had always been level-headed. He never displayed such chaotic emotions. Never. He's the one father. He's the one who defeated us all at the gates back then. Those of low status had no idea what the Nova clan prince was talking about. Why would those 4 core powers advertise the devastating losses of their greatest geniuses? In fact, the whole operation was kept a secret because the Soul Universe was a taboo topic struck from the history of their 99 universes. But the 4 heads knew exactly what Prince Nova was referring to. And, if the little prince was correct, this was the worst-case scenario. This young man defeated their heirs single-handedly with absolute ease. In fact, according to Prince Nova's reports, it had been a child's game to him. Prince Nova was never one to exaggerate or hide his failures. He very clearly reported the situation to his father, not leaving out a single detail. Everything from the disasters they faced as they traveled toward the epistemic tower, to their resounding defeat at the end of it all. They were aware of it all. Diane continued to leisurely recline upon the large bell's curve. It was as though the situation below had next to nothing to do with him. Prince Nova gripped his fists. That defeat from back then, he had dreamed for years of payback. But this sort of meeting wasn't at all like he had dreamt of. Felt like Diane didn't even remember who he was. Such a thing made him feel incredibly uncomfortable in his heart, no matter how usually steady he was. Of course, Diane didn't forget Prince Nova. His memory was too good for that. It was just that Prince Nova was simply a blip on his radar. To Diane, anyone he had already defeated once would never have the chance to surpass him again. And if you were currently ahead of him, it was in your best interest that you lower your head and practice hard, lest you be surpassed too quickly. In this more than 30 years, Prince Nova and the other geniuses of that time managed to step into the Tao realm at about 50 years old. This was quite impressive, but their current selves still wouldn't last even half a move against Diane. Aya, can it be that you magnificent 4 powers have no geniuses amongst you? Diane mumbled to him. What a wasted trip. The disciples below were incredibly enraged. Just moments ago, They were preparing for the whole of the 99 universes to remember their names. How could they know that they'd so suddenly be humiliated without reservation? How could they stand for this? If you're really so powerful, stop hiding in that turtle shell, the seventh-ranked core disciple roared. When those words left his lips, Master Or's face turned a deep shade of black. This fool, he roared in his mind, calling your own sect treasure a turtle shell? Where would they put their faces in the future? Oh, Diane said unperturbed. I was under the impression that the profound resonance bell was a magnificent treasure that your profound Earth sect treated as its dignity. I wasn't aware that you core disciples looked down on your own sect treasure like so. The seventh-ranked core disciple felt his face turn green. He had obviously not meant it this way, but he was too hot-blooded to think before he spoke. The truth, though, is that I don't actually need this turtle bell to defeat you. However, the moment he wanted to speak more, an overwhelming fear gripped his heart. He felt that his life was already forfeit, that these were truly his last moments. Diane smiled lightly, but this smile was akin to the Reaper come to collect souls. His finger stretched outward, his eyes swirling with golden gears. Shrink, accelerate, raise. A pitch-black array was slowly etched into being before the seventh core disciple. His creation almost seemed too slow, but why was it that no one could react in time? Their minds were sent in a murky purgatory, as though a liquid denser than quicksand had wrapped around their ankles, pulling them down with a force they couldn't resist. All they saw was death, endless death, piles of black bones and corpses, dense oceans of flesh and blood, a deep resentment that tore into their hearts. By the time the disciples regained their bearings, their hearts trembled at the sight before them. As for the audience watching on, the sight was even more shocking for them. All they had seen was Diane stretch out a finger and form an array. Just like that, a disciple ranked in the top 100 of their younger generation died. The seventh core disciple's body still stood tall. But a blood hole 3 times the size of a baseball had torn its way through half of his face. Before his body could even collapse, it began to disintegrate, turning into fine flecks of black-gray ash. The universe tournament grounds were gripped by a frightening silence. In fact, the only sound that could be heard was the steam that left an adorable cauldron's lid as it followed Diane, who strolled out of the range of protection the profound resonance bell provided. Scratching the back of his head, Diane looked down below with an awkward expression. "My bad," he said with an innocent expression. "I meant to defeat him, not kill him, as I said. How could I know that a supposed genius even older than me couldn't take a single strike?" Somehow, even though he had left the range of their supposed turtle bell, no one dared to attack him. That illusion, it was simply too fierce. Even though it had only reaped the life of one person, every single genius below had been dragged into it. What if he had targeted them instead? To make matters worse, it was only now they understood Diane's true purpose. It was difficult to tell the age of a cultivator unless you had keen senses. Someone capable of doing so was even rarer in a land where soul cultivation was effectively banned. If Diane had strolled into the tournament and started killing people, many watching on from home might believe that he was an expert who retained his young looks thanks to his high cultivation. But now, because of the challenge bell's abilities, they knew that this was wrong. This made it all the more certain. It was as though Diane was slapping them awake, telling him that there was no path stronger than the soul path. Our heirs don't stand a chance. Even if it's shameless, we must attack. Since he's so boldly left the range of the challenge bell, kill him while he's being arrogant. You all know as well as I how important this is. This is no longer just about the face of my profound Earth sect. Master Ors immediately communicated secretly with the other heads. But who knew that his chi would be intercepted and projected out for all to hear? Diane covered his lips, shaking his head in pity. Without strong soul cultivation, do you really believe you have the power to hide your secret conversations from me? Diane laughed as the faces of the 4 heads turned green. It was all over. Diane had used this small trick against Ashire once before, but it was even more useful now. Master Ors roared into the skies. He no longer bothered with frivolous words as he immediately appeared above Diane's head, his palm striking downward with a force that threatened to shatter the whole planet. Since it had already come to this, they couldn't cut off the video feed no matter what. Since they could no longer suppress the curiosity towards soul cultivation, they'd instead crush it with absolute strength. Master Ors wanted all of those commoners to know the price for offending their dignity. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Diane clicked his tongue, looking at the palm descending from above. He took a step forward, making others believe that he was courting death. But an instant later, he appeared behind Master Ors, completely dodging his strike as though he was strolling through a park. What harsh bullying! I'm still a fragile budding youth of the future. Master Ors is truly grand, but I'm not so easy to intimidate. Diane's innocent expression turned into a savage grin. For every strike you levy against me, another one of your disciples dies. Puyu, the words had barely left his lips before another profound Earth sect disciple collapsed. This time it was the 6th-ranked core disciple. Master Or's rage reached new heights as he completely ignored Diane's words to attack again. But Puyu, 5th-ranked core disciple, dead. Many of the geniuses below collapsed in their own piles of waste. Facing that devastating illusion once was already terrible enough, but facing it 3 times, their minds were collapsing. Some of them began to cry, their cheeks flooded with tears and their nostrils running with snot. Others soiled their pants, unable to control their bodily functions. Cultivators of their realms should have long since been above expelling waste in this fashion, but they were unable to do anything about it. Yikes! That's not a pretty sight. Diane laughed as he dodged another attack and yet another disciple fell. Master Ors wasn't so easy to face at all. In fact, if Diane fought him head-on, it would probably take him several hours to win since this hot-blooded sect head was actually a 12th-stage Dao formation expert. However, Diane didn't need to fight him head-on. As things stood now, maybe only a higher existence could match Diane's speed, and this would only be thanks to their ability to tear the void. Unless you were an absolute genius above the 9th order within the Dao realm, fighting Diane was a foolish dream. He could already look down upon all normal Dao experts. After taking back ownership of the energy core, Diane crossed into the 3rd Dao realm and on the verge of entering the 4th and becoming a middle Dao formation expert. On top of this, he was also on the verge of completing the gold silk realm of his Titan diamond body, making his body already comparable to the strength of a middle Dao expert alone. Diane, if the higher existences of the top 3 quadrants and likely these 99 universes were ignored, could already boast the greatest strength in the tower quadrants. When this strength was combined with Hell's right eye's ability to ignore space and void, his battle prowess was beyond normal logic. Master Or's eyes turned a bloody red as he watched his disciples fall one after another. "What are you all doing?" he roared. "Attack together!" The 3 heads looked at one another and knew they had no choice. Not only did they suddenly move as one, but a powerful surge of faith chi suddenly erupted from all 4 of them. Diane's eyes narrowed. By all logic, since they only shared 99 universes together, their faith shouldn't be so powerful. Yet, it was enough for Diane to feel as though he was once more facing an insurmountable mountain. In the next moment he understood and sneered. So that's why they were taken in as vassal states of the Xianxia clan. Vassal states were a method of entering an alliance that didn't require sharing faith. It was essentially like gaining the territory without the effort of finding and conquering the universe spirits. However, if there were no benefits for the vassal state, why would they join? The first benefit was obviously protection. The status of a vassal state was easy to introduce, but it was also easy to retrieve. If a vassal state was unsatisfied, a single thought was enough to sever the connection between them and their protectors. This gave vassal states leverage in asking for assistance. But the second benefit was that vassal states could borrow the faith of their supporters when they faced a troublesome issue. Of course, they didn't have access to the full faith prowess, or else Diane would have already turned tail and run. After all, even with his battle prowess, he nearly lost to a mere celestial who wielded the Xianxia clan's faith. How horribly would he lose if for 12th stage Dao experts attacked him? However, even still, the battle prowess of the four heads shot up considerably. Good. Despite the situation, Dian grinned like madman. This was what he was waiting for. A battle to sharpen himself. Things had been too easy recently. For Dian, who was used to struggling every step of the way, he almost resented the feeling. Even though he knew he earned his current strength, it didn't stop him from feeling uncomfortable. As for the ancient battlefield, he didn't dare to play around in it. How well he performed on its stage would directly decide the fate of his wives, of his daughter. Unless he had no choice but to fight, he avoided it in that realm, not because he was scared, but rather because his greatest strength was in commanding large armies. But now he could completely unleash. These four heads, they would be his grinding stones. You higher existences of the 99 universes, stay put for now, Dian thought, a devilishly handsome smile on his face. I'm not quite ready to play with you all yet, but these four. Dian's palms slammed together. A rippling current of concentric pressurized wind rippled outward, devastating the grounded below. 9 sons of Armageddon. 9 beautiful pearls appeared above Dian's head. 4 of them were a gorgeous silvery white. Another 4 were a tempting, devilish flickering black, while the very last was a gentle combination of the two. In an instant, they expanded to the size of 9 moons, looming of planet profound with a menacing air. Master Or's facial expression immediately changed. Put up the protective formations. Now! He could sense it immediately. If they didn't act, their entire solar system would be ripped to shreds. Attack! Prince Nova trembled below, his eyes turning red. He hardly felt Tov's small hand slip into his own in a bid to comfort him. The difference between them, it was actually so large. Dian stood in the skies like a moon deity. To his right, 4 black moons curved in a large semicircle. To his left, 4 white moons mirrored their formation. Finally, directly above his head, a beautiful gray moon flickering like a silver star sat, its aura menacing beyond compare. The original 9 Sons of Armageddon was about mirroring the strength of stars. The Golden Crow clan had the ability to borrow the strength of fire stars held to directly exponentially boost their strength. However, when they were away from stars, they couldn't use these abilities. As a result, they created this technique in order to simulation the strength of stars. But Dian's version was completely different. Not only could he borrow the strength of these stars, but they held power of their own. Dian grinned as he watched the 4 soar forward. The benefits of attacking with numbers was clear, but the disadvantage was also clear. They couldn't use their true domains. Sun God Halo. Dian spoke softly as rings of black and white appeared above his palms. If 9 Sons of Armageddon was an auxiliary technique, Sun God Body was how it was used. However, Orcus found this technique incompatible with his Death God Body, so he modified it to become extensions of himself rather than its original purpose of directly fusing with the body. The result? Sun God Halo and Sun God Domain. Dian's white ring trembled. Repel. Wung, a nearly insurmountable barrier, appeared before the 4 heads. It felt like every step forward increased their weight by millions of gene. This was too exaggerated. No. Like I said, I'm fragile. Dian smiled lightly. It's best if you all stay over there. Dian clapped his palms together once more. But this time, the result was even more devastating. Laws of attraction and repulsion violently interacted, seeking to shatter existence itself. Dian raised his right arm into the sky as his left stayed in place as though in half prayer. For a moment, the devil that rained terror upon their 99 universes suddenly became a saintly Buddha. Don't worry, I'll diligently guide you all. A golden palm appeared in the skies. Those below could only shiver as the gentle hand touched the surface of one of Dian's black moons. Patience. Like this, a palm and moon sped forward as one. This power, how was it anything different from a god? What did it feel like to watch a moon fall down upon you? If one was asked such a question, how would they possibly answer? Was it even possible for a normal individual to even fathom such an image in their minds, let alone understand that gravity of the moment in reality? Well, at this moment, countless billion of Planet Profound were learning of this feeling right now. A single young man stood in the skies, any one movement of his commanding stars, planets, and moons. If it wasn't for the magic arrays that protected the structure of Planet Profound, the simple presence of the 9 sons of Armageddon would have ripped the ball of Earth apart at its seams. The 4 heads grit their teeth. Though this attack was fearsome, they were confident in receiving it alone thanks to the support of faith, let alone the 4 of them together. But what infuriated them was this display of strength. Just who was this young man? How could he possess such formidable strength at such a young age? The 4 heads roared, forcibly breaking through Dian's rappel. Master Oars shot toward the descending moon, his body expanding to the size of several kilometers in an instant, but he still looked like nothing more than an ant before it. Profound body incarnation. Confident in Master Oars' abilities, the other 3 heads shot toward the smiling Dian, making it to within 100 meters of him in the blink of an eye. The speed of such a battle was hard to keep up with. Many simply weren't even qualified to see anything rippling currents of wind that resounded from their clashes. Master Oars' palms struck outward together. Resonance palms. Dian sneered. Engulf. At that moment, the descending black moon, glistening like a gorgeous pearl, became Master Oars' nightmare. At first, he thought he had had a sudden breakthrough in his resonance palms. For some odd reason, his striking speed had skyrocketed. But, in the next instant, his face was shrouded in horror. It wasn't his own strength that boosted his speed, but it was the sudden change in this massive black pearl that caused it. He suddenly felt an irresistible current pulling him in. The space around him distorted, making it difficult for him to understand which way was up and which way was down. It was as if the laws of the mortal plane had become nothing but play putty in the hands of this young man. Master Oars broke out with a stronger strength, immediately pulling away. You should focus on those before you. Head Series sneered, his lanky figure exploding with strength as he shot toward Dian. Dian almost shook his head and laughed. These 4 were truly too amusing. Did they think that just because he was controlling a battle with Master Oars hundreds of kilometers away that he didn't have the concentration necessary to spend on them? They underestimated Immortal sense far too much. Rays. In the blink of an eye, thousands of arrays as black as the depths of space appeared in the air. The geniuses below felt their hearts clench. Many of them directly gripped their chests, finding it difficult to breathe. They had naively believed that since Dian only formed 1 at a time before, that this was limit. But suddenly seeing thousands appear at the snap of a finger, was this the true strength of soul cultivation? Had their elders lied to them? I've already said it before. I'll show you the true strength of soul cultivation. Spears etched in intricate, but sinister gray runes began to appear from within each and every one of those black arrays. Slowly they began to spin. But, almost as if in contradiction to this previous depiction, the shot forward with speeds so blinding that they disappeared into the void before appearing before Head Series once more. Time will. Head Series pupils constricted. And such a high attainment at that. Using time will against living beings, especially powerful living beings, required too much sacrifice. But, using time will in synergy with one's creations took barely a fraction of the cost. The first will that Dian used from the twins was space will. He had used it so often that he almost forgot that to celestial hamsters, especially their royals, space will comprehension was a mere auxiliary ability. How could they be worthy to be the emperors and empresses of the celestial beasts if their main affinity was a will not even named among the supreme laws? Their true power lay within time will. After Little Yang awakened, Dian gained access to their comprehension, allowing him to apply this understanding to his arrays. And the results? It spoke for themselves. Head Series was pelted with black spears marked by gray runes. It felt as though he was being simultaneously attacked by thousands of lower Dao experts at once. Even if they were far below his strength and he could deal with them easily, he couldn't simply ignore them. Cheng Lei. In that moment, a mighty roar shook the skies. In fact, Planet Profound's true moon shattered in an instant, becoming nothing more than a ring of gray rock blasting outward under the strength of its own destruction. Dr. Dragon. Chenglei's massive body snaked through the skies, his black scales glowing with a dark gold luster. The four heads looked on with incredulous expressions on their face. They knew well Dian was powerful, but he still wasn't strong enough to take the four of them on alone, especially with the support of faith. But this, it changed everything. TCH. Chenglei snorted. You called me, so I thought there would be something good. But it turns out you're just useless. Dian laughed. I can't cheat. I said I would show off the prowess of my soul. You'll have to make up what I'm lacking for now. Stop handicapping yourself with such ridiculous things, and maybe you wouldn't have to worry so much. The conversation between dragon and man made those below on the planet's surface feel as though their lives were worth nothing, as though they could be reaped whenever it was that young man saw it fit. Ridiculous! Head Series roared, gathering up his courage and shooting forward. Annoying fly! Chenglei's claw shot forward at a speed too quick for Head Series to react. Boom! With just a single strike, a mighty head that ruled over a quarter of the 99 universes was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. He didn't even have the chance to scream out in pain. Dian's lips pursed. Chenglei. His tone was like a parent reprimanding a child. Dian knew well of Chenglei's strength. After taking the Marshall Saint pill, he reached the 18th order in strength. On top of that, due to breaking the shackles of the heavens, he was already on the verge of breaking into the 13th Dao realm. Just this strength alone was capable of matching those with fallen-level strength. These so-called fallen were peak Dao experts who failed to reach the top of their heavenly staircase after attempting to become higher existences. As such, though they had longer lifespans than Dao experts and were far stronger than them, they fell short of true higher existences. In fact, the gap was still quite large. Killing the four heads with that strength was as easy as flipping over a hand for Chenglei. So, obviously, Dian, who had come here to train and leave a lasting impression of the soul path, hadn't called him here for that. Fine, fine. I'll only use my soul too, Chenglei muttered, feeling indignant. Good, Dian grinned. Chenglei's death god body could only show its true strength if Chenglei became adept at using his soul. But, unfortunately, this arrogant dragon never cared much for the soul path. It was a crying shame that someone who should have the strength to sweep through quadrants alone couldn't do so because they ignored what should have been the foundation of their truest strength. He hadn't even comprehended Comet Chi yet. The saddest part about Chenglei's flaws was that his death god body constitution gave him good soul talent. Excellent. Even. This was the dream of most beasts. Yet he ignored it. Luckily, the soul was a path that could passively grow on its own as long as one cultivated the other paths. Dian wasn't the only one who experienced this. So, after thousands of years of cultivation, Chenglei's soul was already within the Dao realm even if he hadn't comprehended Comet Chi yet. The only way for Chenglei to improve was to use his soul more. This is good too. You'd struggle if you had to deal with two of them. I'll leave that fool Master Ors to you. As for these two, Dian grinned as his eyes landed on Head Nova and Head Sona. Leave them to me. Despair took hold of the four heads. Was this really their fate? To be used as sparring partners, then killed? Just where were their ancestors? Can't be that even after all of this, they still hadn't chosen to move, right? Unfortunately for them, they had underestimated Dian far too much. How could a higher existence see anything he didn't want them to see? Let alone a higher existence raised in a land that banned soul cultivation? Even if one of them sent their senses to this place, they would see nothing out of the ordinary. The only hope of the four heads was that one of their higher existences was watching the live feed of the universe tournament they left on, but unfortunately this was even more of a joke. A higher existence? Wasting time watching a competition between the younger generation? There was likely no higher existence on the mortal plane that would waste time doing such a thing. The 99 universes were simply unlucky. Dian knew that even with what he did today, he had no way of conquering them now because he didn't have the strength to battle higher existences yet. No matter how he shrouded their senses, if he conquered even one universe, it was impossible that they wouldn't notice. But Diane did this anyway. In fact, training was only a surface reason. The true reason was to relieve some frustration. For so many years, he had been forced to duck and hide from these 99 universes, using petty tricks to keep them away while he steadily grew his power. For Diane, who was prideful beyond one's wildest imaginations, this thoroughly enraged him. So, on this day, he would become the shadow in their hearts the same way they once shrouded his. No matter how those of the 99 universes begged and pleaded, the end result was the very same. 2 clan heads and 1 sect master beaten and bloodied. Unable to raise even a single finger as a young man and a dragon loomed high in the skies. Father! Prince Nova felt a burning rage in his heart. But there was nothing he could do. Would he have to watch his father die here before him? Head Nova looked up at Diana's side, unable to say anything. It was only Master Ors who sneered in the end. You've proven nothing. It's still very clear that your strongest strength isn't your soul path. Many understood what he meant. After all, Chunglei killed Head Series in a single strike, but took several days to defeat him alone just using his soul. Still, those undead skeletons truly filled them with fear. Oh? You're really ignorant. Diane laughed. I am a beast tamer, and he is my partner. Are you aware of how a beast comes under the control of a man? Master Or's face contorted. It seems you understand. Obviously, one must subdue their soul. If my soul wasn't strong enough, he would have never been here in the first place. Fool. Of course, Diane's relationship with Chunglei hadn't actually started like this, but they didn't need to know that. Anyway, it's been fun. Diane waved, turning to leave as he sat upon Chunglei's head. The 3 heads were stunned. Diane was letting them live? In Diane's mind, however, this was only natural. His future plans would be troublesome if their powers were taken over by others. Though it seemed Chunglei lost his temper when he killed Head Series, that was actually just a bit of acting on their parts. Head Series' death just made things more convenient. Oh, I almost forgot. Diane suddenly paused, causing the hearts of those 3 who had just felt relief to constrict once more. I heard an interesting story from a man who called himself Yuhan Nova. I'm sure you've heard of him? Head Nova frowned. He is my younger brother. Ah, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. Diane nodded. He was imprisoned by an elder of mine a few decades ago. We used various means to extract information from him, but we came across a lot of useless things. Though some was useful in some sense. Head Nova's jaw clenched, unable to understand Diane's purpose. Was he trying to make him lose his temper and attack so he had the justification to kill him? For example, I learned that the Sona clan's namesake has roots in an ancient language. Some translations have it as meaning to end. But, ironically, others have it as meaning endless. I believe that the Sound Path core teachings of the Sona clan follow this latter principle very closely. Diane's words were almost nonsensical, but for some reason, those below couldn't stop themselves from listening, from wanting to hear more. I wonder why then. This profound resonance bell feels so familiar to me, Diane said absent-mindedly. In that instant, Master Ors turned pale as a white sheet. Diane turned and left within another word. But in that instant, it was no longer Head Nova who was trembling, but rather, Head Sona himself. You! What did you do? Head Sona roared. Forgetting his terrible injuries, he looked toward Master Ors with a vicious light in his eyes. Diane casually strolled through the depths of the 99 universes, feeling much better. All those decades ago, Diane had gotten very used to battling high-level experts thanks to the Sapientia ancestor. Keeping himself sharp like this was a good thing. But, still not as good as making the 99 universes implode with just a few words. As for the support the Sapientia might send to quell things, Diane wasn't worried about. Those arrays that the 24th White Mother created had already been snatched back by him completely. There was nothing to worry about for now. One day he would let the Sapientia feel his rage as well. Just what did you do? Chunglei asked seriously from within Diane's inner world. Oh, that. Diane laughed. Elder Nova wasn't completely useless. At the very least, he never attempted to rape anybody. The Sona princess that is currently in a coma is a very interesting case. I slipped into Sona clan territory a few days ago and scanned her body, so I understood why she did the things she did. She has a very special constitution that allows her to use the Sona clan's core treasure, a pseudo-weapon of the 33 heavens known as the Sona sphere. It has the ability, theoretically, to make any strike resonate endlessly. But using it is difficult because it places great strain on the soul. Princess Sona happened to be the only one who could use it despite having her soul crippled at birth. The series and Profound Earth sect wanted it, but she wasn't an easy target. So, they took advantage of the love Yuhan and the princess shared, feeding him an aphrodisiac. The princess fought back because she didn't want to lose her virginity in that way even if she loved Yuhan. But she couldn't bear to kill him either. I'm not sure of the details, but I'm guessing Yuhan got very close to succeeding before ultimately failing. When the princess woke up from those events, she found that her primordial Yin was gone, when in reality, the Ceres clan just used some special means to hide it from her senses, making her think Yuhan had succeeded. She then attempted to kill herself, not wanting to live knowing that a man she loved had done such a thing to her. But she was saved by her father in the end before she could succeed and fell into a coma. This ruined the plans of the Ceres and Profound Earth sect because without her death, the Sona sphere they stole during the supposed rape incident would still recognize her as the owner. And, because of her special constitution, it was too difficult for them to break this ownership. Diane sneered. So many problems caused by lack of soul cultivation, yet they still dare to peddle such a trash ideology. They likely enlisted the help of their ancestors to help create the profound resonance bell with the Sona sphere as its core. Every time someone challenges it and the bell rings, the princess imprint on the Sona sphere becomes weaker, and they're another step closer to taking it for themselves. Qinglei laughed. They're really so pathetic that they had to rely on the challenges of children to accomplish something they couldn't? It really is pathetic. Diane agreed. Every time the bell is rung, it attacks your soul. The Profound Earth sect said that anyone who couldn't withstand it didn't deserve to challenge their sect. They even shamelessly said that you must withstand the ring once for every cultivation realm you've climbed. Shameless doesn't begin to describe it. And what's maybe even more sad is that they used such a treasure as the core to make another. Yet the result was a treasure several grades before the original. So, did you take the Sona sphere? Diane shook his head. It's more useful to me for head Sona to discover it's there. I don't particularly need it anyway. After all, Diane's gaze turned cold as he gazed toward a turbulent nebula swirling with green, purple, and blue chaotic chi. A peak celestial would die in an instant if they stood where he was standing now, and he had yet to enter the nebula's true range. There are more valuable treasures hidden in this place. It's time I reclaim what's mine. Diane could immediately feel that the swirling hot gases of the nebula wanted to erode his soul chi. If it hadn't been for his evolution into immortal sense, this would have posed a great problem for him in the past. In truth, he had to applaud the ancestors of the Celestial Deer sect. If nothing else, they were quite bold. To dare to hide their legacy so deep within enemy territory. Diane couldn't help but grin. Whoever the last sect head of the Celestial Deer sect was, he was quite to Diane's liking. Not only was this nebula within the territory of the 99 universes, it was hidden deep within the Nova clan's core universe. A large part of the reason the Nova clan had such a namesake was because their cultivation techniques revolved around absorbing these oppressive and violent gases. It was part of the reason they were the strongest of the 4 clans of these 99 universes. The idea of absorbing these gases was intriguing to Diane, but it was ultimately useless to him. The red crystals he had found in the Wyvern's lair all those years ago held a similar type of chi. In fact, that chi was many times more potent than these nebula vapors despite only being of the saint grade. To now, the only more oppressive attack Diane had in terms of pure base power, ignoring techniques, was an attack with his chaos flames. The attack he could produce with that red chi ranked second. Of course, Diane's chaos flames had still yet to awaken their true strength, so this didn't mean much on the surface. But it was worth mentioning that this second-place rank was with the saint grade of this red chi. Who knows how powerful a celestial grade, or even Tao grade version would be? Well, there's no use just standing out here. I assume this is the first test, so let's pass it with flying colors. A violent surge of energy erupted around Dian. His tan skin, originally shining a radiant gold after entering the gold silk realm, became crystalline. The reflective rays of the bright gases and the stars in the distance reflected off of his skin, making him radiate like a polished gem. In the next moment, his chi erupted as well. A shield of dense bold-type chi was formed in an instant, forming a cocoon around Dian's body. After comprehending enigmatic chi, Dian's silver mirror constitution had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was no longer just as simple as countering attacks. Thanks to his immortal sense, Dian began to understand that the mysteries of this heaven-grade constitution weren't so simple at all. It contained deeply entrenched laws of gentle force and flow. These supposed laws were still too far beyond Dian's means to fully understand. But it seemed the more powerful he grew, the more often he seemed to run into them. Dian couldn't even precisely understand why he immediately knew the names of these laws initially. It was only after speaking with the celestial twins that he came to an understanding. When faced with laws as fundamental as these, their names were everything. It wasn't that Dian suddenly had a wealth of knowledge he hadn't known he had before, but rather that these laws wouldn't allow him to know them by anything other than their true names. Thinking of the importance of titles and faith, Dian had a faint understanding why names held power. Dian tossed these matters to the back of his mind. With a single step, he crossed the oppressive and violent barrier, traveling toward the nebula's core with blinding speeds. Fine dust particles bombarded him even as a skin-singeing heat sought to burn him to a crisp. However, even as his bold-type chi barrier seemed to weaken and wane, Dian seemed to have an endless supply to replace it. His inner world wasn't just for show, nor had his years venturing the ancient battlefield been wasted. It was only now he understood what his master had meant. The tests left by the celestial deer sect would first and foremost test his soul, but the body and chi couldn't be ignored either. In a place like this, even if his body and chi were top-notch, he would run out of stamina long before he found the legacy lands he needed to if his soul was too weak. If one took a single wrong turn in this place, it meant death. However, this wasn't a problem for Dian. Not only had he long since pinpointed his destination, he had entered from a point which provided the absolute shortest route. Maybe even the ancestors of the celestial deer sect hadn't imagined their successor would do so easily. Days began to tick by. Eventually, they became weeks, and soon, months. The size of a nebula was simply too large. In the void of space, it was easy to travel incredibly quickly. Even a celestial could travel from one end of a universe to another in just a few hours. However, the energy here was even more dense than any planet in existence. Jumping through space here was nothing but a foolish dream, and if you tried, the violent energy hidden in the void wouldn't be so nice as to tell you how you died. But Dian's persistence won out in the end as he was greeted by the view of his goal. A stable orb of energy floated before Dian. In comparison with the size of the nebula, it was akin to a speck of dust to a speck of dust. And even that analogy might not do it just. Dian couldn't help but shake his head. He almost felt that the celestial deer sect didn't want anyone to find their legacy, even their own successor. The orb was very much like a snow globe. Hidden within, there was a world of darkness, but it didn't seem like a mystical world. After observing for a moment, Dian suddenly came to an understanding. Realm. A realm was nothing like a mystical world. Aside from the fact they both emulated a real plane of existence, the similarities ended there. While a mystical world was a reflection of the mortal plane and its laws, a realm was a reflection of the immortal plane and its various complex rules and regulations. Dian felt a headache coming along. Since when did so many things from the immortal plane decide to fall down to their small lands? From Dian's understanding, every treasure of the 33 heavens was born similarly to how Amphire's golden dragon lyre was born. Some unprecedented moment triggered its birth, allowing a world-renowned treasure to be formed. Actually, though there was the number 33 in their title, there had actually been more than 33 in the past. It was just that the heavens only allowed 33 to exist at once. Essentially, if a new treasure came along that superseded one of the existing ones, it would rip the weakest of its category down from the list and replace it. If this happened, though the former treasure of the 33 heavens would retain its active ability, it would lose its legendary passive ability. The point of all of this was that a treasure of the 33 heavens usually followed its first owner until said owner's true death. Obviously, Amphrey's death hadn't been considered a true one, or else the golden dragon lyre wouldn't have followed her into reincarnation. Well, it was either that or some work Luna put in. Which one, it was irrelevant. But what was relevant was the fact that owners of these weapons almost always transcended in the end. And even if they didn't, the next owner definitely would. What did this mean? It meant that all such weapons should have already been on the immortal plane. So why was it that Diane had 5 of them? This wasn't the only treasure Diane had from the immortal plane that shouldn't have appeared here either. Another example was the Sage Tower. Yet another example of the Tao of Array alchemy. Even further than that, there was the one above all technique that he had come here to retrieve in the first place. Just what happened to cause so many treasures of the immortal plane to fall here? Was it because of the entity? Did its descent cause such impossible things to become more possible? But even then, it couldn't be that the owners of the treasure of the 33 heavens were actually so incompetent, right? Diane shook his head. Thinking about these things are useless. I need to figure out what to do here. Little Een, Little Yang, what do you know about realms? The laws of the immortal plane are different from the mortal plane. Space is sturdier, substances are far harder than they should be simply by virtue of existing on that place, and there are all sorts of other oddities that are difficult to explain if you don't experience them yourself. However, one undeniable truth is that every world on the immortal plane has a different set of rules. Realms are often created with a world of the immortal plane as a template. Essentially, entering this realm is the equivalent of entering a world of the immortal plane. Diane's heart felt conflicted as he listened to their explanation. Shouldn't this be a good thing then? Well, yes and no. Little Yang responded. Do you know what they call people like you on the immortal plane? Diane frowned, not liking that line of questioning. They call you impures. Well, some might use harsher words. Scum, infestations, low-born, trash, cockroaches. All right, I get it. Little Een giggled. There's a reason higher existences shed their bodies to transcend and leave it behind in the form of their faith seeds. Living on the immortal plane with a mortal body is like living in hell. It's not just because of the discrimination, but because it's quite literally like living with a debilitating disease. Some poor souls, even when born on the immortal plane, will leave their mother's womb with mortal bodies. Those who are luckier are born directly with immortal bodies. Some with the greatest lineages are born with higher-grade immortal bodies. But even those born with the lowest-grade immortal bodies are so powerful from birth that even a newborn could kill the current you if they cried too hard. Simply put, even with this realm right before you, a space that incomparably valuable even on the immortal plane, you can only look at it. Essentially, even if you could sell this realm for an exorbitant price only a few margins lesser than an ethereal-grade weapon on the immortal plane, it's nothing but a torture device to the current you. Diane's gaze turned cold. He didn't bother to listen anymore as he took a step forward, vanishing in the orb. It wasn't even a second, not even a split second. After entering that, Diane felt his entire body reject him. No, it was more like the world itself was rejecting him, like he was an impure existence that didn't deserve to live. Just breathing felt as though hot coal was rolling down his throat. His body felt as though numerous ants were gnawing beneath his skin, eroding away his muscles and organs. Even his bones suddenly felt incredibly fragile, as though they would shatter if he didn't walk gingerly enough. The world itself was dark and heavy. Diane could already see his destination, just a normal cabin built of surprisingly beautiful black wood, barely 100 meters in front of him. Yet, that distance that was once nothing more than a blink of an eye to him had suddenly become an insurmountable challenge. It wasn't just him who was struggling. Little Yin and Yang also had mortal bodies. Thankfully, they were celestial beasts, so their connection to the heavens was closer, thus allowing the pain to be far more bearable for them. But the truth remained the same. Shockingly enough, even Chunglei was roaring in pain. Somehow, Dian's inner world had been cut off from the mortal plane the moment he stepped foot in here. It severed its connection with the mortal plane and built a new one with this pseudo-immortal plane. God damn it! Chunglei roared. Ha! Dian chuckled. Even a baby could kill me, huh? Despite the agonizing pain, Dian sat completely still, his gaze steady as he stared toward the black wood cabin in the distance. He found it funny. Yes, funny. On the mortal plane, they spent their whole lives working up through the foundation stage, charging through the celestial stage, the Tao stage, before eventually coming higher existences. After millions of years of toiling, one may finally break that final barrier and transcend, only to have the strength equivalent to a baby born on the immortal plane. It was life's greatest joke. No? Dian picked up little Yin and Yang from his shoulders. Their weight, which had once been as light as a feather even to a mortal with no cultivation, had suddenly become incomparable heavy to him. Still, he delicately stroked their fur, acclimating himself to the pain racking his body. Dian was used to pain, but he found this pain to be unbearable. The reason why was simple. The pain he suffered through in the past always made him stronger. No matter what he went through, he could be confident that in the end of it all, he would gain more strength to protect his loved ones. But this pain was different. Dian could tell it wasn't making him stronger. In fact, its sole purpose seemed to be to weaken him. This wasn't just physically either, but mentally. As though it wanted Dian to know he was inferior. You have a lot of nerve, Dian sneered. He wouldn't allow anyone in existence to look down on him. Even that someone was the heavens themselves. If you keep pissing me off, one day I'll toss you in a cage. Dian glared at seemingly empty space as he struggled to stand, taking his first step forward. He grit his teeth, feeling as though his bones were crumbling beneath him. He found it difficult to communicate with ancient battlefield in this place, so changing his weight was almost impossible. This only made his journey forward more difficult. Didn't that old man say the immortal plane had its own ancient battlefield too? Then why the hell can't I sense it? Dian brutally cursed his grand teacher in his mind. How do those on the mortal plane live? Dian spoke as he began to walk, trying to distract himself. Their population isn't as small as you think. Little Yang said slowly, clearly becoming accustomed far more quickly than Dian. About 20 to 30% of the immortal plane are impures. Though this pain is terrible, it still won't kill you. In fact, the only chance this pain has to kill you is if you cultivate. Dian laughed again. It seemed that when the heavens wanted to play a game of psychological warfare, they were better than anyone else. Imagine being born with a condition that forced you to suffer terrible pain every day. Of course, there was a solution for this pain. Yet, that very solution might very well kill you. Maybe after decades of life you had already gotten used to that pain. There were many others around you who also experienced that same pain, and they were fine, right? Dian was sure that those born with so-called immortal bodies probably even concocted medicines to lessen this pain and make life more bearable. So was it worth to risk your life? What was the point? This was the question Dian was faced with, that very same psychological ailment. Why? Someone might ask. Dian finally made it to the black wood cabin after days of pained walking, and he finally saw the very technique he risked so much for. Yet, the technique couldn't be moved. It sat there on the attic floor of the black wood cabin, bobbing in an orb of light, as though to taunt Dian. You want to cultivate this technique? Sure. Here you go. Do as you please, as long as you're willing to risk your life for it. Ha! Dian let out a sigh. He now realized that the reason the previous celestial deer sect heads didn't manage to get very far may not have been entirely due to the difficulty in comprehending. One above all. Cultivating a technique in this kind of environment was more than just masochistic, it was no less than fetishizing death. It took him 4 days just to walk 100 meters. He couldn't even imagine attempting to cultivate here. Wait. Dian suddenly had an idea. Even if he couldn't move his real body very well, what about his inner world's avatar? After testing it for a few moments, Dian did indeed find that his avatar moved along to his wishes and with absolute ease. But for some reason, there was a nagging problem in the back of his mind. Was it possible that the solution wouldn't be as easy as he thought? Dian frowned before gingerly descending from the attic. This black wood is definitely not normal. I weigh over 500 billion gene now, yet there's not so much as a creak. Normally, this wouldn't set Dian off on a thoughtful tangent. Reason being, his body control was so high at this point that most structures he walked upon didn't feel any stress under his weight at all. It was only when he entered particularly fragile places that he bothered to lower his weight. However, considering the current condition of his body, Dian was in shape to be controlling his movements with any sort of fine precision. In addition, he couldn't seem to communicate with his constitution's world in this place, so he also couldn't adjust his weight. Yet, the cabin didn't so much as flex the smallest bit under his footsteps. There were only one of two explanations for this. Either this wood was a material beyond his imagining, or it was as the twins had said before, and that even normal materials became much harder under the influence of the immortal plane. After descending, Dian found many things he had ignored on his journey up. First, there was what remained of the celestial deersect's wealth. They were all stored neatly within numerous spatial rings, so Dian could only check them one by one. Currently, Dian could be said to be quite a wealthy man. The first reason for this was because of the dark ocean. It was simply a wealth of resources that had remained completely untouched for millions of years. Originally, Dian had believed that it would only amount to 30 universes worth of resources, but the reality was beyond his wildest dreams. Rather than 30 universes worth, Dark Ocean was easily worth 3 quadrants worth of resources. And yet, it paled in comparison to what was left by the celestial deersect. Just the first spatial ring was filled to the brim with enigmatic energy stones. Just a single one was already worth 1,000,000 transcendent stones, which alone were worth 1,000,000 Tao stones. There wasn't just one of these rings either. There were a total of 10, each of which housed 100 billion enigmatic stones. Still, though this was a lot of wealth to the current Dian, he knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg. He had learned long ago that the highest-level cultivators treated energy stones like trash. Many of them would only trade the most valuable resources in exchange for other valuable resources. However, energy stones weren't useless. They were perfect for cultivators who had already reached the limit of their potential. Given enough wealth, these cultivators could break past their normal limits. And, since they had already reached the end of their potential, there was obviously no issue with them harming their foundations with energy stones. Secondly, energy stones were the core of all large-scale formations. Dian had no use for them in this facet thanks to the Sage Tower, but that was irrelevant. The point was that this made them valuable to other people. Soon, the Federation would be heading to the Sprite Alliance. Dian was only planning on using it as an extended vacation, but why not take advantage of some people and see if the sprites had anything of value for him to plunder? These two reasons were only minor and hardly influenced why Dian was happy seeing these 10 rings. To put things into perspective, the lowest-level star-grade resource was worth about 1 billion enigmatic stones. The celestial deersect would never transfer all of their wealth into energy stones, so this meant that what was here was only a fraction. Simply put, the celestial deersect found that the equivalent of 1,000 star-grade resources was only the very tip of their wealth. Immediately realizing this, how could Dian not feel a bit of anticipation as he moved on to the other spatial rings? It didn't take long for his thoughts to pan out just as expected. Just the first ring Dian picked up filled his mind with an image of a world of timeless and spaceless stones. Usually, a universe would produce just enough of these resources to allow the Jafari clan treasure to protect it. However, mining them was both dangerous and time-consuming. Dian often had to do it himself so as not to put the lives of others at risk. Still, it was very much worth it in the end. However, this spatial ring alone, it had enough timeless and spaceless stones to enshroud over 500 quadrants. After feeling a jolt of happiness, Dian couldn't help but frown. What reason did the celestial deersect have to collect so many timeless and spaceless stones? The space half of the Jafari clan treasure was kept by the Mino clan, and the time half of the Jafari clan treasure was kept by the demon sage. How are these things related? Diane's frown deepened. He once more felt like he was being strung along. The Mino clan were the subordinates of the elves, so this much made sense, at least in part, but the demon sage should have been unrelated to the alliance of the elves and celestial deer sect. However, the more Diane thought about it, the more convenient everything seemed. Too convenient, in fact. If the demon sage had never had the time half of the Jafari clan treasure, he would have been able to build that stable environment in the depths of Chaos Universe, nor would he have been able to essentially freeze Amphrey's aging as he had. Without those things, at the very least, Diane and Amphrey would have missed each by several generations. Diane's thoughts fizzled out, once more without a proper conclusion. In the end, he simply continued to the next rings. A single timeless or spaceless stone was already worth dozens of enigmatic stones. But it seemed the celestial deer sect hadn't yet finished showing off its wealth. The next rings were of nothing but planet and star-grade spiritual herbs. In fact, some of them had already long been extinct. One in particular caught Diane's attention instantly. 9 Cloud Yang. Could it be that Jade had come here? The 9 Cloud Yang spiritual herb, despite only being of the planet grade, had long since gone extinct. As a result, if it were to appear now, it would be even more valuable than many star-grade resources. Diane had always wondered how Jade got her hands on it, but after realizing that she came from a different timeline, he wrote it off and ignored it. But now, there was a clearly defined empty space in this spatial ring. It was an oddity that immediately stood out since every ring prior had been perfectly filled to the brim. And this empty space, it was just enough to fit the body of a single 9 Cloud Yang flower. If it hadn't been for this aphrodisiac, Diane would have never understood the true strength of his primordial yang, and maybe he would have already died to Oshire's hand. To think that Jade had retrieved it from this place. Diane wasn't surprised that Jade knew of this location. After all, she had followed him through his life in the timeline. It wasn't that much of a leap for her to know the general location of this place. But the realization that her existence had been very much real made it all the more difficult for Diane to accept her disappearance. In a lot of ways, Jade was almost ethereal to him. A golden-haired fairy that fluttered into his life before fluttering away without a word. Her disappearance pained him, but he had gotten very good at ignoring that pain, pretending as though she was just some fleeting dream. But this empty space in this otherwise full spatial ring, it made him feel as though a giant was stomping on his chest. In that moment, Diane forgot entirely about the pain in his body, his sadness being slowly taken over by rage. He couldn't fail. Not again. He wouldn't allow the women he cared for to sacrifice themselves just because he was too incompetent. He had felt it multiple times over the past few years, but he was losing his sharpness. He was becoming too careful, too timid. To think he, Diane Sacharo, had actually let Dyusho run off without finding what happened that day. To think he, Diane Sacharo, would let the 3 heads of the 99 universes who made his life hell live just for the sake of scheme. To think he, Diane Sacharo, would become so weak. Maybe this was why he failed in the last timeline. Why had he run? Why hadn't he fought? What if a different choice would have changed everything? Diane's slouching back straightened, a wild, maddened aura wafting from his body. Though he didn't notice it, the Tao heart, shimmering a beautiful rainbow radiance, grew another step in its own luster. He didn't know where Jade and Rose were now, but he would make certain that the Diane they came back to was one they could look up toward. Diane tossed the spatial rings in his hand aside. He no longer cared about them. He didn't care how many resources they had or how helpful to him they might be. Instead, his mind was entirely focused on one thing. With calm, determined steps, he once more strode toward that highest attic floor. His steps were no longer careful. He could feel his bones fracturing with every rise and fall of his foot, but he didn't care. His back was no longer curved. He could feel the realm's aura trying to make him lower his head, but he didn't care. His eyes were no longer dull. The whispers resounded in his mind, trying to make him give up hope, asking him why he was risking his life when so many depended on him living. But he didn't care. Dian made it to the top and glared at the bouncing orb as though it was his mortal enemy. His right eye throbbed violently, but whether it was in excitement or something else, he didn't know. One above all, huh? That's quite an arrogant name. I hope you live up to it, or else it'll be me who looks down on you. Before Dian even began, he immediately comprehended something. Previously, his heart had been in too much disarray, suffering through the pain of this realm to notice. His connection to his wills was much more robust and sturdier here. This wasn't all, but he could faintly feel that an existence that stood above Daos. Laws. The moniker of supreme law didn't come from nowhere. Wills known as supreme laws within lower realms were known for their invincible nature within the lower realm. Essentially, they were the foundational wills known to produce the strongest origin sources to have ever existed. Origin sources were a realm even above laws. Dian had seen them once before when the entity showed him its origin source. Back then, Dian had only been able to look upon it for a split second before being assaulted with a mind-numbing headache. And that was after the entity purposely lowered its strength to the absolute minimum. Origin sources were the root of strength for the highest level transcendence. They were worlds built with one's comprehension of laws. They followed a similar concept to domains that Dao formation experts could wield, but there were very obviously large differences between them. The biggest difference between domains and origin sources was that while domains were built with comprehension of intents and Daos, origin sources weren't just built of laws, they were the product of using laws to form a new path of cultivation completely unique to oneself. It was on an entirely different level. Some of the laws that Dian had begun sensing thanks to his immortal sense, such as the law of gentle force or the law of flow, were precisely the product of a unique path created by a transcendent of the past. As for why a constitution created on the mortal plane would have them, this just went to show just how powerful constitutions were and why it was so lamentable that higher existences had to shed their mortal bodies before they transcended, even if they were born with a constitution. These oddly named laws were unique titles chosen by their creators. They were no longer as fundamental as death law or life law. They were a unique branch, the product of the fusion of many different concepts. Thinking to this point, Dian had a feeling that one above all might not be a technique at all. Rather, it was the origin source of some supreme existence far beyond his wildest imagination. Maybe if it followed convention, it would be known as the oneness law or the law of oneness. But clearly, whoever was so arrogant as to name their unique path this way didn't care for something as mundane as normal naming conventions, so he or she named theirs in this way. Usually, using someone else's comprehension to cultivate was detrimental, but that was assuming the two individuals in question were on the same or similar levels. This individual was so far beyond Dian that their comprehensions could only help him. In fact, according to the twins, sharing comprehension in this way was quite common on the immortal plane. The laws of the mortal plane were imperfect, so sharing them was too dangerous. Generally, your own innate comprehension would be the safest route for yourself. However, the laws of the immortal plane were the peak of perfection. There were no such flaws to threaten one's life. So that's the case. Dian's piercing gaze tried to peer into the orb's mysteries. When he tried to take a single glance at the entity's origin source, he was forced to look away because the origin source was simply too complicated. It felt like his brain had to work millions of times harder just to gaze at something as simple as a flower. This was the innate core of cultivation, the constant cycle between simplicity and complexity. Back then, Dian could immediately tell that the entity's origin source was far too complex. What was so amazing about the universes and planes they lived in? Wasn't it that even the weakest mortals could gaze upon its most complex mysteries without suffering any backlash? If this wasn't the case, how else would Dian's people advance so far in the field of science? This feeling, that sense of the beauty of simplicity, this was what the peak of what one above all was. Dian blinked and pulled back. Why did I understand that so easily? This one above all is actually so far above the entity. How is that even possible? Abraxas was among the strongest, if not the strongest transcendent on the immortal plane. His disciples followed in his footsteps, becoming among the strongest existences on that plane as well. But why did the entity feel so inferior Diane's eyes sharpened. There was only one man who even Abraxas admitted he was the lesser to, his very own first disciple. Could it be that one above all was his origin source? To allow a mortal like him to understand what should be the peak existence among immortals so easily. This realm of simplicity was far beyond Diane's imagining. It was a realm that rivaled even the heavens itself. Diane's heart palpitated. Would he ever reach this level? I will. A fire lit in Diane's eyes as he began to peel back the layers of one above all. He suddenly understood that residing in this realm was the hardest part about cultivating this technique. Gazing upon the mysteries of the technique itself was actually easy beyond compare. In the blink of an eye, 5 years whipped by before Diane noticed. His body shook, the depth of his eyes sinking as though drowned in endless wisdom. Though it had been years, it felt like the blink of an eye. 5 seconds, 5 days, 5 weeks, 5 months, 5 years, 1 second. It's all the same. Diane had reached the first will level of one above all. He had no idea that he was the very first among celestial deer sect heads to ever accomplish this. As for his strength, he was undefeatable within the Tao realm. Despite having awoken, Diane sat as still as a statue. In the last 5 years, it was as though pain hadn't existed to him. Suffering through pain for a moment or suffering through it for 5 years was no different. It was quite ironic, though. The concept of oneness he thought was so simple actually took him 5 years to take just the very first step of. Yet, the benefits were beyond his wildest imaginations. He felt that conventional and vital chi flowed better in unison. He found that his comprehensions for seemingly unrelated wills were actually interconnected in fantastical and magical ways. He even vaguely felt that the body, energy, and soul paths really weren't so different after all. And then there was himself. It was as though the technique was asking him if he was willing, if he was ready, to be that man who combined it all. A breath of air left Diane's lips. His cultivation hadn't moved even a single step in these 5 years, yet he was very clearly more powerful than he had ever been. His hand waved. In an instant, 108 flying swords appeared, streaking like comets. His 2 fingers stretched outward. Under his command, the swords trembled. One after another, they began to collapse. 108 became 54. 54 became 27. 27 became 13. 13 became 1. The resulting sword fell into Diane's palm, trembling with mighty force. It was a long, slender silver blade that radiated a faint pale blue, almost like the streaking dust particles of a comet. 108 comets, 12 moons, 9 planets, 3 stars. Diane raised his arm and slashed forward. If this was the mortal plane, who knew how devastating the result would have been? Diane felt that this strike was the greatest he had ever levied in his life. Yet, it didn't leave so much as a white mark on the black wood before him. Still, Diane smiled. He was still completely incapable of even conjuring the other swords of true sword will, but this much was enough for now. Diane's gaze turned cold. Even if he couldn't defeat a fallen outright, he didn't believe he would have a problem retreating. And once he broke through the middle Tao realm barrier, defeating a fallen wouldn't be a pipe dream any longer. After another glance toward the floating orb, Diane turned and left. The realm didn't seem to have such a damning effect on him anymore. He had suddenly become capable of blending into his environment, as though he himself was also becoming one with it. With a sweep of his hand, he casually took what remained of the celestial deer sect's resources, only casually giving it a glance. These things no longer shook his soul as they once did. After exiting the realm, he placed its form into his inner world, only to hear Xianxia sigh in relief. That damned world, he growled before sinking into a deep sleep. While those 5 years were a blink of an eye to Diane, Xianxia felt every one of its seconds. Yet, he grit his teeth and didn't say a word from the moment Diane began to cultivate. His resolve was impressive. Diane only smiled and let him sleep. If nothing else, Xianxia's mind had most definitely been tempered well even if his body hadn't been. This would only help him in the future. Diane had been in a good mood. He strolled back into Mortal Alliance territory with a light smile on his face, trying to figure out how to make up for his absence. He hadn't planned on being away for so long, but he had truly underestimated one above all. However, what he saw when he came back caused his good mood to plummet. It wasn't that the Mortal Alliance had been attacked. With Diane's protective measures, 5 years wasn't even enough to enter the front door, let alone mount any sort of meaningful assault. The problem was the mood of his wives. Madeline seemed to be in high spirits and was having a nice chat with little Aliuna. Clara and Delia were having a sparring session and were also just fine. Since their constitutions suppressed one another, their greatest avenue for improvement was the time they spent together. And Amphrey was sitting with Madeline and little Aliuna, adorably trying to appear as though she wasn't nervous while socializing with them. However, it was his Ree that had a shadow cast over her heart. With a deep frown on his face, Diane instantaneously appeared by her side. She was so lost, dazedly looking out over the ocean before them, that she didn't even notice his appearance until several seconds later. Without a single word, she fell into his embrace, clutching him tightly. Diane didn't need to ask to understand why she was being this way. If he did, wouldn't he be a terrible husband? It had already been more than 20 years now since her father disappeared into the true empath trial of the epistemic tower. Yet they hadn't heard a single word of him since then. Everything was seemingly perfect, and there was nothing Ree could want for, but not having her father by her side was weighing on her. In truth, if she had to be honest, the father she knew in her youth had been gone for a long time. The guilt he felt leaving his kingdom in pursuit of his wife was something he had never forgotten, and it ate away at him every day. Diane honestly didn't know if he would ever crawl out of that pit of despair. Diane lightly stroked Ree's hair. "There's no need to worry," he said softly. "That old man is the one who runs those trials. He wouldn't dare take it too far on father-in-law or else he'll hear from me." Ree sniffled lightly and giggled, breathing in Diane's scent. Maybe only her husband would dare speak of threatening a transcendent. But, judging by the change in the depth of his eyes, she felt that even if she didn't know Abraxas would never harm him, that she would believe he could do it anyway. At the same time, she felt a sweetness in her heart. This was the first time Diane had ever called King Acacia father. Though she knew he was only doing it to appease her, she still loved his attention to detail. Only this sort of man was worth marrying, even if she had to share him. Ree stood to the very tips of her toes and wrapped her arms around Diane's neck, looking into his eyes with beautiful silver-blue pearls. "Looks at you, a crying mess," Diane teased. "What would all your countless pursuers think seeing their queen dripping tears and snot?" Ree smiled. "I'm sure they'd lead an army to kill the man who put me in this state. I'm afraid they'd blame you first. I hope you're powerful enough to fend them off. My bones are weak and fragile. I'm too old to be doing such things anymore. Leave it to the youth. I'll let little Aliuna handle it." Ree pouted. "I hear old men lose their prowess in bed." She sighed lightly, as though lamenting a time long past. "I'll have to start conducting interviews. You may be old, but I'm still a young woman in the prime of my youth. I have needs." Diane grinned evilly. "Us old men might be lacking in certain areas, but we more than make it for it with experience." Diane swept Ree away, but he would have never expected that not even 15 minutes later, Ree would be laughing hysterically. In fact, she could hardly hold it in. Due to her cultivation, even when she struggled to keep it down, her voice covered the whole of Elven territory within the Mortal Alliance. Though Diane was surprisingly unhappy to hear this laughter, Kawa, Ree's mother, finally smiled for the first time in a long time. "It seems that son-in-law of mine is back. Only he could make her smile and laugh now." She sighed and looked off into the distance. "When will you come back to my side, husband?" Within the royal chambers of the Elven Palace, the enticing scene of Ree's laughter was a feast for her eyes. Her breasts weren't as large as Madeline's, but they were like two perfect little cups of dew, molded perfectly to fit one's hand. As her laughter rippled through her body, the jiggled healthily, making Diane's blood boil. Her petite frame could have only been sculpted by a god. The way her pale blue hair clung to the glistening, sweaty curves of her body was an image beyond words. To say she was a world-class beauty could only be an understatement. In Diane's eyes, only his own wives could reach this standard. He didn't care how beautiful or gorgeous others were. To him, there were only them. Only they could stir his heart. However, at this moment, even with his wife's perfect naked body before him, Diane felt more annoyed than he ever had in his whole life. He looked down at the rod between his legs, his prided joy, one of the few things in his life that had never failed him, hanging limply without a reaction. Ree caught her breath, trying to steadily slow her laughter. But when she saw the sight of Diane's heart-broken expression, she broke down and started laughing again. Damn it! If Clara finds out about this, I'll never hear the end of it. Diane felt like crying but had no tears to give. Did he really think he could sit in that environment and cultivate for 5 whole years without facing any sort of consequences? He thought he was fine, but the truth was that his body was currently filled with hidden injuries. Some were small and some were large, but the fact was that they were all numerous in number. One above all could only be cultivated in an environment like the Immortal Plane because only such a place would have the appropriate and complete laws to begin proper comprehension. But the consequences of doing so weren't negligible. When Ree finally managed to stop bursting into fits of laughter, she reached over and pulled Diane down from his kneeling position on the bed. Her naked body embraced his own, a content smile on her face. She knew well that her husband must have been suffering through all sorts of terrible things these 5 years for his body to be in this condition. So, though she laughed, it was only the way family members would jeer at one another. As for the thought of replacing Diane, it never truly crossed her mind. She wouldn't choose even the world itself over him. Like this, the husband and wife pair fell asleep in each other's arms, attempting to wash away years of stress and toil with rest. I missed you. Disappearing for half a decade like that without a word. I should have gone off with another man. Diane smiled, not taking Clara's words seriously. He enjoyed the feeling of having her in his arms. At least when the moment held enough weight. Her first thought wasn't to have a spar of words with him. After several days of rest, Diane finally awoke to notice he had been completely surrounded by his wives. It was a feeling that filled with him content. Clara pulled away, looking at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Diane instantly had a bad feeling when he saw Reese Petite sprinting out of the room, covering her soft pink lips with a small hand. You should rest. We wouldn't want your old body getting any worse. Black lines began to form on Diane's forehead. But this was only met by a stifled giggle. Diane turned his head only to see Madeline and Amphory avoiding his gaze. Come, come. Let me help you up. Clara caringly threw his arm over her shoulder, gingerly helping him to stand. You shouldn't put so much stress on yourself. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I heard that this is quite normal for men your age. Diane's lip continuously twitched. He really had no response. All of his intelligence and his quick-thinking speed had suddenly become absolutely useless. This was it. It was over. The war he and Clara started when they were just toddlers had finally come to an end. She had won. The worst part of it was that he could feel that he still wasn't in any sort of condition to be making up for his last failure at the moment. He could only let celestial-grade holy-type chi slowly circulate around his body. Luckily, his clone was very close to comprehending a new blessing, or else who knew how long it would take for him to get better. Injuries weren't just graded on their graveness, but also in the quality of energy that caused them. A cut that was just as deep and long caused by a saint versus a celestial were two wholly different concepts. The latter was obviously far more difficult to deal with. As for Diane, his injuries were caused by cultivating on the Immortal Plane. His body contained traces of damage that could only be levied by immortal chi. This was why it was so dangerous for him to cultivate in such an environment. Immortal chi was nothing but poison to a person with a mortal body. His lack of prowess currently was actually a protective mechanism put in place by his body subconsciously. Dual cultivating required energy, he simply didn't have the luxury of giving now. Yeah. Diane let Clara support him even though it was completely unneeded. Even if he couldn't perform, that didn't mean he couldn't enjoy his wife's body. Clara sighed. Poor old man. Wants to take advantage of a weak young lady like me yet can't do so even if I lower all my guards. Such a crying shame. Diane froze, his words caught in his throat. I'm going to go and see my lovely daughter. I don't have to stand for this. Diane disappeared in a flash, leaving behind for women who could no longer hold in their laughter. The beautiful sounds of 4 sonorous voices fill Planet Soul with a comfortable air. Everyone seemed very much aware that their leader was back. Grandpa, Dad's back. Little Aluna sat by the Soul Tome's side with a bright smile on her face. She looked no different from an angel. Her hair was a delicate platinum rose that fell like a smooth waterfall. Her skin was delicate, holding an ever so slight warm bronze color, but was also incredibly fair. It seemed as though a single poke could sink your senses into an endless softness. Still, her most intriguing feature were her eyes. They burned with a gentle hazel green, filled with a hidden sharpness that was somehow still soothing. She was dressed in her favorite violet colors which emphasized her budding youth. Though she gained much of her character from her father, but one thing she ignored was his lack of fashion sense. That, at the very least, she gained from her mother. Luna, who had grown up as a princess, was of course fond of dressing well. Though she was fine with Luna following Diane in all things, this was one thing she wouldn't have allowed her to slip up in. Bah! The demon sage practically growled in response. Forget that snot-nosed brat. Tell Grandpa about your cultivation. The demon sage's body vessel had actually long since been completed. It lay by the soul tome in a vaguely humanoid shape without any distinguishing features or genitalia. Once the demon sage entered it, it would be reformed to his image and the long-dead demon sage would once more reappear in this world. Still, even without a true form, it radiated an oppressive aura. If Aluna hadn't already been a Tao realm expert, she wouldn't have been able to sit so closely to it. Currently, the demon sage was actually just hovering above this humanoid shape in spirit form, speaking leisurely with Aluna. Dad! Before little Aluna could answer, Diane appeared without the slightest ripple, only to be greeted by his daughter's embrace. Diane stroked her hair, feeling a little guilty. Though he had only left when she was already 21, he still hadn't planned to be away from her for so long. No matter how old she became, she would always remain his little girl in his heart. The demon sage practically ignored Diane's presence. In fact, the moment Diane appeared, his spirit began to fuse with his newly formed body. Just you wait, boy. Once I fuse with my body, I'll finally give you a good beating and make you call me father. Years of pent-up frustration was ready to implode. Soon, the forgotten demon sage would reappear in this world. Hearing his supposed father-in-law's words, Diane felt a headache coming along. This was a man who personally slaughtered a higher existence embryonic infernal beast in his prime. If he really decided that the first thing he would do when he came back was assert his authority as Amphrey's father, Diane could only grit his teeth and deal with it, especially since his body wasn't in peak working condition right now. God damn it. How about you be a little grateful that I built you a body? If not that, be grateful that I allowed you to use the soul tome free of charge. What a petty man. It wasn't Diane's fault that he turned out to be the demon sage's prophesied successor. What the hell did it have to do with him? He hadn't even been born yet. Unfortunately, no matter how Diane willed it away, the fusion was happening without a hitch. The demon sage's mystical world trembled. A surge of blood-red chi swirled violently, piling into the demon sage's vessel. It only took a moment for Diane to realize that this blood-red chi was actually the core of this mystical world, the very same massive infernal core Diane had seen all those years ago. He silently nodded to himself. To reconstruct a body as powerful as his, the materials I provided are indeed not enough. I thought I could secretly get away with making him a little weaker than normal, but it seems this cunning old man saw through it. Of course, Diane would never harm his father-in-law. The only reason he thought like this to himself was his own way of being petty. He had given Sargeras the best materials he had and even gave him half-fusion meridians. If it came down to it, Diane would have even given him a star-grade fusion set of meridians, but it would have been a waste. After all, this old man never cared much for the soul path. He hadn't even comprehended comet chi. Star-grade fusion meridians would be wasted on him, so the 100% fusion allowed by half-fusion meridians was best suited for him. What was truly impressive about the demon sage was that he managed to rework his own meridian pathways to fuse his conventional and vital chi alone. This was why he was able to jump from the peak 12th Tao stage and battle higher existences. By his own accounts, he had managed a 50% fusion, similar to an incomplete fusion meridian set, all on his own. That coupled with his martial saint constitution, and he was able to cross over the unimaginably large gap. But now that he could complete 100% fusion and was reconstructing his body with a half-step transcendence infernal core, Dian could only imagine how powerful he would become. The uncomfortable sound of cracking glass filled Dian's ears. How irresponsible. This world is about to collapse. Dian's arms wrapped around Aliuna, who was still in his embrace, and disappeared as the mystical world began to crumble. Boom! The instant he appeared with his daughter outside the realm, a bloody pillar of light pierced into the skies. It spanned more than 300 meters in width, but its height seemed greater than even 300 kilometers. The light began to slowly compress. The process was slow, but steady, never wavering for even a moment. As the hours ticked by, one could begin to vaguely see a humanoid form at the center of it all. At some unknown time, Amphory had appeared by Dian's side. Whether subconsciously or not, her small, soft hand slipped into his own. Despite there not being anything to worry about, Amphory still seemed nervous. It was rare for her to display any sort of emotion, but the slight crinkle in her lovely brow spoke volumes. Since Dian knew she was being irrational, he didn't try to say any words to soothe her. Instead, he held her hand silently, waiting for the demon sage to finally once more appear in this world. Soon, the demon generals also began to gather. Many of them had been preparing for the trip to the Sprite Alliance, but to them, the reappearance of their benefactor was more important than 10 Sprite Alliances. It was then the demon sage's true form began to appear. He was a towering man. Though he was shorter than a giant, he was still over 7 feet tall. His body was surprisingly lanky, but the fibers of his muscles were so pristinely refined that one could see them running beneath his skin. Every portion of his body was perfectly sculpted. Even the smallest muscle groups pulsed with vitality. His hair was a blazing, bloody red. It was nothing like the gentle red gold of his daughter, but was very nearly a dark maroon. His eyes were akin to a deep pool of blood. One could sink into despair simply looking into them. Still, he somehow managed to be a devilishly handsome man. It was hard to believe that a man like this could ever lose. But the reality was that he hadn't lost by normal means. Had the outer powers not taken advantage of his absence, Dian felt that the fall of his empire wouldn't have been so simple. Dian vaguely felt the need to thank those outer powers. If he had to deal with the demon sage instead of having him as an ally, although he would never admit defeat to anyone, it would be difficult for him to conquer the demon sage faster than the entity could awaken. The demon sage's gaze landed on Dian as the red chi around him magically manifested beautiful red robes. Seeing the mischievous light in his eyes, Dian shamelessly placed both Amphoe and Aliuna before him, causing laughter to erupt amidst the demon generals. Just as he was about to mock Dian, the demon sage paused. "You're injured. Pretty badly at that. Yeah, so you wouldn't shamelessly beat up your injured son-in-law, right? Think of how Amphoe and little Aliuna would feel."